Isn't it? These days you don't have to. So with someone being this powerful, just imagine seeing someone in misery. You're like, hey, you're in misery. Like now you may be in a relationship. Where did you think I was going with that? You see someone you're like, you're in misery, my guy. It's like you're planted there. Why would you allow yourself to be in misery? I remember I was in high school when the class was not making sense to me, which was a lot of times. I would wake up and leave. Or if I knew I don't want to be in class in the afternoon, I would go for swimming. Why am I doing something that I don't want to do? What does this mean? This doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not here to suffer. Who told you I'm here to suffer? Z. You can suffer, not me. Because that's what we've been told. We've been programmed that you're here to suffer. Who said? Who came up with this bullshit? The same guys who told you, suffer now, eat later. No. Let's eat what we are eating. We shall leave the suffering for tomorrow. We shall suffer tomorrow. But today, we eat, drink, fuck Mary. Don't be lied to that there's something else coming. Nothing is coming. Today, this is it. I'm so tired of. But I remember Moi, for the longest time, him and his cronies kept telling us, Nyinyi ndio, what are leaders in Kiswahili? Viongozi wa kesho. There's another thing they used to say. Kizazi kipya. Nyinyi ndio viongozi wa kesho. I'm like, hey, viongozi wa kesho haifiki, bro. Viongozi wa kesho. Hey! Umengoja. That time you've been told deferred gratification. You guys know what deferred gratification is? Meaning you pause to enjoy later. I am saying I don't know what that later looks like. I have been all around the world. I have traveled to many places, seen many faces. And I don't know what deferred gratification means. I used to think, I even used to preach it. I used to think that was a real philosophy. Like you can defer enjoyment. No, you cannot. I was right when I told my dad, this night in Carnival is never going to happen again. I was right. That night never happened again. What if he took that night away from me? I would not have the memory today. So you're telling me, oh, there'll always be Carnival. No, there'll always be Carnival without me wanting to go there the way I want to go today. So this wanting to go today has to mean something. Hey, Z. Bros, I discovered this the other day. And then I started eating. I was not eating because I had all this anxiety. Anxiety about everything. So I was unable to eat. Anxiety about succeeding, anxiety about being, being the top, being the best, being anything. So these anxieties, they make you, at least let me tell you what happened to me. So the anxieties really, they cost me a lot because I was always worried about one thing or the other. And I'm like, why am I worried? Because worry is for the future. Right now, there's nothing that I'm doing. I'm not in danger. So why am I not enjoying this moment right now? I'm not in danger. So this worry is coming from where? Which impending danger is this that you should be worried about anything? So now I decided to live my life one day at a time. One day at a time. I only have today, bro. Whatever happens today is what is in my life. Yesterday and tomorrow mean nothing to me. So that you don't worry about how you're going to raise your children. Will they succeed? That's none of your business. Who told you you're going to be there anyway? Who told you your kids are even going to love you? Many of kids grow up hating their parents. That time you as a parent, you think you've done the best. You are constantly bragging to other parents about how good of a parent you are. Oh, you know, my kids are the best skaters in the country. Oh, they skate up and down, in and out. Time your kid hates the shit out of you. So get out of your own fucking imagination. I had to put fucking in there just for you guys to know that Nikki Odo emphasis. One day at a time. Tomorrow, we shall talk tomorrow. For today, it's enjoy. Today we eat crabs and oysters. And what else? Yeah, whatever is on the menu. Bring me mash. Bro, the other day I went to this pub called Tiki Bar. Tiki Bar make the meanest steak here in Diani. I went there, I told them, give me a steak, but to go. To go. I don't want to eat in the restaurant. I want to go. You guy. By the time I was getting home, the steak had its juices. You know those, the red juices. Oh. And then I had mashed potatoes and kachumbari on the side. And then this kachumbari has kitungu. I don't take kitungu when I'm with bitches. This time I was alone. So I can take all the kitungu I want. God damn it. Add some pili in that shit. You tell me that I'm going home to eat mashakura. Fuck me in the diabs. Throw me in committee. I'm ready. I would rather make myself eggs and eggs and what? And ugali. I would do a better job if I know I'm doing it for myself. Imagine some people are constantly being fed bad food. If I'm cooking for myself, I'm okay eating the bad food, but not somebody else cooking for me. I will not eat your bad food.
Yeah, give it. You just reminded me of, I remember growing up, my mom would get to hide the best cutlery, the best cups for the guests. That thing pissed me off to death. Like you would have those, those metallic cups which almost tear your lips. Then the cups will have then the guests would be enjoying those cups, like those good brands, even plates. I was like, why are you saving all these dishes in that wall unit cabinet there for the guests who come once in a while? And there were not the guests who come like every week. It's once in a while. What for? They almost adopted this British culture of putting cutlery in a cabinet and denying themselves. That thing, and to this day, for me, I get to live the life the way I want. You get the point? How did you grow up yourself?
You get to live life the way you want. Are you married, Jomaxia?
Yes. But I live the way I want.
That statement you just made has been nullified very fast, very fast. You see, Joe, it's not a conscious thing that happens to you. Okay? So like now you have to create a personality to handle your wife. You cannot go in this nature of the beast. If you go in the nature of the beast, the women cannot handle that. So you have to create a calambistic personality that has to go handle her.
No, I live by myself. I live separately.
Yeah.
Because I found it easier, liberating for me.
So you're not married. Marriage, you guys have to exist in the same environment.
Yes, in an environment which has conditions.
No. You've bypassed the system. So you're not a typically married guy. So for you right now, what you bought is you bought some freedom from her. So every now and then you guys have to meet and maybe have sex or whatever. You have to present this toned down version of the man that is normally out there, isn't it?
No. Like the only thing I do is raise the child, live the life the way I want, and I don't have to.
The only thing you do. So you're
me, I'm
separated from
completely
her.
by myself. Yeah.
No, just. Oh, so you guys are not even fucking.
You and me are no different. No, for what? That season was gone.
So when I asked you, are you a married guy? Why did you say yes?
Oh, yes, like legally, I'm not divorced yet.
Please.
No, you see, I don't.
You should have said, hey, listen, paper, I am married, but physically I'm not. I don't think I can handle marriage because I want my freedom. Isn't that the whole conversation that I've been giving here? Exactly. You're coming to throw me off with this bullshit.
No. Let me retract my wording for the sake of bringing it better.
Yes, because you're not a married guy. You're doing what you want to do when you want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Married men don't have that luxury. We can agree at least on that.
Yeah, they don't.
By the fact that you're married means that you have a commitment that you must always maintain. So you cannot do what you want when you want to do it. Like now, you cannot just go buy one steak and come with it home and eat and enjoy as you watch a movie. No, it could be what you want. But the reality is that if you do that, even the kids are going to turn on you.
In fact, you will not. How can you start? Can you imagine sitting on the table and starting to slice that steak? It's almost like when your cats are looking at you, or those dogs. You know how they look at you, drooling there or with sad eyes. You can have it.
That responsibility is too much, bro. It's too much responsibility. You see, we need to. That's why we need to separate the responsibilities. Okay, so that the man can remain a man and the woman can remain a woman. We separate the responsibility. We say the work of feeding the kids belongs to the woman, and the work of providing what is fed to the kids should be the man's job, but in a communal way, so that the kids can constantly eat good food. You understand? So we get now. Imagine, hey, bro, just imagine how good the Luyas and the Luos in Kenya eat. Because as a Kikuyu, us guys don't know what food looks like. Us guys are being fed for sustenance. Our food is the most tasteless food the world has ever seen. Kikuyus should be banned from going into the kitchen. In fact, every time you see a Kikuyu walking towards the kitchen, they should be shot in the head. Like, what the fuck do you think you're going to do there? There's nothing, you are nothing. Not even boiling water, no. You'd rather leave the water out in the sun. What's happening, Geoff Mange, before you disappear?
Yeah. The host with the most that does the absolute fucking most, bro. How you doing?
You guys sound like you're in a rhino. What's going on?
No, I just got into the shower.
Oh, please. Please. So now you're going to have this conversation while you're in the shower?
Huh?
So now we wait for you to shower, Ama? I don't get it.
No. I can turn on my camera if you want to.
I'm sure there are a lot of Chiles here who are waiting. Go ahead, make my day.
I saw you brought back the show, amazing show yesterday. I'm loving the show. The DJ is coming to Dubai or what else? Or the other guy?
What's the guy's name? J-Ruff.
Yeah, J-Ruff. And the other lady who was talking yesterday.
The one with the hair.
No, I don't like girls with dreads, so I'll pass that one. So anyway, let's have a good week. Enjoy. I'm here.
Wait. And you don't like girls with dreads? Why?
It's trauma. It's trauma. Let's call it trauma.
Oh, so something happened on your way to heaven, eh? You are hurt, man. You are hurt. Heal, my guy. Interesting.
Catch you, man.
Sawa, bro. Sawa. Trauma. Like now, yesterday, I saw the biggest baboon I've ever seen in my life, and it was on my fence. If it wasn't for Kwai-Chankane, I was like, fucking hell. This thing wants to traumatize me. I can't even walk around now. Huh? This is trauma. Maybe now, every time I'm walking now, I'm thinking, hey, that baboon could just be around the corner. I have to take back my house. I have to shoot that baboon. I have to take back my property. What's happening, Samuel?
Hey, Kibe.
What's good?
How you doing, Manze?
I'm easy.
Yeah. For me to be someone else, just to be myself, that's, I think, maybe I'll marry someday. But for me to be someone else, then fitting into the same institution, to a different institution. Wow. Hey, you're in glory.
No, but Samuel, sahi tukiwa na wewe, when we were sitting with you and your mother calls you, immediately you switch.
Mother?
You have to switch.
Maybe mzae. See, mother.
You have to switch. Yes. Yeah, you switch your personality. Immediately your mom calls you, you switch, and now you bring in a new personality. Oh, mom, sasa, cool. You know, somebody who was not sitting with me just now, completely. I'm sitting with you. We are discussing very, you're in your personality. This is who I know you are. Your mother will call you, and you will put a new personality to talk to your mother. Your daughter will call you, you'll put a new personality to talk to your daughter. So
I don't see that being a problem, Kibe.
No, what are you doing to yourself? Aren't you trying as much as possible to be one without all this confusion in your life? Are you having to be torn apart into 7 different pieces?
No, I believe there's different versions of myself, especially in a relationship with different people. I become totally different in Nikibonga na President Pia. Maybe I become totally different in Nikibonga in space as well, but I try to be myself in all those scenarios. But for instance, kama especially lineage family, I think inakuja tuna a little bit of some kind of respect to grow up kusema aje.
No. It is. I think so. It is fakeness, because it's the fakeness like the ones that we do with the kids.
Kibe.
How long are you going to talk to your child? Go gaga. At some point you have to mature out of that shit, right?
Kibe, do you think every fight should be fought, Manze? No, just saying.
What do you mean?
For instance, I mean in this scenario. Every instance, kama ya madhe ama kama ya something else. Kuna vitu zingine you can see.
Every one fight you bring to my door is going to be fought. Every single fight, big or small, whether it is coming from my mother, whether it's coming from the president, whether it's coming from God.
The approach won't be the same.
Right? No, bro.
The approach won't be the same.
So now, this is the thing. When you go gaga with people in your life, you keep the fakeness in the relationship. Because you're guy. The day you and your dad talk man to man is the day you realize that he's a very different person from who you thought he was. So you guys have had this fake, hold up. This fake relationship that exists between you and your dad. The day you guys sit man to man, like he's not looking at you like his son, you're not looking at him like your father, then you will realize very quickly whether you can even do business together. Many of you guys are held up onto these useless relationships because of these gugu gaga personas that you've created around yourself. So the less personalities you have in your life, the better. But imagine you've created a personality for everyone around you. Hey, bro, you must be very tired. Isn't you a con man? And then now when you get drunk, when you get drunk now the one who has been held back all his life, chomokas, and we don't even know how he is.
Kibe, I won't call it personality as much as approach kwangu. For instance, for now, approach is different the way you go. You're still yourself, but the approach, when una approach kitu, it's just different the way unataka kuattack. It's not saying utachinja ng'ombe the same way utachinja mbuzi, but tunachinja all the same. Okay? So kwangu naangalia to that way kusema I don't have kukua somebody else just to prove anything else. Just approach inakuwa different, but it's just the same me. I don't have kukua somebody else at all, whatsoever. I don't even have to curtail to be somebody else, because the more you try to be somebody else, the more you fail. What do you mean? You try to go against your own instinct? What do you mean? You try to be something you're already not. That's not. I don't think that's the approach at well. You may try to fake it as much as you may even perfect to fake it.
Sam. Have you ever seen those our to work on Down syndrome?
Yeah. Yes, I have.
All right. Look at Down syndrome people and look at children. Okay? These two have only one personality. Only one. That's why a kid doesn't really give a shit who you are. You could be the president of this world. You could be Jesus. The kid doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to the kid at all, or to the Down syndrome person. This guy is operating on one sphere. Hold up. This guy is in singularity. And we look at that and we admire it because he does not have to fake anyone. You guys are the ones who are going to have to adjust to him. He doesn't have to adjust to you. Remember, all these personalities are adjustments. These are you trying to adjust to your environment because you've been unable to dominate it. But if you can dominate your environment, then everybody adjusts to your personality, the way a baby comes into a relationship and dominates that environment. It doesn't matter whether you guys want to fuck or not. The baby is crying. But if
acquired personality.
But if the baby acquires a personality, at some point the baby has to knock the door. Are you guys okay? And then you see, so now the baby is having to adjust to you guys because the baby is losing their power in the environment. So when you lose the power somewhere, that's when now you have to submit and then adjust your personality because you're not strong enough to remain singular.
Suppose Kibe power you had, you never knew you had to have one. You just knew you had to have power, unasema. But this is acquired personality in every different scenario. For instance, Kibe, the way mtu personality yake ni different, Megore in a different setup, in a different vitu zinamsurround. Environment yako, when you decide vile unakuwa personality yako, unajua Mkenya anywhere yako, si lazima akue Kenya pia. Okay? It's predictable. Kibe, that's what tuna predict. Kuacquire that way, mimi naangalia ni kama mtu with Down syndrome, he himself even atake kwenda against his own interests haezi. He has to just be himself. Wale wengine wako na options.
Wait. Have you ever seen an entertainer go on live television? Or live radio, maybe like just an entertainer. So like now these guys who have created an online character. Let's say like now the time Jalas used to wear the green suit. Remember the green jacket?
Yes. Go ahead.
So as long as Jalas is wearing the green jacket, he cannot go out of character. So now, even when I remember the JCT was being interviewed on Hot 96, and he was asked a question. He was in character. He was asked a question, and he asked them, "Hey, so do I get out of character? You guys want which one do you want? I'll give you that one. But you guys tell me." So that's what I'm saying. That's what we're doing in our lives unconsciously. We don't even know we are doing it. But from outside, somebody can be able to see it and say, "Oh shit, the women do that all the time." Women have dual personalities.
It sells.
It's manipulation.
It sells, Kibe. I mean, Yeah, think of it. If you want me to be somebody else, you like me more when I'm not myself. Kibe, I'll sell that to 100%.
But it is.
And if that acquired taste, yes.
But that is the problem.
Uh-huh.
That is the problem right there, because now that makes you a liar. Because you have to, you have to create this person who lies so that you can get your way in a scenario where you're not strong enough to dominate. Because if you dominate, you don't need to lie to anyone. The person who is the most powerful doesn't lie. The weak ones are the ones who lie.
Kibe, I don't think it's all that way. I mean, angalia, weak, it's not about even that. Being strong, it's not that you can't lie.
Why do children? Why do children create what do they call, like imaginary friends?
Kwanza kulikuwa na cartoon ilikuwa inaitwa Just That, Imaginary Friends. Yeah. So Kibe, kama wana create imaginary friends, then kuna personality wanatafuta from within. Kibe, remember research haimaanishi you can't go wrong. I'm not saying kukua weak ati kudanganya ni kukua weak or anything else. Ni manipulation game. Kibe, how you gonna manipulate people already wanataka kudanganya?
No, ngoja hatujafika hapo. We're not there yet. So we are saying this is all about you as an individual. Yes. Okay? This is all about you as an individual. When you create a new personality, it means that there's something out of work. I just want us to at least get to that understanding. Whenever you create a new personality, it means there's something not working the right way. Because why do you need to create a new personality? It means that something is going wrong, that now you need to create this person to handle this business.
Kibe, if you go through any educational system, it creates a personality in you. Be it any type of institution, you embody that part of personality and comes with it, which is expected of you. When it comes to positions, remember, Kibe, if you want to be in a position in you being by yourself, that's okay. But positions in a responsibility, there's a certain personality we need from an individual when you're in this position. It's a society that dictates what that be. Back in the time, ilikuwa different things. Now it's different things. The future can be different thing. It dictates.
No.
Yeah. But you being yourself.
No, but that's not for a man. That's for women. Women should do that because they are selling themselves. For men, we're not selling ourselves. Because a man doesn't need to hold up. For men, we're not selling ourselves. Women are. So women can wear a different personality to come and have make sure she's attractive to you, so that you can pick her. So she can wear this new, this feminine personality. Maybe she even puts makeup and she completely brings out Sasha Fierce. You know who Sasha Fierce is?
Yes, I know.
Yeah. So
Kibe.
So now she has to invoke that. But for you as a man, you're supposed to be singular. You're supposed to be the same guy who you are then is the same guy you are today. Unless you're an actor.
Kibe.
Yeah, so in acting, we switch on and switch off. And you say, hey, I'm acting. Now and you guys make sure everybody knows I'm acting. Because if you're not acting, imagine the damage you can do to us.
You know the version of Machiavelli. You know about Machiavelli and Machiavellian. This is not about, it's about survival mode, Kibe. Kwangu mina angalia ni kwamba adaptation and survival right now with things going forward. Kusema, if you want to be yourself, no one is stopping you from being yourself. Nobody's stopping you from telling the truth because that's what you need to say all the time. But to get yourself ahead, saizi, in a society, it's not acquiring personality in inafanya you become different. You adapt and move on, but still being the same. Kibe, kani kama kujiondoa kwa jam.
I'll make sense. I'll make sense. If you, bro, if the truth can only be one, there cannot be two truths.
It's not even a version of a truth.
No,
Kibe.
so the truth is the truth.
It's not a version of it.
So ngoja. The truth can only be one. Hakuwezi kuwa na truth mbili. Lakini the lies can be many versions. So for me to know who you really are, I mean, think about it. I have to cross all these versions to come and find who you really are. How long will that take me? Because this person you've created is a liar. This is a fake. This is not the truth.
Kibe, you believe they are fools.
Let me tell you.
Fools everywhere.
Let me tell you. We were at we were somewhere with George, and we met this guy called The colonization of your minds. Jojo Shokali, yes. So Jojo Shokali came to the restaurant. I think, came to the restaurant that we were going to. Or we were together. I don't know. I can't remember the final details. But we sat there. And you should have seen how George kept looking at Jojo Shokali. Because Jojo Shokali has brought in this guy. He himself doesn't exist. He's brought this guy to perform. And George is like, hey, can you get out of that guy quickly? We have a real conversation. Because that guy doesn't make any sense. Who is that guy? That guy is for the TVs, for the cameras. Not for us. That's a job. Don't come and work us here. So you have to be a full-time con man for you to put that guy. Then you'll meet. I mean, come on. You can't tell me that doesn't make any sense. Samuel.
Is there any position we know today that anyone else we know is himself? Any position, be the media. Unafungua TV and you look that person, whatever you watch, that person is an embodied himself. He's not speaking to anything else, but whatever is himself and I believe to be true to himself. Keep me, I think.
But the absence of that does not prove anything.
I think the power inakuwa when wewe unajua uongo na ukweli and you choose kusema tu ukweli regardless what happens next. Even unajaribu kuingia, and I don't see any problem with that pia. Ni ile power ya kuwa na capable ya kusema if I want to be if I personalize myself kuwa something else, you can, but you just don't want to. Just uko na capability ya kufanya hivyo. Kuna mtu aweze, like you say, like a Down syndrome himself cannot be anything else, lakini wewe you have capability ya kujua kwamba this I can be whatever that personality, I can embody that at that given time and I still come back to whatever nafaa kuwa. Kama ina kusuit to that point, it doesn't have to kusuit mimi, it doesn't have to suit society as well. Whatever unafanya doesn't have to suit anyone else. Whether unadanganya usidanganya, ule mwenye amekubali uongo, even if it's to him himself. Like I said, kuna fools. Kuna watu kibe useme ukweli useme uongo will not even make any difference. Unaona? So you can't even blame them for that pia as well. Tunacheki sasa.
No, hapo umemake point, umedinya point kali sana hapo. Yeah, ndio usicatch feelings. You don't want to catch feelings out here and try to be a good person or a bad person. No, you should just do what is necessary. I'm totally with you, bro.
Exactly. And I see that in every aspect out there. Kibe kwamba whoever play that personality yenye ameacquire so good, tunaanza kuona kama that is the reality of that person himself. Tunaona? So kama kibe umeacquire different personality that mtu atajui real of you, kwamba umeplay along, you can't even, it's hard even you kurudi back kwa yourself. So it's good kukua to that true all along because it's not even hard kukua yourself. Kini ukianza kwa ingine inakuwa so hard manzi, utadanganya watu wangapi mpaka lini? And you know you will catch up. So I think nile power ya kusema you can, you just ought to not kufanya hivyo, but if it suits you at given time, isikuwe mtu mwingine anakublame wewe kufanya whatever the fuck you want. That's what suits you right now. Who cares? You're still being yourself. If you still can.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. It's like a coat that you put on yourself, like the way animals, when they are threatened, they put okay, no. I'm thinking too far here. Yeah, it's just like a protection of some kind. Or like putting new tires on your car. And like, I'm going to a place where it's very rocky, so these tires are for smooth tarmac. I need to put on those other tires that are going to handle that shit. I used to feel that nonsense every time I would have to answer a phone call from my mother. You have to sit there and for the next couple of minutes have this conversation that you both know it's bullshit. Both of you know it's bullshit, but you're going to sit there and suffer through it together. That is crazy. So I decided now to not be receiving phone calls because I don't want the bullshit. You can text. You see, nobody can text you bullshit. So people don't want to text, but they want to call. Because a text, there's evidence. But a call, they can keep you there chasing your tail for 10 hours. Hi, hello. Okay, Hannah, here. Bullshit. A text would be like, hey, bro, what's up? You got 1,000 bob, that's it. I cannot fake you in a text. So yes. And especially if you find out that, like for me, I'm really trying to be an observer every time I meet somebody and the kind of conversation I'm having. It's like I want to be the guy who's having the conversation and also look at myself having the conversation. So that I can look at the fakenesses that we have acquired over time. So I can sit down with somebody and I take myself out of a situation and I want to say, why did you say that? And then break down that thought and say, okay, adjust there. You know, it was unnecessary information, too many words. Sometimes, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's been so much fun. So every time I meet somebody, I'm having like 3 conversations. Today I met the guy who, just a few minutes, like an hour ago. What time was it? Sometime I met the guy who sells me fish. And we had a conversation with him. And I told him, don't bring me fish today. I still have the other ones, but bring me fish tomorrow. And I looked at him and I told him, hey, bro, so you don't need to exercise. He says, exercise what, bro? I'm walking from the digs. I'm going to be in the ocean. This guy has a flat tummy and he has like a chest that has popped up. And he's carrying spears to go spear fish in the ocean. And he's telling me, if you find exercise, I'm like, yes. For me, I need to do exercise. Otherwise, I'll become a fat fuck. Anthony, how are you? Simplify your life. Hey, easier said than done. If today you decided to be honest with the people around you, you would lose them today. If you decided to be honest with the people around you, all those people would become your enemy. Immediately. Your mother, your father, your children, your everyone. So you're just a bunch of walking lies. Will you do this? Man. You lie to your own kids.
More input towards saying, let's buy this, let's buy this type of things, let's buy shit like that. Guy is not really in.
Joe, I can't hear what you're saying, bro. You sound like you're traveling. If you're traveling, please, that connection will not be proper. So don't save us from that nonsense. But let's hear from Jew. Jew, are you here? Callistus.
That's right. Back after.
Wait. This is the Callistus of the Callistus.
That's right. That's right. I'm the OG.
Oh, the one who gave his girlfriend a dildo as a gift.
You don't have to tell everyone that.
The surgeon. Very nice. What's happening, Callistus? Which females are you here to defend today?
I'm not here to defend anyone. I'm just here to participate and and have a vibrant conversation. I'm interested in something you said a few moments ago, though. You mentioned something about the moment you become honest with people around you, you're going to lose a lot of friends. And I think it's a great statement to make. However, I do think that statement carries the assumption that you are not, in fact, being honest with people the moment you meet them. So I actually think if you make your life, growing up, people that you meet for the first time and introduce into your life, I think if you're honest with them right off the bat, And then, there's no pressure. There's no sort of, anything down the road to feel like now I have to be honest. So if you just kind of make that a goal to be honest with everyone you meet, be honest from the get-go, that doesn't have to be an issue. But I think what that does, though, is that people will choose to become friends with you. People will choose to associate with you, accept you for who you are, for someone who's honest, for someone who's always going to tell them, what is true. They may not like it, but some people do value that stuff. And some people think, they may not like you at first, but they will come back. They'll sit back, they think about it, and they say, you know what? He was right. I stink in public. I should shower, more than I do. I should wear deodorant. It's my social responsibility to look good. It's my social responsibility to dress well. And I actually value people like that. So, it's just my own take on it. But, obviously, you seem to stand on the opposite side of that.
Callistus, what did you say? You lost me at hello. I'm really struggling because you looked for the only place you could go. Because my argument was perfect. I had a perfect argument and you could not counter it. And you had to look for the only way to make it look like you're countering it, yet you're not countering it. You're not opposing what I'm saying.
Remember, I started by agreeing with you, Andrew. I started by agreeing with you, but I may paraphrase what I said. What I said is, be candid, be honest with people you meet from the get-go. Don't try to put a facade. Don't try to be anyone else.
So now you become God. You see, that's the problem with you, Callistus. You like to play God. Because we're not at God yet. We have not reached God status. We have not decided how to overcome this. We were still at defining what the problem is. Callistus. You're already offering surgery. Hey. Because the statement was simple. If you can be honest with the people around you, then you're going to lose them. The longer you stay with people, the more lies you accumulate in your life. Okay? Because of missed opportunities or whatever disappointments that come along life. Because sometimes somebody has a very great expectation of you. Yeah. And they've created this image of you. And you want to maintain that image in their eyes. So you have to be a certain way. You have to be a liar. But for strangers, who gives a fuck? You don't care what strangers think. So as long as you're going to have people around you, you're going to be a liar.
Andrew,
and if you can't be a liar, then you're going to lose all those people. Because now you're going to have to tell everybody the truth whenever they ask, do I look fat? And you're like, yes, you should stop eating. You're eating too much. Put down that hamburger. Go to the gym. Somebody's like, oh, it was just a simple question. Now look, you've lost another fat friend. Callistus, are you fat?
I am fortunately not, but it's not about, this is not about fat shaming. I think people will struggle with.
The fuck is that? What is that? What did you just say?
Well,
what is that?
This is not fat shaming.
Fat what? Fat shaming. What does that mean?
Well, it means we're not going to ridicule people who have a BMI, above 25, which, obviously it's the overweight range.
But that's not my problem. That's their problem. It's their BMI. It's not my BMI.
I think the question is, are they happy? Are they happy with their BMI?
I'm talking about people I see. Whether they're happy or not is up to them. Me, when I see you, if you're tall, I'll call you tall. There's a guy right now in my country who's been invited to all the TV stations. And if all the blogs want to him and they want to record him because he's the tallest man in Kenya. Nobody cares what is going on in his head. Is he able to come to the TV station? So aren't we tall shaming him?
That doesn't sound like tall shaming. It sounds like you're adoring him. It sounds like you actually value that. But I think, if you look at in primary schools, secondary schools.
So if I called him tall, there's no problem, is there? Because he's taller than everybody else. He's taller than the average human being. So he's a special human being who has a special name. He's no longer just man. He's tallest man.
No, I think just saying that someone is tall.
Same thing. If you're fat, maybe you guys can have a fat Olympics, and now being fat can be something everybody can celebrate. But for now, fat means you're a special category. We have had a word to your category, so you're a fat man.
Andrew, it depends.
And then some people are stupid, and we can say you're a stupid man. You see, so I don't see the problem here, bro.
Let me speak. That's actually very subjective. Stupid versus not is very subjective. I agree with you that saying that someone is fat, tall, those are objective parameters. It's something that we can measure and say that, you know what? You are above 6 feet, you are tall. Your BMI is above 25, you are overweight, it's about 30, you are obese. But to say that someone is stupid versus not, very rarely can you make that an objective parameter and something that you can quantify. It's your opinion.
Oh, no, we can. We can quantify. We can quantify. No, we can quantify.
Most of
by the way, your ability to be able to pull shit from your memory. You see, the more intelligent an animal is, the more it can, access its memory. So if you have no memory, we can call you stupid.
The question is, can you really define what it means by having no memory, quote unquote? Like
because listen to this, you are having no memory where people have memory. So of course you are at a disadvantage because having no memory means you're a danger to the rest of the people. Stupid. So stupid people do stupid things.
Yeah, but Andrew, how often do you encounter someone who completely has no memory? Unless, I'm sorry to use the R word, unless someone is completely retarded or
you felt some freedom when you used that R word, right? The R word. Imagine you Americans have become so useless that these days you can say the N word. Everybody knows you want to say nigger. You're actually saying nigger in your head. Imagine, this country is a country of R's and N's. And the R's are fucking the N's. You guys are crazy. But right now, you guys have, imagine, it's like children having a conversation. There's a guy one day who called me a creature when I was in class 3 and I lost my shit. I was like, what? A creature? You called me? I had to take creature out of his vocabulary. And then one day I learned what creature was and I was like, why did I even get so pissed off? The R and N words. Callistas, you guys are crazy. And I should not even be listening to anybody in America.
We're inclusive. We're just inclusive. We're not crazy.
Fuck inclusivity. Fight for your right to survive. You cannot survive, die. Just like the elephants and the rhinos. You're going to be extinct very soon.
You can't survive alone. We need to survive. We're social beings. We're meant to socialize. We're meant to be with other people. So trying to survive alone isn't it's not that feasible. You know this.
Weakness. The weakness that is coming from you, Callistas, is mind-boggling.
You know that we're on this.
Imagine a man saying something like that you cannot survive alone. A grown-ass man saying that. A grown-ass man, a man who has 2 balls. I don't know whether you have 2 balls, Callistas. I'm beginning to doubt that as well. Is that ball shaming?
I mean, if I don't think you are an embryologist who can, make that. I mean, it's a gross assumption. You're not my. I'm not gonna go there, but I'm a man.
There's something there. There's something there. Callistas, what happened to you? You come from a war-torn country, so maybe it happened when you were a kid. So you don't have to be traumatized about it. We can talk about it.
I'm actually fine. I'm one of the strongest Cameroonians you will find out here in the diaspora. But the fact is,
maybe that's why you became a surgeon, and you can't keep a woman. It makes sense now. Yeah, you are fighting your demons from childhood. I totally get it. Did you know that many of the children from war-torn countries end up being doctors or surgeons or things like those?
Yeah, because they're built tough. They're built tough.
It's trauma, bro.
We're tough bunch.
Maybe if I came from the DRC or if I came from South Sudan, I would be a porn star. There's no way I'm letting that dick go to waste. Oh no. You guys give me 8-9 inches. What am I doing out here working for a living? It also sounds like working. But it's something else.
You can become a foot model if you want. There's nothing wrong with that. You can open up a website and post your feet on there and have people adore them. You can be whatever you want. But
if today I find out that there's something you guys want to see in my body that would make me money, it's going on the internet. It doesn't matter which part.
Well, you know what though? The issue is you turn around and blame women who do the same thing. Like, I mean, you blame women.
Where has that come from? Why? I asked you today, which women are you here to defend? The women in porn industry or what?
I'm not defending anyone. I'm just saying you should apply the same standards. You just said you would put any part of your body on the internet to make money off of it if there was a market for it. And all I'm saying is the tons of women out there who run an OnlyFans account, who try to do prostitution, but you know what? Society shames them. They tell them this is absurd.
Have you ever heard me shaming prostitutes? Bro, prostitutes are my people. I have said the best relationship a man can have is with a prostitute. You've heard me saying this, Callistas. It's the most honest relationship that exists, a man and his prostitute. Because those two are getting exactly what they want.
That's appalling.
What do you mean it's appalling? You didn't watch Pretty Woman?
I did not. I'll be honest with you.
You see, yeah, you are busy in Cameroon watching soft shit. Instead of, something wrong with you, Callistas. Just talk to Samuel. Samuel, help me with this, your brother.
I haven't been in Cameroon.
Callistas.
Speak, please.
Yeah, Callistas said something about inclusivity. You see, for you to be inclusive, they first have you to put you in groups so that you can be inclusive. He said by surviving yourself, it's really hard. You have to be in a group kind of stuff. Let me tell you something hapa hivi. To my understanding ni kwamba, if it's hard for you just being yourself, it will be hard for you to present yourself on others. So you have to embody to be something else so you can be accepted. So many people are not just lied to, they just told something so they can feel good about themselves. Because the truth, manze, if you keep saying the truth all the time, you know what happens. Everybody knows hapa hivi. Like we've just said, not only you lose friends, you lose credibility ya wajamaa wanaona aje, wewe si kama sisi. Everyone except someone else ni kama tu wao. Mimi udanganya. Na expect pia Anthony wanadanganyanga tu. I expect pia James wanadanganyanga. I expect Callistas pia udanganyanga. But if you start becoming yourself too much, actually itaanza kuforce watu wengine kuanza kukam into terms pia. With this stuff hapa hivi, ati calling things as they are. It's like something is fat, you call it fat. Unaita fat shaming. You're calling, that's just being honest pia. Kusema this is what it is. Isn't that what being honest is about? But feelings zinaanza kuingia kwamba when you point out things that are already there, that you can speak about it. So we have to curtail in a society. Yenye muundo inclusivity ni kusema kwamba you curtail to the feelings of the people, not what actually you have to. With the same thing with the LGBTQ. I think as a community as it is, I myself believe in gays way back then. They didn't have to group themselves to be something else where we have to accept it. Everyone accepted gays. Whatever you do on yourself was different. Being yourself inaanza kuunda identity crisis. It's so hard. The hardest thing is just the simple thing. You just being yourself. If you just be yourself, no good truth to yourself, You don't even have to explain to anyone else whatever the fuck unafanya. You don't even have to care what anyone else feels about anything unafanya because you're honest about whatever unafanya. Why do I have to curtail to your feelings just because I'm honest with what I'm saying? Okay? In a hurt your feelings, well, that's what honest comes about it. So if I lie to you, so just una feel vizuri, and then the time comes when unaambia ukweli, everything will crash down so bad that hata utarudi back. So everyone may understand this the simple way everyone will play along. I just have to push people to feel good mpaka nifike hapo. Yep.
Hey Andrew, may I address Samuel, please?
Go ahead, Callista.
So Samuel, I'm just going to pose a scenario to you. Okay, people, let's just call them the lettered community, who happen to find themselves in Kenya, and they decide to be themselves. Is a homosexual person allowed to just be themselves in Kenya? What do you mean by you can just be yourself? It's the easiest thing to do. Just be yourself and no one will come after you. Just be yourself and things are going to be okay. Do you really believe that statement? Do you really believe if someone is openly gay in Kenya, that's going to go down well with them? I don't think so. Being homosexual is illegal in Cameroon. It's not so.
Callistus.
Please proceed.
Callistus.
Callistus.
Unasikia Swahili though, si ndio?
Unasikia Swahili? Unasikia Kenya na bonga nikibonga Swahili ama? Unasikia pia hiyo naenda kumix hapa hivi kiasi. Maybe ujaget hizo part za Swahili nasema, lakini waniget. Si ndio? Nikibonga hivi unaniget.
No, Samuel, Callistus doesn't understand Swahili.
Sorry, I don't know.
Oh, okay, sir, okay. Oh, okay, I'll do this. Being yourself, Callistus, to me, in our culture, in our embodied, when you're born, going against your instincts is not being yourself. That's what I think. For you to be yourself is to understand yourself, to know kwamba aje, to know, no one has to define what you have to do, because that's just being yourself. If you decide to do whatever it is you decide, that's yourself. But to make sure that other people, everyone else has to accept everything that you do so that you become yourself. Now that's a whole different scenario. That's a whole different ball game. You can't curtail a society to accept everything you do just because you want them. You want to be associated with everyone else. If you want to do everything right now, you can steal, you can loot, you can do whatever the hell you want. Nobody will say he's not doing whatever. You're being yourself, whatever you believe in, whatever you go, whatever actions you wake up every day and do, that's just being yourself. So for you to explain that being myself is about everyone else has to accept what I'm doing, that's just different. So homosexuality and all that stuff, this is not the topic of discussion, especially with that's identity. If identity makes you become yourself, that you have to identify to be somebody else, that I don't know my identity, I have to identify to something else so that I know that I'm myself. That's a whole. I think we're lying to yourself because you already knew what you had. You don't have to be categorized to be yourself.
But Samuel.
Yes.
Let me just ask a question. You see, Kenyans don't have a problem with you being homosexual. Kenyans have a problem with you trying to, show it off. If you're homosexual, just have a normal homosexual relationship. If you're a lesbian, just have a normal lesbian relationship. You get? The problem is when you want to magnify it. You get? So the moment you want to almost like advertise your homosexuality and your lesbianism, now that's what you are trying to rub it in. Okay?
Make it a priority.
Or you are lesbian, you don't need to tell us, be your homosexual, do your thing, and no one will bother you. Problem comes in when people try to make it fashionable. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but I mean, just do your thing, do your sexuality at your level and move on. Keep the line moving. You don't have to hold up the line that I'm a homo, so you have to, no. Be homo and be chilled about it. I don't know whether I'm making a point to you, Callistus. Am I making some point to you? Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yeah, Anthony, you are, which quite honestly, it's a step away from the usual, this is illegal, we should wrap tires around you and burn you to death, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all of this stuff. It's a step away from it, but I don't think it's enough. Why can a man hold the hand of a woman and walk down the street, someone they love, but if a man now displays affection towards another man, why can't he hold his hand and walk down the street? Why can't he give him a
No. Calixtus, men hold hands in Kenya. Problem is you find homosexuals and lesbians, if you want to go there, they'll go to the streets in the middle of the street. Now they want to start kissing. Come on. So you really want to rub it in that much?
Anthony, I think the whole concept that homosexuality, be it a gender class-based system, that's the new categorization we have. It's a social class. It was based in merits. Now it's based on feelings. Okay, no one is against anyone else being anything they want. The problem is that becomes the priority over the deciding factor that we have in our society today. If you decide to hold a man right there, if myself, I look at that and I don't find it appalling, you don't have to hold that against me because I don't understand. I don't understand what that is. If I don't have to accept everything that is out there, I don't even accept anything that's already right now. Forget about homosexuality. Okay? To have to say you need a man, but you can't have more wives. There's so many aspects I don't have to differentiate what you have to do yourself. So that I can accept it, so it can be normal for everyone else. I don't even know what normal is today. Whatever you define as normal, that's yours. I just don't have to accept everything. No one here has to accept everything that is put out there. You hold another man's hands, somebody might think that's deranged. And that is prerogative. He has to believe that himself because he has a different set of ideology based on whatever he sees. He might not accept it. No, he doesn't even have to accept anything else. So you to make it a priority that if you don't accept this, then you are not being part of a process of helping people being themselves. Why do I have to accept something for you to be yourself?
Well, Samuel.
Okay? I don't have to make it normal.
Samuel, it's one thing to say that, you know what? You are a homosexual. I do not like that. I do not stand by that. And then it's another thing to say, you know what? You are a homosexual, so I'm not going to vote for you to become president of Kenya. I can't allow.
What that has to do with president?
Well,
what does that have to do with the president?
Well, the fact is,
it's being yourself.
The fact is, in a lot of countries in Africa, people use that to say, you know what, this is somewhat of an unqualified citizen. This is someone who somehow is, has lost some facets of being, an authentic human, and they think they are bad. And people are using that against them. I'm okay with you just saying, you know what, I don't like this, but I'm okay with you doing it. If two men want to get married, give them a marriage certificate. If two men...
Callistus,
please proceed.
You from Cameroon, you know about colonization.
Correct.
You have to understand it. Everything, it's this imposing will against people. The imposition that we see from, this is not our ideology. We don't see this as any priority whatsoever. We don't even consider it being anything but just a gimmick to us. We see this as a quite diversion we've never seen in our lifestyle. This is worse than colonialism. You impose on people, you impose a will on people that you yourself, if you don't accept certain terms and conditions, if you don't, then I think even based on a value system, when a different government interacts with Africa, they always find a way to impose their will. And this has been the most effective one. This has been the most effective one. We as a tribe, we as a people in Africa, across, not just Kenya, we've always had, do you know homosexuality, even in America, just as recent as 10 years or 20 years ago, it was discarded as a mental problem. Then what happened when they discarded it's not? Oh, they realized this is not a mental problem no more. Oh, okay, it has to be inclusivity now. To us, Africa, you can't come impose wills. Try to say, you know what, Africa, why don't you have trains? Why are you not as fast as anyone else? Why are you not adaptive to the natural world? Why are you not adaptive to the global government? We don't want imposition of any type of ideology, not just be this, be it economical, be it with the global World Bank, any type of imposition that Africans have to be curtailed to accept certain ideology that it's not theirs. If Africans today wake up and they want homosexuality, they will want it and nobody will stop them from having it. We stopped colonialism because we didn't want it anymore. The reason being is not that because we don't think people, if we come to another country, we respect those people on their will. You know that you've been to a different country. When you go there, you live by the rules that are set there. You don't come there imposing your own rules. When people come to Africa, they have to curtail Africans to be a certain way so that things can be accepted. We don't want that, and we don't think that's an effective way of doing things. We don't even think one should be telling anyone else how they should be. If you decide to be that, then that's your own problem. Like I said, you decide to. You don't make it a crisis by crying that everyone doesn't have to understand it. Nikama kutairi. Oh, it's
yeah, Samuel.
transition.
Let me tell you what you.
Yes.
Let me tell you what you're doing. Okay, you are doing the classic thing during an argument where you say something that is true, but does not apply to the situation that's been discussed at hand. The statement you've made about foreigners, colonial masters coming to our continent and telling us what to do, that statement is an absolutely correct statement, but it does not apply to what we're discussing. And I'll let you see why. I am not asking for Africans to accept Europeans who come to Africa and are gay. I am asking for us to accept our brothers and sisters who happen to be gay, who happen to be born gay, who happen to love another man, who happen to love another woman. I am asking for us to express some leniency towards them. I'm not asking for us to accept Europeans.
Hey, we have empathy. We have empathy to everyone else. But the statement you just said there that you were born gay, that's where we have so much different. I can have a different of an opinion about this. Okay? You can't be born gay. That's where I myself think I disagree with everything else. I listen, your sexuality doesn't have to be any priority whatsoever. It's what is in your mind. Whatever you talk about. Your sexual orientation doesn't have to be the topic of anything. If you start telling me about any taxation, any type of any ideology you have, I don't have to ask what your sexuality has to be. I don't even care you're gay. Your sexual orientation doesn't care when you talk about anything. I don't even consider that being a priority whatsoever. If you decide today, you become not even just gay, whatever you decide to become. I just care what we are talking about, not our sexual orientation. Our sexual orientation doesn't have to be any priority. Like right now, I myself don't believe you're born gay. And I think I think this is a Western ideology. It's not our own ideology that we have. It's an imposed ideology. To me, I believe so. I believe so that you can't be born gay. We have people that have different sexual orientation. We stop calling, we have empathy for every particular individual as Kenyans go, or as a particular individual nationality goes. As Africans, we do. But it's hard for me to say right now that I have to put that as a priority on any other merits that we have, on any other thing we have today.
Let me put a question across. The South African, Semenya, do South Africans have an issue with her? No.
No.
They don't. Why? Because she was born that way. Okay? Now, there's a very distinct difference between her and activism. Activism, it's the activism in this topic that spoils this thing. You know, if you're not like, if I side with Collins, you're born that way, like Semenya was, you know? Like in every other way, her body says she's a man, but her sexual orientation is a woman. Africans don't have an issue with that. The problem with this thing of homosexuals and lesbians is when the activism part kicks in. Okay? When they try to make it a big issue, like someone is discriminating against them. Why didn't South Africa discriminate Semenya? They never had an issue with her. Have they? Never. It clearly shows you, Collins, Kalistas, that we don't have an issue with it. But the moment you want to make it something that is trendy, now there is an issue. Because you're trying now to create an ideology. You're trying to create an ideology around it. Now that is where we have a problem. And that's why it's begun by saying, if two men live in the same house, we don't know whether they are roommates or they are lovers. But the moment those men come out of that house and they want to start kissing, people will be like, dude, we are also married. We don't come out here kissing because there are children here. But now the gay couple will say, no. It's because you have an issue with my sexual orientation. No. We are saying keep your sexual orientation between the two of you. You don't have to come and broadcast it out here. The same way you don't see a normal couple walking in the middle of a city and stop and say, oh, we feel like kissing now. Do they do that? No. But why do lesbians and homosexuals want to broadcast it? It's okay. You be what you are. It's between the two of you, and we're okay with that. Okay?
Anthony, laws that are passed today protecting the LGBTQ rights. You would think they'll pass the same rights to protect normal people rights. You would think the same rights is across individualism. But for you to categorize that this particular group need more rights to protect the same individual that is already protected within the Constitution, that we have to acknowledge. I myself don't even acknowledge the things that are already normal-based system. Not a man to a man to a man, but some even a man to a woman. Some people even think, how can you have 4 wives? That's just ludicrous. But a man to a man, that sounds really normal, okay? But having more than 1 wife, that's not a merit. So to me, I just see everyone else has different opinion about everything. You don't have to agree with everything else. But hey, that doesn't have to be a priority whatsoever. So making it an issue, it's an issue in its own. So I just think, we just have to go ahead and say, okay, everyone else can be whoever they want to be. Okay, the statement started earlier is, if you yourself, you're true to yourself and you become yourself, you really don't need to explain to anyone else why you're true to yourself or why you're being yourself. If this is what you mean by being yourself, society hasn't denied you from being that, hasn't denied you from doing whatever. Not just that, doing completely ludicrous stuff, because the society doesn't believe that there's one distinctive way of being yourself. You can be yourself with so many different versions. So we accept everything else. Actually, it's more than saying that one is more than the other. We are all human beings. If law is based on just being a human being, then there will be no categorization of what different human being is different from the other.
And let me ask Samuel, when will, I find it funny that the Western countries can easily impose their beliefs and their issues on us, but we can never impose our beliefs, which are totally normal with us, on them. You see, are you getting some Callistas? Like today, we can't go to America and say, oh, polygamy is a cool thing.
Anthony,
we in Africa believe a man can marry as many women as he can support. Oh, Americans will tell you, no, that is not cool. No. It is not within our rights.
Polygamy is accepted within parts of the United States, okay? If you go to Utah...
The Amish, yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's
if
true.
You go to
certain
Utah,
parts, in certain parts, right?
Yes.
No, we want it acceptable in all of America, in all of Britain. If a man can support 10 women, let him. It is normal to us. It should be normal to them too.
And listen to this. It's not just one way, okay? It's not just that they haven't allowed a man to get married to multiple women. They also have not allowed women to get married to multiple men. And
that one even is abnormal to us. We are saying because the man,
Anthony,
the man is the provider. Now I'm even siding with the religion of the white man. The man is the provider since Adam's time. Okay. Now this man says, I want to marry that woman because I can provide. This woman because I can provide. And by the way, I want to procreate also with all of them, and I'll support all of them. Now, what is the issue with that?
Anthony, what if the woman makes 100 times more than the man? Is the man still the provider? What if the woman makes 100,000 times more?
No, first of all, answer my question. Then you can answer about a woman earning 100 times more than a man.
I'm sorry.
Let's start with the norm. Let's start with what is normal. The norm is men provide. True, Calista, or not true?
That's not actually the normal. It's just because we've accepted
I'm saying the common trend. Okay, out of 10 men, how many of them are the providers? Let's do a probability with your friends.
70%.
Out of 10, you don't want 50. Out of 10, how many men are providers? 70. Good. Now let's talk good. So meaning that's the majority, right?
It's the majority, but that doesn't mean there aren't some women providers.
No problem. We will come to the women providers, Callistas. I'm coming to the women who provide. Now,
Are you now saying that the women, should we allow the women providers to marry multiple men?
Oh, if they feel they want to, why not? I mean, we have 30% of men who are comfortable being provided for by women. So if that 30%, the minority feel, 3 of them can be married by one man, and those men don't have an issue. Why not? They can have an orgy at it. Are you seeing how liberal
Anthony, can I interject here?
What?
Can I interject right now? Just for a second. 1 minute. Callista said something about the United States having societies or different parts of America where there are multiple marriages where a man can have. We have the Amish in Pennsylvania. We have the Mormons. All these are based on religious factors on a state-based places where laws that are already in that particular place or that particular region. For instance, in Pennsylvania or in mid-America, I would say mid-America, majority of this particular, it's not across the entire state, but when you come to LGBTQ rights, it's being based that it has to be across the globe. It doesn't have to be just within a specific group of people. You say you want to take your African values to a different particular part of the world. Where do you think that will be accepted? When you have your own goal, when you have your own stuff.
Yeah, I have my African values
imposition. Yeah, imposition of will is not just based on sexual orientation. It's just based on conversion. That's saying if you want to control a certain type of people, a certain people have to be subjected to a different kind of ideology, not the one they already believe. It's not that our belief is bad. It's just we are told there's another better version than the one we already have. We are told that if we accept everything else that's out there besides ourselves, actually that one is actually making us better. That if we have to accept those things, even the ones we don't have to believe in, okay? Because that's the nature of the things right now. Jim, go ahead. Jim, I see you want to speak. Go ahead. Walai Jim, sikusikii, unakatika vibaya sana.
Jim Carrey, I think your internet has an issue. Try to see if you can fix that and join us again.
Jim, please fix your stuff. It's not coming out well.
What I was gonna say to you, Samuel, is you can't.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure, Jim, go ahead.
No, yeah, we can.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to say, to Callistas, if you know there are people who love to have sex with children, right?
I know that they're called pedophiles, criminals.
Why are they also classified? Why don't they let them just be themselves?
Because they're criminals.
Why are they criminals?
Jim, if you have 2 adults who consent to have sex with each other, that's completely different from an adult abusing a child. But
why are you? Why you see? You have to qualify so many things to get to that statement. Who is an adult? And you see, some of the classification between adult and children is just the age between 17, 18. As if a very huge difference happens between that transition. But that can, you as the adult here will be qualified that you're manipulating somebody. How can we tell that for 2 men coming together, there is one who's not manipulated to start practicing what you're saying? In short, what I'm trying to say, even in future, people may get to a point where they start even reducing that age they called adult to a lower age, because people are always evolving. We might also get to a point where those who wish to marry children are allowed, because it stopped being a minority issue, it becomes more acceptable. So the world is evolving time and again. And even for your case, Callistus, I don't know if you're homosexual or not, but you're probably just a victim of a time when these things are not so acceptable. There might be a time when it becomes so normalized that it's no longer a big deal anymore. Because if you look back in history,
Yes.
there was a time even women were never allowed to vote, not even vote. There was a time they were not even counted during census. But now they are the ones being promoted to have a certain quota in leadership. We are actually seeing a scenario where they are almost leading countries. So the world will keep evolving. But as at now where we are at a point where it's not fully acceptable. It's very hard to sell it to people. But like I said, when you're existing, you'll be at a point where you'll face a lot of backlash, but it's just the timing. Who knows? 100 years from now, it may be very acceptable. That's what I wanted to say.
But Jomak, you are going far.
Destruction of nuclear family.
In Africa, there are religions that marry very young.
Let me say something about that, please. Jim, let me be clear. First of all, I'm very comfortable with my sexuality. I'm a heterosexual man. I have a girlfriend who I love very much. And, we're in a thriving relationship. I'm going to put it out there. But that doesn't make me, it's not an impetus for me to be mean or to treat people who happen to love someone of the same sex differently. And let me give you this. You pointed out an example. It's the same thing I will say to a man who is 45 years old trying to date a woman who is 15. Okay? The same rule will apply to a man.
What will you say in that scenario?
I will say that's pedophilia.
But why are you classifying them? And when people are not accepting your views of gayism, you're not, you find that weird. And you given a similar scenario, it's just that we are telling you of something that's not currently acceptable, that it's criminalized right now in some places. Like somebody has clarified that there are some places where people can marry people at 15, 14, 12 is not a big deal for them. It's acceptable. It's not criminal to them. But when you bring it in another aspect, it becomes acceptable. Why don't you have consistency?
There is consistency. If a man who is 45 also wants to date another man who is 15, I will apply the same rule. There is consistency. There is no divide and conquer policy. There is consistency.
No, Callistus, you're not understanding. Why are you not letting them be themselves? Those ones who want that kind of a setting. You want to put things that there is manipulation. They are manipulating somebody who's not an adult. Where every time people are having this discussion of what is adult, is it really an age thing or a mental state thing? Or I don't know if we are understanding where I'm coming from.
A lot of very smart scientists. Let me finish this, Samuel, please. Jim, a lot of very smart scientists have decided, okay, that based on the information that they have, once you reach the age of 18, they believe that the development that has happened from a brain standpoint is absolutely perfect for that person to be able to have agency to make decisions about themselves. They do not believe that under the age of 18 is acceptable. Now, if the scientists come up with a recommendation and they say, you know what, we think that age should be 25 or we think it should be 15, and then we will adjust accordingly. But as of now, and I'm willing
to... Callistus, let me ask a question. So
Anthony, just a second. Anthony, just pause a second. I have a question based on that. Those scientists accepted that it's acceptable age to call people an adult, right?
Now there are countries who have accepted that they want their genders to be male and female. That is the kind of partnership they want to allow. Why do you have an issue saying that they are not accepting people of how they are? Why is that different? That's the consistency.
I'll answer that, Jim.
That's the consistency I'm asking you about.
Yeah. I'll answer that, Jim. What I'll answer is when they say that you're born a certain way. For instance, when they say you're born gay or something, this is a relationship between a man and whoever they want, not a boy with someone else. This has nothing to do with children. This is destruction of nuclear family. When you destroy a man in a society, you've destroyed the whole entire society. So when you look at about the destruction of the nuclear family, is the man is being destroyed right now. As you look at this right now, the definition of a man is being said that a man is whoever the man wants to be. That's not what society is right now. So we can talk about that across the board that none of this ideology is being imposed now to wako Arabia, wako in the Middle East. Why don't you go try there with this agenda and find out? It won't work because if you want to subvert the people, this is normalization. To normalize something in already inaletwa, inakuwa controversial, and then inazungushwa around, and then inakuwa normalized that to a point you can't even distinguish what's what. Inakuwa ni normal stuff. You can't do this with any other nation. The only nation iko weak inakuwa subjected to this. Zile nations zenye zinataka msaada, at the same time zinaambiwa if you have to be that, then you have to be that yourself. Lazima ukuwe na hizi will ndio uingie kwa this is globalized. This is global government. Yes.
So, let me ask you a question. You see countries like a minute. You see countries like Thailand and this other small country that has a lot of oil. I'll get its name, where they have a monarchy. Do you know that king can marry and can start courting a girl from a very young age? Brunei, that's the word I was looking for. From a very young age. But because they are rich, and no one has an issue with them. Do you know in Brunei you can't be gay? In Brunei you can't be lesbian unless the king says so. Okay? So what you're seeing, Callistas, is new colonization, where people come and tell a people that your traditions are wrong and our traditions are superior. Your beliefs are wrong and our beliefs are superior. So where was your scientists are lame, our scientists are superior? How did we go so low as a continent that someone can come and take away our beliefs, our customs, our way of life, and impose their beliefs and way of life on us? Callistas, just answer me that.
Yeah, Anthony, I was going to say something, but Mbogo has had his hand up for a while now. And, yes, and I'd like him to,
please, go ahead.
to say something, but I'm more than willing to go ahead. What I'm trying to say is, I think, Anthony, you're treating me like an outsider, and I'm not. I'm African. Okay? Don't look at me as if I'm someone from the West who is trying to impose values on Africans. All I'm asking is, I'm asking my neighbors, I'm asking my colleagues, I'm asking my fellow continent men that we should do this. I think this is good. I think it's good for us to allow people to love who they want to love, so long as we have two consenting adults who love each other and they want to get married, they want to be with each other for the rest of their life, and they are not hurting anyone.
And
they're not interfering in life.
And Callista, that's what I'm saying. That one, when that time comes, it will be acceptable to a very high level when that time comes. But
why is the time not now?
Huh?
Why is the time not now?
Just the same way I've told you, there is that issue of consenting adults. One day there will not be issues of consenting adults. It will be anybody can love anybody. If you try to push that now, you'll be arrested.
Yes.
There will come a time it will be acceptable.
We don't have to rush it, Manze.
Yes, don't rush it. Don't rush it.
Stuff up. Don't impose too fast. You know, again, just like everything else, just like going kwa shule, just like every other aspect besides just this. When you start imposing the what watakataka bisa, people want to have it in a natural way of things. If people accept it in people's will, if majority of people will accept at that particular time, it's like democracy. When people accept crooks who engage into power, that they won't accept. If they accept this to be normal, they will. When they don't, they still won't. So easy, if you say you have to inject it, or you're going to tell other people that this has to be your priority now. They're not saying it's not. It's just, why are you imposing it? It will come naturally.
Even in Kenya, there was a time the Indians were not recognized as a tribe. Now they are.
Exactly, even Nubians.
And it's not a big deal. But if you started saying that in 1980, that Indians are Kenyans, you probably would be lynched.
If this is the
but when it happened a few years ago, nothing was an issue.
Jim.
But Callistas, like I said, there is always a time when people who try push things get affected by them. Right now, if you continue doing it, you'll be a victim of that. And it's normal.
If this is the natural way of order, if this is the natural way of order, let me finish by this. Callistas, I'm finishing this right now. If this is the natural way of things, then it will be injected in a society when that time comes. If this is the natural way of things, if this is the accepted way of things, I believe when that time comes, you'll be accepted. You'll be accepted by everyone else. It won't be a problem whatsoever.
I rest my case.
I rest my case too.
Yeah. Well, before you rest your case, Jim and Kerry, let me pose this very salient example to you. Okay, when William Wilberforce was in the Parliament in England trying to abolish slave trade, he was met with very stifled recalcitrants who said this could not be accepted. You know what he did not do? He did not sit down and say, oh, we're going to wait for when it becomes natural for us to abolish slave trade, and then we're going to do it then. He did not pass on the issue to his kids.
You're going back to slavery.
He dealt with it. No. He dealt with it. No, all I'm trying to say, let me finish, Samuel. All I'm trying to say is, when you identify an issue, you deal with it. You don't pass it on to your kids because, the time will come. Things are going to soften up.
You're making it an issue.
You deal with it.
It's not an issue. Why are you making it an issue?
You know, Callistas, you are the one who has an issue, and you keep pushing for it. Us who don't have an issue don't want to push it, and we will not push it, and we will not understand it. It's not our issue right now.
I have an issue.
Why make it an issue? If it's not an issue, why make it an issue right now?
Callistas pays taxes, and he wants representation. That's the issue.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know, Callistas, when it is our issue, you will know about it because we shall talk about it.
Then we will not stop. We will talk until it passes.
It is not an issue to pass.
Like Joe just said, taxation without representation does not work. We found out when the founding fathers of America were being taxed by the British and they weren't being represented. Taxation without representation doesn't work. I am African.
About Morocco. Sorry. Did you say you from what country is that?
From Cameroon. I'm from
Tell
Cameroon.
me about Cameroon. You talk more about Western. Tell me about how Cameroon came to be. Tell me why Cameroon hasn't accepted it yet. If it's the will of the people, let me explain you this position. Cameroon as it is. Are you saying Cameroon are wrong for not accepting this? Are they wrong for not wanting this right now?
We have a dictator in power.
No, it should be a rule. You should be taxing gay and lesbians.
Yes. So when you talk about
if you're taking taxes, then they need representation. If all the MPs or all the rich people became gay, the rules have changed. They will force it in. This is what has happened to even some of the states and places. It started gradually, slowly. Then it became gradual because of representation.
The same way with the way he talks about American. I'm going to talk about the Civil War and how they came to be. When we have the Confederate, let's talk about the 13 colonies. Everything changed. Everything is adaptation. Back then, talking about how blacks or African Americans were not treated as human beings. Has that changed? Has that gone better? It takes gradual time, just like us with the colonization like you talked about. It's not that we said we didn't want colonization. It's the imposing. People want to live with other people. If you go to somewhere else, you try to adjust to that particular position. But when you start imposing stuff, people will reject imposition. When it comes naturally, you best believe anything that comes, be it democracy, be it republic representation that you're talking about, You know, so anything that will come about when the people decide, okay, maybe this hasn't worked out for real. Should we try something else? Will this work better if we try that too? And if not, when you start, even with religion, with anything else, but if for me, I think it's about control. If you want to control a certain type of people, you have to make sure they're imposing a will that you yourself believe in. That preempts everything else whatsoever, be it political, be it the cultural way, the social standard that we have to today. You're told for you to be certain things. This is what is required of you to become. So I don't want Africans be told. Africans have been told everything all the time. Or since the beginning of time, when Africans start doing things for themselves, you best believe everyone else in the other nations will be alert. They will wake up and be like, shit, they're not taking anything we're telling them. They have decided to learn from it. I'd rather say, I want to learn about this rather than imposing about it. We have it our own way. Okay? If this is what we want, maybe it's a certain way we want it to be. Like this forcefulness, I believe it's subjected to people until it becomes too much nonsensical. That, come on, man. Wake up in the morning every day.
Samuel, I don't see a white man on this forum trying to impose anything on us. I don't see an American in the forum trying to impose anything on us. This is all us.
Hey, you already been subjected to listen, you've been already subjected to this ideology. Yeah.
Someone, see, let me educate Calista. So I'll start when Barack Obama came to Kenya. Part of the aid he was to give us was pegged on us accepting and legalizing and protecting the rights of gays and lesbians.
He said gay rights is human rights. Yes.
He said it. He told the president. And that's when the president said, for us here in Kenya right now, that's not a priority. Okay. He didn't say we are opposed to it, but it was not a priority. It's the same thing we are repeating here. And this is what I want to tell you, Callistas. Every time you're talking, you're saying the history of the US, the history that happened in the Legislative Assembly of London. Because when that was happening, the conversation had gotten to a point where it could be brought up. So there was agitation for it. Same way, America today feels that lesbians and gays are a significant number, and we need to have that conversation because that number is significant. Okay? And that conversation is going on there. The problem we have is that we do accept there are gays and lesbians in Africa and in Kenya for that matter. Okay? We are not denying it. But when that number has built up, they themselves will bring it forward and say, we are here, we have our voice, we want you to hear us. Okay? But you don't need to say, oh, let me push you to the forefront. No. Everything must be gradual, Callistas. Like you can hear all of us, no one is denying about gays and lesbians. But we are saying, don't be forceful. We don't want the West to be forceful about it. The same way they had time on their end is the same way we want time on our end. Is that so difficult?
Samuel, the only unfair thing at the moment is taxation. Because there's someone who said about if you see a gay person, they are standing in the streets and they are kissing, they have paid taxes for those streets which are there. That's the only unfair thing. Otherwise, that day when those rules will change and that gradual movement will come about, you see people hugging, kissing everywhere with no issue. So it is a slow process.
Well, thanks for that, Joe. And, Anthony, Samuel, you're making this seem like it's an issue that started yesterday, but it's not. We've had a lot of time to think about this. And Anthony, maybe you know this. Queen Elizabeth I, who ruled in the 15th century, was lesbian. Okay? She never married, even though she knew it would cost the monarch a fortune. But she was lesbian. It wasn't very popular back then to be lesbian. But she remained that way. So to make it seem like, this issue of, homosexuality.
No, she was not lesbian. She was bisexual. She preferred both women and men. She wasn't lesbian.
Queen Elizabeth I?
No, she wasn't. Don't tweak history.
Callistus.
I'm a very good person in history. She preferred both genders. Same thing as Alexander the Great. But in the last years of Alexander the Great, he was purely homo. And that's why there are no children from Alexander, because he just couldn't stand women.
Well, it's the same thing. Queen Elizabeth I never got married, right? Because they wouldn't. It wasn't popular back then to get married to a woman,
and that's why I say there is always going to be people who are victims of those unpopular periods until something becomes popular. Do you know there are times even some people are not allowed to be counted during census because they are not considered people?
Well, why can't we change that now?
No, it's just that I'm telling you, you should just understand how sequences of human history develop and how things transition.
I'm sorry, Jim. This is key.
Just the way you see, just the way Callistus that I told you. What if my sexual orientation is liking to have sex with children? Will you accept that just because that's me?
That's taking advantage. You're a pedophile. That's taking advantage.
You see now, when I give you a different scenario, you apply different logic from the one you're applying for homosexuals. Why?
It's the same thing I would tell a man who's trying to have a relationship with another man who is under 18. I will call that same man a pedophile.
So, Kalisa, let me narrow it down for you.
I had rested my case. I go back there.
In the Maasai community in Kenya, right?
No. Before you head to that point, the only unfair analogy with Jim is that children don't pay taxes.
No. Even remove.
But adults pay.
Let me ask Jim a question. In the Maasai community, okay, once a man identifies a girl and he likes her, all he needs to do is give cows. So in the Ma community, some girls get married as young as 10. Okay, but to the Ma community, that is normal. Jim, would you say that man is a pedophile? Yet that is what they have known from when Maasai existed. Would you classify that man as a pedophile?
He is not, because that is acceptable there.
I'm asking Callistus. I want Callistus to answer that.
Oh, I can take that easy. It's if the community has accepted, based on their scientists in that community, they have accepted that 10 years old is okay to get married, and that's their culture. That's fine. I'm not going to disrupt that. That's their culture. And they've all accepted it.
Callistus, I'll ask you a question. What's the main reason a man and a woman come together?
For several reasons. Part of it is procreation.
Part of it okay. I think the main is procreation. If you distort that, there is a threat to the existence of a particular community, right or wrong?
I don't think there's a threat, Jim. A lot of men and women get married.
So if people are not reproducing, a community can cease to exist, right?
The number is so infinitely small that it's not going to lead to extinction.
Because it's not at a point where it's acceptable fully. You cannot predict what happens beyond that. And that's why some people would choose to preserve it like that, not to accept it, so that the numbers are controlled for the sake of their community. If that's the argument some people may have, they should be respected for that. Just the same way they classify some people as too young to make some decisions and others old enough.
Jim, even cannibalism will come to a point and it will start happening again. Because the reason why people are not cannibals is because it will endanger the human life. Like the fat person will be the one to be barbecued today or whoever. So we are also getting to that point of cannibalism.
Well, Joe, that's just weird. But I'm just gonna say that that's a scary place to go. I don't think we're getting there. But
Callistus, we are not there because the West has not seen it appropriate. The moment the scientists in the West say human meat is good for human consumption, the moment the scientists in the West say that, oh, Callistus, we're in shit.
Anthony, you know,
Especially babies. Baby meat. Baby
a good example. Currently, it's illegal to commit murder. But when these Western countries are killing people in these Arabian countries, those Afghanistan and all that, it is not an issue. It's never an issue.
Let me ask,
is it?
Callistus, if the scientists in the West and in the world say, we've looked at consumption of human meat, and to cull our population the same way we cull the wildlife, it is okay for densely populated countries that cannot survive on their own economy. We can cull them, we can consume their meat because it's very good for the body. In fact, it keeps some diseases away. We as scientists can prove that. Should it be acceptable, Callistus? Because scientists have proven it, have said it is good. If you're working with what scientists say,
that's a very silly question, and I can't believe you're asking me that. Of course, it's not acceptable. Of course, it's not acceptable. And
that is a very valid question, Callistus.
No. Wait. Let him answer. Yeah. Go on, Callistus, with the.
Let me tell you this. Quote unquote scientists that are picked by the people represent the views of the people. And here's what I will tell you, okay? If you meet a community, let me say, for example, the Maasai community in Kenya, if you meet that community and they decide that this is the practice that they're going to collectively practice, and everyone in that community exists in some sort of a vacuum, and they decide to do that, I can't come into that community and disrupt them unless it begins to affect my life. If they are doing that practice and I know about it and it's giving me some sort of repugnant view towards it, and then I can intervene and say, you know what? I don't like this. If you're going to do this, keep it away from me and do it in your own vacuum. So if a culture has decided on certain values, they get to carry that out. I don't think the West can decide to do this and enforce it on Africans. No.
Let me show you how powerful scientists in the West are. Remember COVID? Remember the scientist, what was his name? Fauci? Now, Fauci made anyone who said COVID is not spreading in the pattern and in the way he's saying it look like a villain. Now, last year, Fauci says, even the whatever mask we were telling people to wear, that was was hogwash. It was not scientific at all. Then the same Fauci says, so where did COVID come from? He says, we can't authenticate it came from China. No, we can't do that. Okay, the vaccines, not really, wasn't working at all. The same Fauci who made the entire globe be injected with something that today we can't tell what it was about. Now, you want to tell me if we get another Fauci who tells the West, meat from black people in Africa prevents this. You want to tell me the whites will not butcher us? Is that what you're saying, Fauci? I mean, Callistus? If Fauci made an entire planet lock down, what are you telling me? No, just come back. My memory.
Yeah, Anthony, you're dragging so many pieces into this conversation and you're taking it way outside of where it needs to be. First of all,
I'm trying to show you when you say scientists can tell us the age at which a girl can have sex, the same time scientist can come and tell us the sexual orientation of a person. And let me remind you, Callistus, Museveni, who today does not get any aid, told the same scientist, now take 2 men and take 2 women, put them in whatever hotel you want. The day they reproduce a child, then I will accept that homosexuality is good, lesbianism is good, and it is God ordained. Do you know they left him? Because to them it is an agenda. There's nothing about science about it.
Well, Anthony, COVID times were really weird times. People were scared. People were looking for leadership. And by the way, I'm not an expert on COVID. Okay, so I would hate to pretend to be, this like all macho expert on X, Y, and
But,
Z. But
but
like
you're an
I
expert on
know Dr.
homos
Fauci.
and lesbians.
I'm
You
sorry.
can quantify homosexual. You can quantify that the scientists proved about homosexuals and lesbians and the
Remember,
age at which marriage is legal.
Anthony, the game changes. The game changes when there is economic and transactional things.
Exactly.
I said taxation changes the whole game. There will come a time when people will start pushing bills to say, let's say you find half of the parliament are gays and lesbians. What do you think will happen?
You know what
you find a community.
You know what Kalista
they
is
have
running away,
representation of a certain percent.
Joe Maxi, you know what Kalista is running away from is that it's the same way that said whites is a superior race to all other races and enslaved us for close to 500 years because some mad people in a room sat somewhere and said they are the superior breed. Do you know that, Joe Maxi? I mean, Kalista? Do you know the same scientist you're talking about sat somewhere in the UK and said that the monarch is the most superior family? For the longest time, they could only marry within the monarch?
Anthony,
come on, don't give me this BS about what.
No, hold on. Now, I get the point, but the thing is this. I want you to see as there is a certain territory, there was a certain location where it was actually the highest voters were actually gays and lesbians. They changed the political setting of that place. Then gradually, the pace started picking up. Right now, I've checked, if you have representation, you're having all this money budgeted according to the statistics and data in place. Now they've come to even change forms where you're filling up forms saying, oh, are you part of this group? Are you part of that? Because the politics of the day has changed just because of taxation. Now, these Western countries, that's what has happened gradually. It doesn't happen overnight. No. Slowly, this thing will start getting there and nobody can stop it.
Thanks for that point, Joe. And what I wanted to piggyback and say on Anthony is, so Anthony, scientists are not lawmakers, okay? They make recommendations, and ultimately, the people we have elected to power get to make those decisions. Dr. Fauci did not tell people to do X, Y, or Z. Dr. Fauci made a recommendation that the president picked up on and enacted. Scientists made a recommendation that they believe at 18, the brain is mature enough that we can consider this adult. They never passed a law saying that. So don't get behind scientists as if they're the villain. No, they make recommendations based on what they know, and then the people decide. The people decide by electing their officials who make the laws. So in effect, the decision to give the vaccine to constituents was made by the people. It wasn't made by Dr. Fauci. The decision to continue slave trade when it was kept ongoing was made by the people. It was not made by a certain politician. And this is exactly how to view it.
Don't Bill Clinton words with me. When you say with the most reason that Dr. Fauci did not influence policy, he was the president's advisor on. So whatever he wrote, the president believed. Okay. Now, when you come to slavery, the people who sat around the Queen and the president of the America at that time came and told the Queen and the presidents and whoever were leading the West at that time that, Your Majesty, we are the superior. We are the superior breed. And these people are the inferior breed. In fact, we should not even mix with them. So don't say they don't make the law. They influence the law to a great extent, to 95%. Okay?
I agree. They influence, but they don't get to decide.
So
You know
the
what?
only thing that the leaders do now is put it into law. Okay?
Yes, that is true. But you know what? When we discover, based on the evidence that's coming in, that the scientist or whoever made the recommendation was wrong, we go back. Now that we've discovered that whoever made the recommendation that men should not get married to men, women should not get married to women, they were wrong. And I'm asking you now to reverse that. Don't wait for your kids to do it. You should do it.
Calista, you know, I'm laughing back here. You know something? So the other day, just to show you how people are enshrined in their beliefs, I even removed scientists from this conversation. So the other day, King Edward, the naughty one, the naughty prince, who has a kid with a black lady, do you know all his monarch rights were withdrawn from him? He's a normal guy now. Now, let me bring it even closer. So Harry, the other naughty prince, marries a girl who slightly has some black blood in her. Oh, what happens to Harry? You've married way out of what we as the monarch constitutes to be a superior breed. Now, what happens to Harry? Oh, Harry now is a normal prince. He's a normal guy. Like, you can clearly tell Harry is the outsider. Now, if the same Prince Harry had married an all-white British girl from the aristocracy, he would still be prince. So don't tell us these people are not fucking us up. They fuck us every day.
Yeah.
Then they want to come and impose their bullshit on us.
Anthony,
Let me say what Kiba says. Fuck them and fuck them hard.
Anthony.
So when one of them marries, no. Let me ask you, what's the problem with Harry? Just because Harry married a girl who's half white and half black. Today, Harry is an outsider. True or not true, Callistus?
Well, let me tell you something, okay? First of all, I agree with you that when it comes to the monarch, I think the monarch, especially in England, should be done away with. I do not agree. Let me finish. I do not agree with the monarch. They've done some heinous things throughout, dating all the way back to the 10th century up until now, especially King Henry VIII. What he did, Richard III, what he did, slaughtered two boys who were young and they disappeared. I mean, I can recount all of these things. Princess Diana. What the monarch forced Princess Diana to do.
No, Callistus, you and Anthony have gone into victim mode. What is wrong with these people deciding who they want to be in their family?
Well,
and that's the question I'm wondering, Kibe. What was wrong with Harry marrying that girl? Why did
what is wrong with somebody? The issue is, you stay within the confines of this monarchy. These are the rules. Now, if you don't want, you can walk away. It's simple. But you cannot walk away and be here at the same time. You decide, are you here with us, with the protection of the monarchy, or you want to be out there fucking just random black bitches? You decide.
With the other people.
Yes. Are you with the other people or you're with us? Here we offer you some protection, but there are some rules to live by. You can't just walk around and you're just picking who you want. We pick that person for you. We decide for you where you go, how you dress, what you do, but then you have a lot of power. Perceived power, isn't it? So what is wrong with that?
Well,
what say you, Calista?
But Callistus, so why are you fighting for homosexuals? Are you one?
Maybe I need to say it again, Andrew. I'm very comfortable with my sexuality. I have a girlfriend who I love very much, and we've been going strong, and our relationship is thriving.
Are you a homosexual, Callistus?
I am not a homosexual.
Okay, so why aren't you fighting for the rights of heterosexuals? What is this inadequacy in homosexuals that you have seen that you need to fight for their rights?
I'm fighting.
What is happening? Yeah, but what is happening with the homosexuals that is such a good conversation for you? What's the crisis?
Well, I think they are under pressure, especially in our continent. Homosexuals are under a lot of pressure.
Wait. Like when did they tell you? How did you know they were under pressure? I've not been in that meeting, my guy.
Oh, I'm from Cameroon. If you are gay in Cameroon, you will get killed. It's illegal.
Yeah, because it is Cameroon.
Oh, okay, good. If it's not like that in Kenya, if in Kenya you guys actually accept gay and you will let them get married, good for you.
I mean, if you think about it, just now we say the monarchy does not accept you to go out there and marry who you want. So if you see somebody in the monarchy, then it means they have submitted to the monarchy. So Prince Harry? Prince Harry refused. So he was kicked out. There are consequences to you going against the set rules or the set laws of every institution. So in Cameroon, homosexuality is a crime. So if they find that you're a homosexual, for whatever reasons they decided that was what they want, just like Uganda, then if you're a homosexual, leave.
America should give you a visa and a ticket direct to the home of the brave and land of the free.
Exactly. So you go to the land where homosexuals are welcome, and then you can live there as a homosexual or a lesbian or whatever it is that you want. Because you cannot live with these people unless they recognize you. I have never ever gone anywhere and be recognized as a heterosexual. So what is the crisis?
Andrew, do you really agree that it's completely wrong for any man to marry a divorcee? Are you saying that you agree with that?
Marriage is for losers. I've said that many times. Not agree. I'm the one who came up with the Bible. Marriage is for losers. So whether you're marrying a man or a woman or a dog, that marriage is just nonsense. So once you go one step before what you're thinking.
Well, you understand when King Henry VIII got married.
No, Callistus. I'm in August 21st, 2024. Don't take me to King Henry. You want to beat me with history that I know nothing about?
Well, I'm just trying to say that he married a divorcee and he had to abdicate the throne. And that's how it got passed to Queen Elizabeth.
The rules are the rules. The rules are the rules. Whatever rules that you have set in your country, Cameroon, that you don't want homosexuals, then until the day when you guys can change the rules, then so far the rules are the rules. There are some countries that have relaxed on that rule and no longer enforce it because they would now have to imprison their own kids, and some of them will imprison their own husbands. Some of them, their own wives, So they have relaxed it, and they have. Very soon that law will change based on numbers, just like Joe was telling you. Is it Joe or Jim Carrey?
In fact, Kibe, you should even some countries give what do you call this, humanitarian visa if you have a problem in your country because those
like amnesty of some kind.
Yes. So. Instead of trying to push it to be acceptable, go to those countries where it is. No,
you see, Callistus is from Cameroon, and he went to the United States. Now, what Callistus should do, he should talk to the United States gay government and tell the gay government, hey, listen, I have my gay people back at home, and we have come together as the gay community. Can you help us get the gay people out of Cameroon before they are killed? And then we can have a movie like. Delta Force.
It's happening a lot in Australia.
They can even establish a 53rd state of Cameroon in the US.
Yes, you say, hey, there's so many gay people in Cameroon, but we just need like a Boeing 767 times 20 to take out all the gay people from Cameroon so they can be saved, and then they're taken to a sanctuary state in America where Callistus has set up that whole place and says, these are the gays from Cameroon. Be gay and be African. It is your right to fuck each other in the ass. Something like that. I don't know how you guys do it. What do you think, Callistus?
You're being cynical. I've never been in in a room with two gay people to watch what they do. And so I don't know why you're asking me. I'm not an expert on this.
Do you know there are countries where they hold a parade for gays and lesbians because of acknowledging their presence, and it comes with economic values.
I did not know that. You could educate.
Yeah,
them.
like now, if an event is an event, Callistus. Whether it is for gays or for heterosexuals or even for children. An event is an event. People have to eat. People have to buy lubricant. An event is an event. So if you guys are many enough, you can be holding your own events. You can have the gay Cameroon club in Australia or in America, wherever. You can do those kind of things. But you have to be proactive, Callistus. Don't tell people to change the law for you. You change it for yourself.
Well, Andrew,
what do you think? Because you want to be gay and proud, Callistus. Only that now you're hiding in heterosexuality.
Well,
because you know, if as a Cameroon you admit that you're gay, you can never go back home. I get that, Callistus. Don't worry. I'm with you 100%. We shall not expose you. And it's not even a bad thing anyway, because you're in a country that totally acknowledges gayism. The only problem you have right now is that you cannot go back to Cameroon, because the moment you went to Cameroon, they string you up. I'm like, oh, the gay one is here. The gay and proud is back. And now we'll be reading about Callistus. Callistus in Mfumu went back to his country, Cameroon, thinking that the gayism agenda had been conquered. Little did he know that his first fuck-up would be at the airport. This is Cameroon National News, CNN. We are gay and we are proud.
I think what is not understanding is, I saw like the politics in Australia. Do you know there is a time they had a prime minister who was a lesbian? By the time people are coming to the point of voting for that, they have all gradually accepted that lifestyle. So these things are gradual.
No, not only gradual. They have to have somebody who is pushing the movement. So Callistus is one who's pushing the movement. So he has seen the crisis in his own home country. The country he's in right now, they have no problem. I think. Are you okay in America, Callistus? They are allowing you to do your thing? You guys are walking the streets, holding hands, kissing, and all that.
You mean
all
with
that good stuff?
You mean with my girlfriend? Absolutely, we do.
I mean, these days, he, she, they, nobody knows what's happening. It could be anything.
Oh, I know.
So they're allowing you. So why not now do a documentary? And you can say the life of Callistus. I was born gay, but they forced me to be heterosexual. Like in the olden times, if you remember, if you were born a left-handed person, they would beat you until you stop using your left hand because it was a curse.
I was one of those. I was born in Cameroon left-handed, and I was not allowed to use my left hand. Don't tell me these things as if I don't. You're not. I'm not gonna sit here and have you lecture me on these principles. I leave.
No, I'm just saying. Listen, Callistus, you've done very well for yourself. A left-handed gay person has left Cameroon, is now in America, living gay and proud. Why not embrace that? That can be the documentary. Then we can fight for your rights the way we were fighting for Asange.
Andrew, I think you're distracting us from the conversation here. And the conversation is, look, William Wilberforce did not have to be black to fight.
Who is that, bro? We're talking about Callistus.
Yes.
And Cameroon. And the fact that these guys are not allowing you guys to fuck each other in the ass. So let's focus on that. Don't take me to William Wilberforce. Who is that? Is he a Cameroonian?
Yeah, so the people who fought against slave trade were not necessarily.
I don't know them. I don't know them, my guy. I don't know them. Show me. Hold up, Anthony. Hold up. I really want to finish this with this guy. I want you to show me these people that you're talking about. Because right now, the reality, maybe I'll even Google your president just to find out who we can talk about. I don't want to talk about dead people. I don't want to talk about a situation that doesn't exist. I don't want us to go into your imagination. His name is Paul Biya. Let's see. Cameroon president on gays.
He's a dictator. He's a dictator. I don't want to hear anything about it.
Hold up.
President since 1986 or so, and he's still president. He's a dictator. He's 95 years old or so. He's above 90, demented, doesn't know. He's a dictator. I don't stand by anything he stands.
Do you know there was a time people were being killed
hold up.
because of having sex without getting married?
Joe Max here, come on, hold up. We are finding out something here. Stop getting excited here like a child. So, hold up. So this is from July 9th, 2024. You know a place called Yaoundé?
That's the capital of Cameroon, yes.
So this is Reuters. They're talking about Yaoundé. The daughter of Cameroon's president said she hoped that by coming out as a lesbian, she can help change laws that ban homosexuality in the country. You are in good company, my nigga. Brenda Bia, who lives between the United States and Switzerland, see what I'm talking about, my guy? Came out in an Instagram post on June 30th. She has even posted a photo of her kissing her girlfriend. Callistus, it is okay. You can come out now. If they are not going to do anything to you before they do it to the daughter of the president.
Well,
and then she said this. She said this is a statement you would say. There are plenty of people in the same situation as me who suffer because of who they are. She said, if I can give them hope, help them feel less alone. If I can send some love, I'm happy. The only problem I have with this is that you guys are not being proactive. Where are the institutions abroad to help the Cameroonians who have a problem leave? Like now you'd go to the villages and every time you see a boy hanging his hand or maybe he's looking a bit weak, you tell him, hey, little man, are you gay and proud? And he says, yes, I'm gay. Put him in the back of a pickup. Whisk him away. I think it's possible.
I mean, you know, Andrew, I'm not going to sit here and sympathize with Mr. Paul Biya. Okay? He's a dictator. He's ruined the country. He's run it into the ground. And I will say that any day, even in Cameroon, even though I know my life would be in a little bit of a jeopardy, a jeopardized situation. The fact that his daughter is lesbian doesn't change anything. Being gay is still illegal in Cameroon today. I don't think it should be. It should not be in Cameroon. It should not be in Kenya. It should not be in Africa. It should not be anywhere. These are two consensual adults who love each other.
Okay. Hold up. Is having sex in public legal?
That's public indecency. So
in any country, right? So it's not legal to have sex in. So you have to be decent when you're around other people.
Correct.
Yeah, whether you're a man and a man, a woman and a woman, it doesn't matter. A woman and a man, you just have to be decent around everybody else. It's for the public good, right?
I agree.
But if two men walk into a room and they start having whatever they're doing, how is that anybody's business? You see, I'm agreeing with you, Callistus. I'm with you. I'm like, it is nobody's business. The only problem that I have with it, Callistus, as we are coming out today, is that you're trying to make a movement out of it. It's not a big deal. It's just your sexual preferences. The same way some guys like, fucking women in their ass. It's just a sexual preference. It's not a big deal. You don't need to come and now have to sell it to the rest of the world. And no, it's not. So the countries that are noticing this, they're relaxing these laws, and Cameroon is going to be one of the countries very soon. So you're doing a good job. Just keep fighting for the rights of your people to exist. I am with you 100%, bro.
Well, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. I hope Anthony is listening. I hope Samuel is listening.
Fight for the right to exist. You must continually fight for the right to fuck each other in the ass. I have no problem with that. As long as you don't come teaching me or my children about how you guys do it, I have no problem with that. You can keep it to yourself. Just say, hey, listen, us guys, sometimes we might be found in a tent somewhere and we are doing what we're doing. Just don't make it illegal. Don't arrest us for being us. I am okay with that 100%. The only thing that I'm not okay with is public indecency. To a point where, Callistus, I believe we should stop teaching kids about sex altogether, heterosexual or any other sex.
How do you expect them to learn about it? To learn about it on the internet?
Sex is not to be learned. What are you talking about? Can you be a grown-up, Callistus? And this is why your girlfriends are leaving you. Because for you, everything has to be taught. There's nothing you're learning by your own. You're not an expert in anything. You have to. What are you talking about? Sex has to be taught. Take away sex. Stop confusing our kids with information they don't need. They're not able to process sex because at that time they're not sexual beings.
How do little kids learn about safe sex, Andrew? If you have a 14, 15
what is that? What is safe sex?
If you don't tell her that she should have sex with a condom, if you don't tell her about healthy sexual practices.
No. Wait. So when are you telling her?
You educate. You have sexual education.
When are you telling her? When? You see, again, remember, it all has to be in context. So when I say take away, so this is what I say: take away religion from school. Okay, take away sexual whatever lessons. What do they call sex ed? Take away sex ed. It's unnecessary.
Sex ed.
Yeah, so sex ed and religion. Take those two away. Bro, the schools are going to be beautiful. They will look so nice. So nice, because then there's no confusion in their heads. They're not learning about imagination. They're learning about real life. But now imagine you're teaching someone who's in class 3 or class 4. They've not gone into their sexuality and you're already telling them what sex looks like. So now they have to create in their imagination what sex is. It's not necessary.
In adolescence.
Yes.
In adolescence.
But when I left class 6, when we came back in class 7, I had changed. The world had changed me just like it had changed the girls, and now they're getting their periods. We didn't need to be taught anything. Even a girl, after some time, she'll know how to handle her periods. She doesn't need to be taught. Oh, that this is how you put a pad. This is what you do. No, after some time, she'll figure it out. It's very simple. It's the simplest thing to do. Sex is so simple, we don't need to be educating it. And religion is a scam. Take that away as well. So whatever it is you want to have sex with, that should not be a discussion. That is not on our table at the moment. Take that out of the table. So if it is a very...
Dressing as well.
And dressing, if it is a very big deal for you in Cameroon, then you deal with it. But in Kenya, it's not a big deal. The day it will be a big deal. The gay and the lesbians will go to the streets and fight for their rights. And even what rights are these? Rights to get married. You guys want to get married? When heterosexuals are leaving this institution, you guys are running back into it?
Even toilets. No boys or girls toilets.
There's a correlationship between identity with sex orientation today. You know, as everyone grows up, no one tells you you're a man. You start identifying that. You start noticing changes that happens to your body. But when you're told that the fact that you have to discard what you already are, you know, unataka to feel something else that you're not. So it's not a problem, but this relationship is between men, grown-ups, not children. No one is born this way. He's taught that way akiwa a child. But when it comes to being a grown-up and he decides to choose whatever the hell he decides, no one blame that way. But the moment inaanza kukua kwamba you're being nurtured as a young person kwamba this is a path, that there are so many genders besides 2 of them. There are more than 2 chromosomes. It's a science kusema, let's follow the science. But in this instance, let's not follow the science. Let's go with the feelings. A man has a X and XX chromosome, a woman XY, and a woman XX. So when you start going about science and facts, you can call a doctor that hello 911 ama nini mimi ni mwanaume and I'm pregnant, I'm having miscarriage. What do you mean you're pregnant? You're a man, you can't be. It's impossible. But your orientation has been taught that kwamba a man can be pregnant. Why? There's no difference between a woman and a man. So this is more dissociation in a society. It's worse than even tribalism. You want to divide a group of people, you're not just a man, you're a heterosexual man. What do you mean I'm a heterosexual? I'm just a man. So you're grouping this grouping.
But men have wet dreams.
Yeah.
Men have wet
Ukiwa
dreams.
young. Yeah, you can't have exactly. Look at that scenario kama umesema men having a wet dream. Akifikiria something else.
And it's very important.
Just like women, women have periods.
You don't have to go to school when you have a wet dream. You skip going to school that day.
Angalia ni kwamba if this becomes a problem to our society, especially in Africa, you best believe tutaitako right there. Lakini kwanza kusema that we put this in front of everything else, you best believe it's same as the movement we have, for instance, kama Gen Z. If anyone knows about this movement, ama anyone knows about young people, they identify with anything else, genders, animals, anything else, and no one has a problem with that because saizi problem see about that. Saizi kuna problem yenye wanataka kuwa nayo saizi. When that problem comes, Gen Z utamacha waseme tunataka rights zetu za si kuwa gay. But that doesn't pose a problem right now of any person, any kind. You start imposing, wataanza kukataa all together. They will never acknowledge anything mnasema. Mimi, even for instance right now, I believe kwamba the more
some.
The more you're told you need to be in a certain group, right?
Samuel,
there, you just lost it. You just lost it right there with you.
Samuel, can you not hear me or what? Am I audible? Samuel, can you hear me?
We can hear
okay,
you.
If you can. Yeah, okay. So Samuel was going in and out of his Kiswahili. We have a lot of visitors, not visitors, but we have a lot of people who do not understand.
Very audible. This guy is gotten his feelings.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They don't understand the king's language. We shall teach them slowly. Like now, you guys, Callistus, you need to know what Bomoa means. Bomoa means destroy. Like now, the way you were Bomolewa the other day, destroy. Bomoa, B-O-M-O-A, Bomoa. It's like Moana, but with a B.
Bomoa. Okay. That's
Bomoa. So you can tell your white boyfriend, hey, tonight don't Bomoa me too much. Right, Scotty? Today kill me, just Bomoa me. Things like those. Very nice. Okay, let's hear from Jay Watu. You guys are taking up all the time discussing about gays and lesbians.
Hello?
What's up, Jay Watu?
Hey man, how are you? Can you hear me?
Are you stupid?
Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm asking because I'm in a noisy place. That's why I have to ask.
Why not jump in the ocean and just die? Why would you exist in a noisy place? Huh? Don't you think you've suffered for too long? Imagine you're in a noisy place. Your life is so bad. Why can't you just go to Mars? Get on one of Elon Musk's ships and go there where there's quiet.
No, in the ship it's also noisy.
Okay, then mute your mic. Mute your mic. We can't hear you. You're right. So next time, find the confidence to be somewhere where you can talk. It's like somebody trying to speak when the wife is asleep. Hey, and still make a point. Oh, no, you decide. Okay, Santido, good to see you. What's happening, bro?
Good to see you. I don't know. It seemed like it became a why are you gay space. Why are you gay? Why are you gay? That's what I kind of felt at the beginning. And then I was just wanted to make a quick thing to the guy who was talking about Gen Zs. Gen Z is not gender Z. It's generation. Just double checking for everyone who might have been taken the wrong direction. But also, I was thinking a lot of things he was saying. Because I remember I was scrolling my timeline in TikTok earlier, maybe it was a few days ago. There was a bunch of British people watching the Ugandan thing. This is very ironic. Uganda, the one with the most toughest laws on gays, is becoming famous because they went viral for that "Why are you gay?" interview. It's something that now Ugandans have become famous for. It's more popular. It's more known than Motoke, to be honest. Not everybody knows what Motoke, but everyone knows about that "Why are you gay?" What's it called, viral thing. And then Callistus, I don't know. If I don't know. I was even wondering, were you about to come out? Kibe was asking questions. Are you going to come out to Kibe on the space? Hey guys, you know what? I'm proud. I'm something, and I'm proud. I don't know, but I was going to say, if you please don't come out to Kibe space, it'll never be the same. It will never be the same. But yeah, I was just enjoying that. It was a very interesting conversation, and a lot of the stuff you were saying was kind of interesting. Like you said that the those two men of the same gender should be able to kiss in the street because they're paying taxes. I was lost in that one, because for me, I for one used to watch all these great shows. How to get away with murder was a good popular show back in the day, but you had to keep fast forwarding because there's so many I don't know LGBT supportive scenes. But yeah, I don't know. But let me just say, you do what you got to do. If you ever become happy, just please don't be the woman in the relationship, because I've learned now when there's two men, there's still a woman in the relationship. Can you imagine? There's actually, when there's two men together, there's one that's a woman in the relationship, and there's one them that's a man in the relationship. I don't know, find a way to be an alpha male out of that. I want to say that, but yeah. Okay, but other than that, everything is cool, man. I've been chilling, relaxing, and I'm surprised. The protesting is now popular in Nigeria. I think Nigeria took the hype of African protests. I don't know where that's going, but that's what's been happening lately. It's all about Nigeria, the biggest population on the planet. Instead of doing something more creative, they decided to protest. And the funny thing, I don't know. This might go somewhere in history. Like the Kenyans started it started off as East African to become the African continent of a spring, because I noticed it was a pattern. First, it was in Kenya, the protests that started by the Gen Zs mostly, and then next thing you know, it's in Uganda. Now it's in Nigeria. We don't know where else it's going to go. It's pretty interesting, but yeah, something of interest. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, and I've enjoyed the conversation. Back to you, man. I could talk forever. Back to you. Or maybe I want to bring. Kibe, I just want to get off the gay topic and all that gender topic. I have something interesting to share. I was watching something. This is very interesting. I was watching a show. I don't think you've heard of this movie. It's called Justice League Infinite Earths. Let me tell you why this is important. This is why it's very interesting. I was watching this show. It's about the superheroes, Superman, Batman, all that stuff. But what happened blew my mind. There's basically an evil invention of an evil AI that's going to destroy the entire world, and it was made by a Kenyan from Nairobi University. And I was watching that. So now the Westerners have definitely recognized Kenya as becoming the tech city, because in their cartoon movies, this is 2024 cartoon movie, the scientist that created the AI that's going to destroy the world was from Kenya. I was very proud to see that, because a lot of what happens in these comics are inspired by some of the stories or how people think. So the AI going to destroy the world was made in Kenya. Interesting, yeah.
So AI will destroy the world or Kenya?
No. It doesn't matter. It's about us making something. Forget about destroying the world, whatever. I was happy that we made something. Something was made in Africa. Forget about destroy the world, everything, yada yada. Well, we'll figure that out later. The fact that something was made, technology, because we've been buying iPhones for years, we've been buying all this stuff from Korea, from the US, all over the world. It was about time, high time, that Africa started making something where people got to go and people care about. Like good examples, like how for the longest, was it not malaria? What was the thing? Ebola was a huge problem. It was a problem only in Africa. Oh, that's an African problem. COVID happened. Oh, it's a world problem. But the fact about the fact that we could have figured. I mean, the fact that Ebola was not even considered anything, shows how little of weight Africa holds or Africans hold in general. Even though we have all the damn resources, it's crazy. Back to you guys. A moment of silence when that people just understand, absorb that.
Well,
what's the hold up, Callista. So what's the agenda?
What the agenda of the movie where the guy from
No, the agenda of mentioning anything, because are you mentioning it because somebody has put it in there? Again, remember a lot of this content, there's always an agenda. That's the problem. That's why Disney has been losing their viewership, because of these stupid agendas that they are throwing. Remember?
I think the agenda was recognizing that maybe Kenya might be a threat. The tech industry in Kenya might be a threat. I guess that could be one. But for me, that might be the agenda. But I still applaud the fact that that Kenya got recognized as the tech city, because I always felt Kenya as the tech city of East Africa. But now it shows it was more, because right now in West Africa there's Afro beats. I remember a long time ago it was Congolese music. Like when my parents, they're always loving Congolese music. Then suddenly Nigeria came recognized for Afro beats. But now they're showing that Kenya is being recognized as the tech city.
I totally get that. It's very interesting that's it's very interesting. That's a good point to look at. I would have liked if we had been recognized for prostitution. That would have been a better one.
You mean the Airbnbs? Man, you know.
Yeah, it would have been more appropriate and more real instead of this fake tech city.
Protest conversation a long time ago. There's that guy who came up and sped out, hey, the people in the parliament, they're having sex in the bathrooms. And I was like, what? We have all these Airbnbs. What do you mean they're having sex in the bathrooms? But then they all got fired, so there's nothing to talk about.
When it hits, bro. All right, King Matsemela.
Yeah, it's King Matsemela. My real name is Tato Matsemela.
Taka.
Yes. I was born in Tato Matsemela.
Tato Matsemela.
Yeah. I'm from the south. I was born in South Africa, but raised in Lesotho. I'm a Mosotho from the tribes of Lions, Mutaung, meaning lion. Yes, I just want to add on the fact that of Kenya being represented as creating a tech. I was adding another information that, do you know a person from Zimbabwe? I just forgot his name. He just created a power source which can provide free electricity to the community without having no source. For example, in South Africa, is it SASCO, which supplies electricity? Their source is coal. In my country, in Lesotho, providing electricity, the source comes from the rivers, because we have a lot of water in Lesotho. So the man was arrested by the government of Zimbabwe because he was providing the whole place with electricity for free. So he created this thing in order to provide this whole country and the whole world free electricity. So he was called by the Americans, and he was about to he was poisoned. He was going to be poisoned by the CIA for the fact that he created his device. Even AI cannot actually, provide with details how this man created this device. It doesn't need a source of power to provide electricity. It provides with frequencies. So I was just adding on the fact that technology was there before Africa. It was there even in ancient times. So this is now, it's something which is from the old, which is actually as a recap, as if it's somehow discovered by people. No, Africa has a lot. Even in Egypt, we have evidences that there were things which were created here in Africa, which can, which is beyond imagination of white people. because white people can't even steal pyramids. They try to steal pyramids, but they're incapable of stealing pyramids. So there are castles here in South Africa. There are castles which are found here in South Africa. So I was just saying we have evidences, including the archaeological evidence in Africa, that we detect what's there. So it's nothing new. It's just that a reincarnation, or as if the progenitor of this technology, it came from white people. It did not come from white people. It actually came from black people. So yeah, thank you on that.
You know, you've said something really important. You said your name was? Let me call you.
My name is Kato Matsume.
Yeah, you said something about a lion, right?
I'm from the tribes of Lion, Tau, meaning lion.
Good. Now let me refer to you from the tribe you are from. You see, Africa has a lot of potential. We lost it when we allowed the West to tell us they are better than us. Okay, they didn't meet us living on top of trees. They met us living in houses, but they told us their houses were better than ours. They met us fully clothed, but they told us their clothes are better than ours. They met us with a system of education, but they told us the education system was better than ours. So we assimilated everything from them, and they took the best things from us. They gave us their weak form of doing things, and they took the good things from us. They took our minerals. At some point, they were even taking our women. You know, the day Africa resets that and we go back to our way of doing things, I'll believe you, sky will be the limit. Because we shall be, let me ask a question. Right now, I'm hearing this president, this young military president saying that gold will no longer leave his country in raw form. But then I go to Britain and you see gold artifacts, necklaces, anklets made of gold, chairs made of gold. It means our forefathers could process gold into a finished product. When did we lose it? When did we stop? If our forefathers could make something out of gold. Yeah, go on.
No, thank you very much. I would say the power of the oppressor is the mind that is oppressed. So I actually, as an individual, I made a bit studies of history. I think somehow, you know, in this cursed generation that we are in, I think as men, we need to actually stand up. As the youth, we need to actually stand up so that the curse may not pass upon us as the coming generation. We need to be curse breakers, because I realized how our parents has been deceived by the colonial power. So in my understanding is that in order to bring solutions to the Africans, we must actually burn down the banks. We must actually burn down all these insurance companies, this colonial system, because it's designed to continue enslaving African people. It's controlled by white people. How can the one who is abuser teach you how to actually to bring justice to those that are actually abused you? But he's the one that actually is the source of this moral decay. So I think if we actually stand up and decolonize the system as Africans, go back to our system, go back to our ancestors and be men and stop being women. Nowadays we have weak men. We have weak men.
Yes, going back to your ancestors, do you know that guy called Isangoma, the fortune teller who foretold about Shaka Zulu?
Yes, we also have one in Lesotho. She died also. Yes.
How did they come about?
She prophesied. Sorry, can you please repeat your question again?
Yeah. Tell me more about that guy, because I found him very interesting when I was learning about Shaka Zulu. Even you have, is it Bafana Bafana?
Hello?
Before they go and play, they used to have his blessing.
I think there's someone who wants to talk here. I don't know. Let me. Man. Okay. To tell you the truth, I only know what we call Nkhono Mantsope in Lesotho. She was a traditional healer. She prophesied about colonialism that it's going to take place. That Basotho and South Africans should be aware of what is going to happen. Their land is going to be taken by white people. So we have prophets here in Africa before white people even came with the Bible. People who saw visions of the future on on the future or things which are about to take place. So as I'm saying, the story about Chaka, I'm not that familiar with the traditional healer, but what I read about the story of Chaka is that I forgot the name of the person. I think she was a woman. She was a woman. So yeah, she was prophesying that Uchaka was going to be like a warrior, a person who's going to conquer so many nations. And we remember that Chaka even chased away the Nguni tribes, and also they had also conflicts with the king of King Mushweshwe, which is our king in Lesotho. But anyhow, they made peace in that matter with our king. So the traditional healers are there, but somehow it's been commercialized in South Africa, that people now calling themselves traditional healers, but they're just to actually, make money out of it. So I think
how come we Africans have never made our own comics and make money out of them? Like they have Spider-Man and Batmans and all those things. Our fortune tellers and those people
but
were
you see,
real.
Joe Maxi, that is not in our tradition. That is the Western tradition of making heroes, making princesses, making fairy tales, and goblins.
I think, and also the propaganda of those movies is that for those that are evil, that are destroying the system, are considered as bad guys, but for those that are protecting the system are considered as good guys. So I think that's one of the propaganda that I've actually discovered from all these movies which have been created. And also they have messages behind the story of witchcraft, messages of talking to spirits, all this ideology of these creatures, where did it come from? All this information of other, or all this information of this tech, other creatures and where did this information come from? Because they access this information somewhere else in order to like present the way they're presenting.
Now they've reached even making Bluey. You know that dog now? They've come to the point of reaching pets, domesticated pets, when they run out of ideas.
But I want us to reimagine. Just imagine if we could go back to be like our forefathers, where we had our own way of living, our own way of life. Like, why are we working so hard to adopt the white man's way of life? Why can't we do our thing? We had our own doctors, we made our own medicine, we had our own system of education that suited us and our environment. So the reason Egypt was built by the Egyptians then is because they had built a culture and an education system that was so advanced that they could build pyramids and castles and cities back in that day. Those cities were so great that when we were being colonized, the people who colonized them were like, how did these guys build this? So it means if you allow yourself to have gradual growth in everything, you eventually hit civilization at the right time. I feel Africa has just been rushed into everything. Why didn't we just stick to our way of living? And why can't we go back to our way of living? Why must the Western civilization tell us what to do and how to do it and when to do it? Why are we so gullible to accept that we need to be told even how to elect our leaders, that our right democracy looks in a certain way? And the only way you end up with a good leader is if you elect him this way. Who elected the Pharaohs and they made Egypt great? Who elected the Malis and they made Mali great? So what was wrong with that system that gave us the pyramids of Giza?
Can I enter on that part? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I can take any answer.
Oh, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for the chance. So I think it's because that we have lost our roots. Like what did Marcus Garvey say? A person who does not know his history or his culture is like a tree without his roots. So therefore, if we are not acknowledging our history, therefore we are useless without knowledge of our past, because the information is discovered in the past, and the past will tell the present, and the present will actually interpret the future. So I think when someone said earlier that artifacts that are found in Europe, remember the gold which is in Germany it's a gold which was taken from Zimbabwe. Remember also the diamonds which on kings' crowns of in London, the Queen and the kings are diamonds which are from Lesotho and Botswana. So these people, they created the system which will benefit them. They knew that they don't have resources because we use what we call the barter system. If you have 5 gold, I'll give you land. I'll give you cows. I'll give you iron ore. I will trade for a diamond. So that's the system that we were using as Africans. So this white people knew that their land did not have resources like Africa. They knew that they were going to be in debt. They knew that they were going to be in debt They knew that they were going to be in debt because Africa has all the resources. So they stole the resources and created the system between an exchange. Then they implement what we call paper, which is money. So they print this money. So after printing it, we actually, somehow, sorry guys about the chicken. I'm in my grandmother's place. So sorry about the background sound of the chicken.
No, you don't need to say sorry. You're in your natural.
Yeah, I know, I appreciate it. So I think they created the system, they studied our system as Africans, then created the system out of the system which they studied from us in order to manipulate our forefathers. So the same way as we can actually, I think we can destroy the system by burning down the banks, burning down all these churches, burning down all these colonial systems, and go back to our roots and rebuild our land again, rebuild our infrastructure, change the system of the education, teach children about the resources underneath the soil. When a child should know how to create mines, a child should know how to actually make oil, knowing how to actually make money out of those resources that are in his land or in her land. So these are the things that we should be taught from, how to own, not how to be owned, because the system is designed, like I said, the only way to penetrate through the system, going back, is actually removing the system, because our land was taken by force. We can't peacefully protest to take our land back. We take it by force. The same very way, if blood needs to be spilled, then we need to kill in order to take our land.
Let me share with you something. So there's this the president, this young military guy from Burkina Faso. What is his name? I'm forgetting his name.
Ibra
Traore. Yes, he did something wonderful. He told the people of Burkina Faso that instead of having his bank reserves in dollars, he wants it in gold. So he told them, my gold, the gold of Burkina Faso, will be used as our strategic reserve. Now, it made me remember something. So the other day, I saw the president of Zimbabwe looking at the strategic gold reserve of Zimbabwe. It's in a box. It's in a small steel box. Now, the gold that the Queen of England took from Zimbabwe and larger South Africa as their strategic reserve is in a hall. I want you to underline that. Number 2, now, they gave us a piece of paper called money and took gold from Africa. Now, if you want to get your artifacts from the Queen's family in England, you can't get it back. They agree we took it. They agree they stole it. They didn't abide. They agree, yes, this is Shaka Zulu's sword. This is King Tut's helm, whatever crown. But we can't give it back to you. You can only lease it from us. Now, this is a crazy thing. So Africa can lease those artifacts back. I saw that case in South Africa. But this is where I get lost. Then we return it. Can't we say, no, it's in South Africa. We are not returning it. We've now also stolen it from you again. The same way you stole it from us, now we've stolen it back. Can't Africa just get to that point? I mean, It's like we are being bullied. I just, someone just bring me home.
Anthony. Yeah.
Niko fiti.
Okay, I wanted to see if you're clear. I had to jump in with this conversation because I've been here for a long time. So what I want to tell you is that, see, this whole system, this whole government, just an extension of British government. That's why we have this shit called Commonwealth shenanigans, the games we go to play, because we are just an extension. They did not live. They did not leave us to be at peace, because if you can see, if you can take a look at our history, the history we have about our cultures, the last thing we have, the last bit, is about our prophets and prophetesses foreseeing the coming of the white man, foreseeing the coming of the gods, because these people, they want to be called gods, because that thing never existed. Those things they say they foresaw never existed. Purely shenanigans. That's just gibberish and bullshit. Because the whole education thing is to brainwash Africans to think a certain way. That's why you see, like, there's somebody like Elon Musk. He has a lot of hit because of his free speech with these XSpaces. That's why we can talk here freely, because it's his platform. He had to buy it. He had to forcibly take it. You see how this guy is telling us that we have to force, we have to take our land back by force, because Elon Musk took X by force. He bought it. He bought it and made it free. He made free speech available. He made, you can say anything you want. You can say some certain things on Facebook or shit. So I came here to tell you that it should start by you. You should reject the government. You should reject everything. You should reject all this whitewash, religion, everything. You should just reject everything. Because even the bits we know about our culture, they have been doctored. Because you can tell me the last thing we have about our culture is our prophets foreseeing the coming of the gods, the white men. Because that is how they want us to believe. That, you know, mekatilili wamenza, so the coming of a steel train or some dog shit. You see where I'm going with this, Anthony?
Anthony, are you there? Is it a moment of silence for 9/11? Are you there, man? While Anthony comes to the mic, I just checked the Zimbabwe guy who inventor people were talking about. His name is Maxwell Chikumbutso. This guy is famous for making the first self-powered television. And he's actually been hunted by the government. Even they tried to poison him as well several times. He also has a free energy helicopter. He's invented also a free energy drone, a free energy car. And he's actually on the high. He's been running from the government because he's making all these electronical items that are very expensive, run on free energy. I do not know. Maybe free energy. What does that mean? Does that mean solar power? It doesn't elaborate on that. It says free energy. Basically, that it costs you nothing. And he was planning to make an ambulance that could run thousands of accident victims, but he's been hunted for the government because he's making things for free. And that's, I remember, but this is very interesting. I didn't hear about this guy before, but I think he just maybe didn't get a platform, didn't get a chance to go to Silicon Valley, because this guy could have been super, I don't know, either he's super rich or they'd be killed. Those are the two options.
There was a guy in South Africa who discovered, I don't know, he cured HIV and he was killed a while back, maybe 2001, 2002. Because you see, even in Kenya right now, we have, when you talk about the movement, I could hear some people saying that we need international media to see us, like we need the approval of what we are doing. Because we have been brainwashed to think that we need someone's approval. But then let me go back and tell you about the pyramids. You know, these guys, like the European, the whites, they would rather tell us the pyramids were made by, or they were created by aliens than accept black men did that. That's why there is a lot of they talk about how Egyptians, ancient Egyptians, were not black. They try to force it like the pharaohs were Arabs, the pharaohs were, I know, Cleopatra was white. You see, they try to say Cleopatra was white, but the pharaoh was Arabic, because they don't want us to, they want to control the narrative that they bombed the Sphinx, the nose of the Sphinx. They bombed it because, you know, the African nose, you can differentiate the African nose and the white nose. So you see, these shenanigans, everything we do is just controlled.
But do you know why they're controlling narrative? Do you know why they're controlling narrative?
Yeah,
they're controlling narrative because
no.
If what's called the truth comes out that all those people are black, that means they're all colonizers.
Yeah.
That's what.
Say that again. Hey, say that again.
If what's it called, that it's true that all these pharaohs are all black, that means all of them are colonizers mixed from the Turkish, Ottoman Empire, and God knows what. Yeah, and that's what they don't want. That's why they tried to ban Netflix because of the Cleopatra. But even though I think Cleopatra was Greek, I don't remember her being black. I thought she's Greek or something. I got to check that again, long time ago. But yeah, they hated that narrative that Egyptians are originally black, and because if you talk to some Egyptians, I'm not from Africa. I am from Egypt. A lot of them have that feeling, so they're trying to isolate themselves from Africanism, and that's what they don't want. Yeah.
Africa, actually, Egyptians even don't count themselves as African. Egypt and Moroccans, they don't.
Yes, I can tell you because, you know, I am working right now. I'm in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, so I can tell you because I work with Egyptians, Yemeni, Lebanese, and I can tell you the only people who have this race issue, Egyptians only. Nobody else cares about who the fuck. Even you cannot interact with actual Saudis, actual Arabs here. You cannot talk to them because they have their own classes. You foreigners, you have your own class. The Saudi nationals have their own class. You cannot interact with them. So you interact with the only Arabs you can interact. Yeah.
Morio, let me ask a question. What stops Africans from giving themselves that dignity of saying we are Africans and we are superior? No, I see Nigerians doing it. I just wish it could be an African thing. You know, we allow ourselves to be cowed into a corner. You are an African. We actually allow ourselves to be done that. And let me tell you guys, you see, this generation of Africans is the generation that will say, enough. We are Africans and we can't take this anymore. Like, this is not working. It worked for our forefathers. It's not working for us. We want our own way of doing things. That is what Taraure is doing in his country. He's telling his people, guys, we own this thing. Okay? If we can all get Africans to think on that line, like Morio mnakauja mnasema we are Africans. Like hakuna tunga show you are Arabs, do your Arab. We are Africans, we are doing our African thing. What stops us from doing that as Africans?
Anthony, do you know?
Yes, Morio.
If things were to be changed.
No, it's not.
Let's say the Africans were dominant ones. Do you know they would do exactly what the others have done? Have you ever thought about that?
Speak plainly. Now you are speaking in parables. Tell us.
No, if roles were reversed. Humans have always dominated another humans.
The laws. Joe Maxi,
No,
have you ever noticed?
even if
Let me give you a story. You see, Cisco is an American company. In all countries, including Kenya, it's headed by an American. The only country in Africa where Cisco is headed by a native is Nigeria. Because Nigerians told Cisco, we are not having, my brother, there's no way you're bringing an American to lead us. And for the first time, Cisco said yes. So in Nigeria, Cisco is headed by a Nigerian, not a white, not an American. So it can be done. We can change the rules if we want to. We choose not to, but we can.
Anthony, if we want to change the rules, that's why I asked this question. I asked you the other time, I am asking you now. Oh, you see, about education. We have to change the education system. We have to reject this white man's education because hata niwaambie kitu moja. Mejiuliza, like, if someone from Kenya goes to United States of America and joins the US forces, all of a sudden, someone, sai kusema ati mtu alikuwa mjinga, he was not stupid or not or something, but they value the Kenyan education system. They don't want to show you. If a Kenyan goes and joins the US Army, kidogo hivi you will see the guy is now flying a plane, the guy is now a medic. But here in Kenya, you could not join any university. Hiyo kitu hiyo nishangaza sana. Like, you see Kenyans go to the United States and they thrive. But here in Kenya, you cannot thrive with the same education that we say is.
Morio,
I get my point. That's why.
Morio, I want to agree with what Joe Maxia said. The world has been a world of conquests. Every time people are conquering each other and replacing each other and taking opportunities, and na wenye wanakubali kushindwa, they're always being stumbled upon. That's how the system has always been. In fact, even if you read about the Africans themselves, they were dispersing from other points, conquering others and moving on. So if imagine a place like America, the Red Indians, who are the original inhabitants, deciding they want to take back their country. It's almost impossible. So instead of
Red Indians exist in a reservation. Like they have their own laws.
But they do exist in a reservation, but they have been dominated in their own country, isn't it? That's my point. So in short, instead of saying we need to reject, and what people need to do is come up with better alternative. Because, for example, tell people to reject electricity and you're not offering a better choice. What are they going to turn back to?
I don't think that's what we are saying, Joe. What we are saying is, where we are right now, as Africans, let us be proud of our heritage, our color, and our belief system, anywhere we are on this planet, including our own countries, and tell people, boss, we agree we are here where we are, but we want to change the system. And that's why I keep on saying that is what Traore is doing.
That one.
Are you getting what Traore is doing?
That one doesn't work when you tell people. What people want is value. You create value for people, and people will gravitate towards it and move on to it. Exactly. But this thing of saying that people will accept their culture and you can tell them love yourselves, and those things won't work. You create an alternative and guide people to it.
You've used better language, better arrangement.
Life is a fight for territory, and once you don't fight for what you want, what you don't want takes over.
So now, because let me say, then you arrange the words again for me. What Traore is doing in Burkina Faso, telling the Burkina Faso people, our gold will remain with us. If they want it, they will buy it at our rate, not the rate they tell us. We know the purity of our gold, they buy it at our rate. He's telling his people, we will farm our land. We will no longer buy food from outside because we used to feed ourselves. Our forefathers could feed ourselves. So with tractors, which he bought for his people, we can even till more land. Now that is the mind shift that needs to happen in Africa.
Yeah, exactly. And those are the things that come with leadership.
Raising a generation of men. It is real men who will come and tell our people that, you know what, guys, we can do this. We can renegotiate all treaties. What will they do if we don't follow their treaties? That's the thing I don't understand. When you say Kenya, when I hear people saying Kenya itapiwa mnanda, so you auction Kenya, do you uproot Kenya and go with it to the headquarters of IMF? Do you uproot our port and go? You
Anthony,
can't do nothing.
Anthony,
no, you can't do that.
Anthony, do you know that dream your forefathers lived? That was their dream. Now, their aspirations, if you sat down with them, you'll be surprised that you actually will find yourself disagreeing and getting bitter with each other. Because the setting will determine how people think. Now, people are thinking of maybe bringing Western civilization to make their life easier. Then you find the people who are in the Western civilization, they are complaining because they can't keep up with it. Their life of paying up, their work life is too much. So people are lost. So to generalize it all, it will not work. There is nothing. There is not one that will work for all. So basically, I do believe our forefathers had their ideologies and ambitions that was working based on the time and realities of that time. If I was to sit with my great-great-grandfather now, I'll tell you what, I will start fighting because I will not agree with everything. That's another reality people have to come to realization.
Okay, hold up, Joe Max here. Mute kidogo. I want to bring in James Morioki. James Morioki, sorry. But I also have a point to throw in there. Because for us, we've not taken time to understand who leaves the country to go out of the country. So the people who are uncomfortable in any situation, they leave. These are like the superior beings of that community. So the people who are like now, hey, just imagine somebody leaves Kenya, goes on his own and succeeds in another country. This person has a domineering spirit. He cannot handle being in this country. This country is too small for him. He has to go to a bigger country and do bigger things. So the person who's leaving Kenya on his own free will, oh, that is a beast. The person who's leaving Africa, that is a beast. These are countries need to be very careful. Because if you're just allowing in the beasts to come in, then at some point the beasts are going to take over, won't they? So even for us right now, our culture, some of our cultures disappeared very quickly because the cultures were useless. They were on very quicksand. But the cultures that remained, you have seen them. Ethiopia don't want to change for shit. They are integrating technology into their culture. Because for us, we were told our cultures didn't have any technology. That's why we look at them like very backward cultures. But you look at the Maasai today, the Maasai is still getting on the same matatu like you. Just that he's not giving up his own his own way of doing things just because there's something here that is new. It's crazy. It's crazy. James, you have some thoughts on this?
Yeah. But Kibe, before James comes in, don't you think we've been living a life of conquest? Weak people, cultures and all get wiped out, and other people, who knows, maybe even the Africans used to live in all those countries at one point. Because even if you read history, it's always been a journey of people conquering each other. Those who are able to reconquer, they reconquer. It's never a thing of just being weak and thinking that things will change.
You said it very well. It's about territory. It's about how much can I get from this person. It's always about territory. We're always looking to expand your territory. And for you to expand, it means somebody else has to lose. Look
100%.
Look at even even for content. Content creators are always fighting for, that territory. So that if today somebody starts doing what I'm doing, then I'm going to be jealous and I'm like, oh shit, it's like hawkers. You cannot just go start hawking at wherever you think you want. No, somebody exists there. Unless you fight for it. So as we expected, and that is a foolishness. Hold up. And that is the foolishness of the African mind, or maybe the human mind, where you think that everybody has to be good to you or they have to be nice to you. And they have to treat you fairly. Okay? And your own agenda will be considered by them. Nobody's considering anything but themselves. So when a country is coming into when a company is coming into a country, let's say like Bill Gates Foundation, by the time they're coming into the country, Kenya, you think they're considering Kenya or they're considering their own foundation? They're considering their own foundation. They're considering their own company. So they're looking for the best possible deal. What's the best possible deal? Okay, I'm going to bring you vaccines. You guys pay for the vaccines. We'll find a way of distributing them. It's the best possible deal. We don't care whether you guys need the vaccines or not.
In fact, even a most recent scenario, the COVID issue, people can go to an extent of creating a national pandemic to create opportunities for themselves. Then people think here there's just pandemic, bro. People will just sit and wait and give you things that, oh, we have been sitting on you for too long. Maybe let's reconsider. No, they upscale the strategies. Okay,
hold up, Jim Carrey. Let's go to James. James, go ahead.
It's interesting, actually. At first, I wanted to ask, was it Kay Santi or someone? Where are you from, and what's the general feeling of Africans from where you're from? And then also, we cannot go back in the past and try practice a culture that probably is lost. What we can do is do us. So as there's someone who said just a few minutes earlier that even his grandfather must have had current ambitions dependent on the times. So it'll sound like a lullaby, but I will repeat it again. We are very lucky people to be alive right now, because right now we have the internet and technology it's diverse. It's not what it used to be. And the most important weapon or the most important asset that we have is numbers. If you can build numbers, you can do anything. You can do absolutely anything. If you can build numbers, you don't need venture capital firms to pour billions in Africa. You just need billions of people to pour a shilling into projects. If you can build numbers, you can flip the script. Like, for example, if very many Kenyans on board, or when very many Kenyans on board on our blockchain system, and it becomes successful here, and then fellow Africans on board on the same chain, where everyone can have their voice heard using just their phone on absolutely anything, then that way it's very easy for us to create our own digital currency. And based on the numbers, we'll have flipped the script, because with those numbers, we create a digital currency that is backed by the natural resources of the continent. So let's forget the old people, Nini, because these guys don't listen. They're not going to change their minds. It's easier for us to act than for us to try change their minds. So I think...
So, James. And is that not what happened with Bitcoin too? Crypto. That's James. The whole thing.
James.
Yeah.
Jimo, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Now, I'll start with a joke first. Are you the guy we were being told by Kay Santino that the cartoon has been made about? Did you hear the story Santino gave us? So there's a cartoon in 2024 that there's a guy from Kenya who makes a blockchain thing that changes the way Africa operates. Are you that guy?
Lol.
I just wanted to ask now, when James talks about blockchain, is what Kibe was saying. We can take how we used to do our things and just integrate technology. Now, our forefathers had a blockchain. Like if you had rice and if you had chicken and you wanted rice, you'd look for a smaller chicken and go get the rice. It's what used to be called barter trade. But it worked with numbers. So when communities wanted to trade, that's the reason Maasais, who Kibe was talking about yesterday, if they wanted to buy food from the Kikuyus, they would come with cows. Okay? Numbers. They would build that number. So we want this amount of maize and beans from Kikuyus. And Kikuyus would build the same numbers in food, in maize and beans, to get the meat from the Maasais. Now, what James is saying, and it's extremely, if you get a time to go and look at it, it's in the Telegram page, the Kenya We Want. You're able to build numbers and build critical mass. If we build critical mass within ourselves, we can trade within ourselves. That is exactly what IMF has done. It's a few people who have brought their resources together into one pool and they can give and charge interest. So if we as Africans, as Kenyans, come together and build critical mass, then we got this. But James, I see your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, so I will give another example and I will give it based on the line of sports. F1 is F1 because of the number of people who watch F1. So is UFC, so is the World Cup, so is the English Premier League. And if you actually look into these sports and leagues, all the leagues that have leagues in Africa, they give a way smaller budget in Africa. If you have ever worked with any of the multinational brands, Red Bull, Coca-Cola, all these companies, the budget they give for marketing is very, very kidogo in Africa compared to other continents. And all these things trifle a lot of development and all that. But you guys, if we decide to patronage our own things, you see, we spend so much money giving their companies money instead of giving our companies money. Watu madriver wanalia about Uber, but hawawezi wacha kutumia Uber watumie platform ya Mkenya. Ndio pesa ibaki Kenya. As in, hizi vitu ndogo tunafaa tu eliminate. Na the more tunashikana, the more tunaweza eliminate and the more we can self-promote. Because if right now there's an African football tournament and all Africans are watching it, we should even restrict that sponsorships are only for African companies so that we keep it within first before going without.
You see, like that idea of Uber, the only limitation is the internet provider. Unless you make a deal with like Elon Musk, whoever is controlling that internet there will shut you down. Is the one who has the say. Because that's how deals will be made.
So what you're saying is for us to continue doing anything sensible, we must tackle how we are supplying Elon's internet in Kenya.
You see, those platforms work with satellite.
Jomaxi, a second. I still feel people are still not getting the point. When you still argue your point based on if we support one of our own, if we, not everybody can be an investor, but a group can be an investor and create opportunity to rival what is there already in the market and offer a better alternative. And through that, you do not even tell people to support you. They see the value and move towards it. You see?
So, Jomax, let me give you a point about what James is saying. So, Uber was
Jim Carrey. It's Jim Carrey, not Joe Max here. It's Jim Carrey.
Oh, Jim. Sorry, I'm so, okay. So, let me give you a story. Uber wanted to go to India, But India already had their own app like that works like Uber. And the Indians owned that app so much that they told Uber, the only way we shall onboard is if you invest in our app. So when you go to India, it doesn't work as Uber. And that's the thing I think James is saying. We need to, when people are coming here, they need to be told, hold up, this is a taxi hailing company, good. We've not called you, you came. Meaning you were done, you said you saw the potential of the market we have. Good. Now, we already have an app like that is owned by James. Now, invest in James. Now, James will give us the app. Okay? Now, that way, do you know Kenya can actually tax Uber? And if you don't want to onboard with us, ship out. That's the thinking that we need to go into.
But the problem with that level of thinking, it has a lot of challenges, because if those same companies are the ones, that can only come through things like government policy, right?
That is exactly what we are saying.
But the same government is the one that takes kicks back from this company to kill whatever exists to create market for the external. But I was saying, as investors, you run the market as people should run it. It's an open market. If you need to lower your prices, you lower them, because you're the ones in the market, because you're trying to get a share of the market share. Because in business, it always has to be an open market.
Do you know you can't buy the BYD car in America? And you know that? Like, America controls its economy.
You're taking me back to a place where you're taking me back to a place where the government is a bit more in tune with things. We are talking about Kenya.
So what's preventing us from doing that?
If it was the Kenyan government, for example, there was a car they wanted to produce in Kenya, right? If the government wanted that to succeed, and as a result create employment and everything, they would have started to control the importation of cars in Kenya. They would have made legislation to say government officials should use these cars for their. But did they do anything of the sort?
So are you saying that we the people, you, me, James, Kibe, and everyone, all the 300 people listening to this podcast, should start thinking of how we can be government? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because we have the ideas.
What I'm saying is this.
That's what you're saying?
Not everybody can be an investor, and the moment you still try to get everybody to come on board on one thing is a recipe for disaster. But a few investors can come together. Listen, a few investors can come together, create a product that is convenient for the system, for the locals, then start competing for that market, offering those better benefits, and even better, try to sell it as a product of your own people.
But a few investors came together and started assembling the car you're talking about. But bad government policies forced those a few investors out of market. And I'll give you a very good case.
It has to go as
Mobius
long
was
as
a wonderful car.
It can go. It has to take as much as it can go.
Okay, now hear me out. Mobius was a wonderful car. I've actually seen one up close. Wonderful car. Okay? Now, when Nigerians were faced with the same issue we are faced today during Obasanjo's time, you know what Nigerians did? Obasanjo saw what you're seeing when he was a general, and he said, you know what, we can change this. So Obasanjo and a few wealthy Nigerians came together, and Obasanjo became president. That was the first time Nigeria started making cars. That was the first time Aliko Dangote came from nowhere. That is the time Glow was formed. It's a mobile phone company. Okay? So if we agree that Kenya has good ideas, like what James is saying, if we agree that bad policies can stifle good ideas, then we also need to agree if a majority of Kenyans feel the way we are feeling. Now imagine if you got those majority of Kenyans to be in government so that they make the right, when the investors, like you've rightly put it, come and they sell a good idea to the right government, then that government, instead of stifling it and killing it, will help it grow.
I agree with you
That's
there.
all I'm
Anthony,
saying.
I agree with you. I agree with you
You
there.
agree with me there?
There.
Hold up,
Yes,
Joe Max. You
there
agree with me there?
we are on the same page now.
Thank you. That's
Yes.
why I wanted us
Very
to
well
be.
put.
Now, someone was talking. Joe Maxi, was it you?
Yes, you have a good point there. And I don't think I can add anything much, but what I could say is only the few, and they will not be even patriotic, they'll be business model minded. Because there is nothing like creating a product for the sake of nationalism or being patriotic. You look for the interest of the consumer, of it's your consumer. You don't care whether they are black or white. You need to fit their needs. Then that's when the government comes in and they say, "Oh, this is one of our own," and that's what they did with the car manufacturing. The only challenge with that was there are people who would say, "Oh no, me I like a different shape of a car," or "Me I don't like this has a lot. It's the way it's consuming fuel is too much." So the preferences will change things for them. But if you push a product because of being patriotic about it, challenges are it may not meet the needs of the consumer all the time. It will have challenges.
Joe Maxi, you know the Cybertruck is a very basic, pathetic car. But the Americans made it a primary thing for them. So much so that they could not allow any other electric manufacturer to ship their cars to America. Do you know China is the biggest manufacturer of electric cars, but they can't ship their cars to the US because the US is protecting that thing until they have figured it out all the way. Now, China is doing the same thing. Do you know you can't bring a Cybertruck to China? You can't. Because China is also protecting the interests of that great idea until they figure it out. So it has been done before. Africa only needs now to start thinking inwards. We need to start thinking about ourselves, for us, by us, before we go out there. And that is what James is saying. It's a high time we start thinking for us, by us. Like we have our own Premier League. Imagine, Manchester is greatly African players. The Premier League is greatly African players. Imagine if we had a Premier League, an African Premier League. How many people do you think would be watching it? The populace of Africa.
You have a very good point, Andrew.
Wonderful.
Anthony, you have a very good point. But the challenge, I tell you, with the change of times, I would put my money where I can see it. Reasons why? Because the world is global. You see? There are those who have that perspective. Forget it. And now you need to pull that Africanness out of you because it will keep you poor.
But Joe Maxi, you see the reason America is great is because America thinks about America first. China is great because it thinks about China first, then global later.
Ask somebody like how much money did he make when he was in the US compared
X was
when
not
he was
made
in
for
Kenya?
Africa. We were not in their context. All the products the Americans make are for Americans first. The rest of the world just on boards. Like they don't, we are not in their mathematics. Same thing as China. When China makes its shit, do you know China, when they make their shit, they even don't bother to translate the language? Because they don't make it for the world, they make it for their Chinese. But they make it so good for the Chinese that the world wants it. So Africa needs to get to a point where we make our own things so good that the world wants it. We create the demand.
No, we
That's
don't.
what Rolls-Royce does.
We don't.
Creates its
People
own
need
demand.
Be individual. Collect the ones who you have like-minded. You will be moving from territory to territory seeking customers.
It has to start from somewhere. America didn't start as 52 states. It started small, but they knew they are playing the long game. You see, the problem with Africa is we want instant.
Let me ask you, see that like that car, that Mobius car. Let me ask you that Mobius car. Do you think it was going to sell anywhere outside Africa? or Kenya?
You think? Did I?
Yeah. Do you think it was going to be all of a sudden Kenya is shipping cars to other countries?
Do you know if Kenyans embraced it? Actually, if just government.
No, even if they did.
Oh, we can't know because we didn't embrace it. Have you ever seen a Cybertruck?
It is passed by time already. The world is going electric and hybrid. Here you're producing a car which is consuming for.
Because Americans have told you that the world needs to go electric and hybrid. Let me surprise you. No. Trump is saying cars need to remain gasoline. Do you know in Germany, they dropped the electric and hydrogen cars concept. They dropped it. They went back to gasoline, 100%. In Germany. Same thing in India. They dropped it. India is a big manufacturer of cars. They dropped it. They said, no. We are going back to gasoline. So the only people fighting for electric cars, and the reason we are talking about it, is America and China. But all other countries that are big manufacturers of cars, no, they dropped that concept. They said we are going back to gasoline. It's not visible for us. That's why you don't see Volkswagen.
So why has the Kenyan one not worked?
Because we did not embrace it as Kenyans. And that's why I came in by saying in government policy, and I'll give you an example. In Ethiopia,
it's about learning about the marketplace.
Exactly. You see, in Ethiopia, Haile Gebrselassie owns an electric car assembly plant. He's a partner of Hyundai. Now, the Ethiopian government last week passed a law that all government entities must buy electric cars. So who do you think the biggest winner will be? Haile Gebrselassie and Hyundai. That is what good governance does. Now, Ethiopia is not looking to ship their cars to their neighbors. No. They are thinking Ethiopia first. If we win in Ethiopia,
Anthony, let's say you are an investor. Yes? Let's say you are an investor yourself. You find making cars in Ethiopia is actually cheaper, easier to assemble, get parts and everything there than Kenya.
Come again, Joe Maxi?
Let's say you are an investor. You've done your feasibility study.
Haile Gebrselassie is the investor in Ethiopia. Making a Hyundai in Ethiopia is not cheap, it's expensive. But the government wants to learn how to.
The thing is this. I remember there is a person who told me about a story about a certain car which was being made in Australia. They discovered that car was actually a national brand car. Original. They started there. But because of globalization, parts and everything, labor costs, it was actually expensive to manufacture that car. They seized it. The whole industry collapsed. And the brand died because they cannot afford. Yes, people were proud. It is about it's a national, like it's a homegrown thing. They were so proud. But because of globalization, things change.
So let me ask you, Joe Maxi, how many countries in the world have a Cybertruck? I want to give you the story of Tesla. So when Elon came up with the idea, he approached government. That time it was Barack Obama. He said, this is an idea I have, because Obama was pro-green energy. So when he discussed the idea, he was asked, so where can you build this gigafactory? They looked for land, California, Texas. Good, go to Texas. Now let me tell you, he did not buy the land. It was given to him. He was given tax concessions. Okay, he was told, you will not pay this tax, you will not pay this tax, you will not do this, you will not do this. On one condition, you need to employ like 10,000 guys from Texas. He said, it's okay. Good. Now, let me give you another true story that you might not know, Joe Maxi. Tesla has never made a profit. Do your research. Because America is still trying to build this truck. And that's why you find celebrities are buying it to popularize it. Okay? Now, when you're doing something for the interest of the nation, to build something, you don't look out first. You build from within first. Get it right from within. That's why have you ever had anyone owns a franchise to sell Cybertrucks in Nigeria or in India or in the UK? They don't. That's the thinking we need to get. We stopped saying this is government needs to support a system that we are saying it will make sense and profit 20 years down the line. Rockets don't make profit, but the US government supports them because they want to put things on the moon. Anyway, I saw James lifting his hand. James, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Joe or Jim. So first of all, you need to accept that we are playing in a game that the rules have been set against us. For example, you talked about the taxi business and said, why don't investors come together and start theirs and offer a product? But if you know marketing, then you should know how expensive it is to be on people's screens all the time. So here are 10 investors from, let's say, Kenya with their local app versus Uber, who is a multinational. So the multinational, of course, has deeper pockets. It's like you starting your own soda company here and trying to do a marketing campaign to compete with Coca-Cola. Even if your product is better, it will be very difficult. And that's why if you look at some industries, sodas, alcohol, local brands rarely make it big because marketing is expensive. Ulipe ads kwa TV, kwa radio, hazina hata ROI, hiyo tu ni visibility, ulipe ufanye maconcert, ufanye sijui nini, alafu bado wa Kenya wenyewe, they will not even consume your product. You see, like the other side of the world has patient capital, which we do not have access to. They have deeper venture backing, which we do not have access to. So we have to change the rules of the game, because if those are the rules of the game, regardless of how you invest, only a few companies make it out. The rest, they die huku katikati. And for us, if the government right now, because the government right now has left us naked, if the government is not protecting us, we don't need to cry about the government. We are the ones with the power to protect ourselves because we are the consumers. So if we join, like if we all we need both sides to play ball. That's what I mean, Joe. We need the consumers as well to actively decide to support local products or brands. It needs to be a double-edged sword, not just at the investors investing. Because if you invest and it's an open market, but this open market has been set with very unfair rules, then you're not in competition. You'll be swallowed alive very fast.
You see, you mentioned something very interesting there, and I comment some of your points. But the only challenge which I would say is sometimes the pace at which people move, you may not pull the others with you. And that's how companies or you find industries closing because they can no longer compete. That is normal. Except that is a normality of life. It's almost like even with I'll give you an example of the cattle industry, like dairy milk and all that. It's people who are doing small scale, they started finding the feeding, the labor, it's too much compared to how much you're selling the milk. You're not getting anything back.
Joe, I know you understand.
The industry changed to people who are able to, competitors, people who came and have ranches and are controlling even the sales of the milk. Are you going to compete with those people and yet you're doing small scale? So you really have to understand, where are you falling? Are you a sole trader or are you part of a big organization that even you can lobby with unions?
So you see, you're going back to the same thing, joining, because you want to be part of a big organization. You see, the big organization has power. That's we are saying the same thing, but you're failing to recognize that also policies really matter. Because if we can, the same thing Anthony Tuanako explain here. Right now, if America was to allow Chinese electric vehicles, wouldn't Tesla as a company die?
I don't know, but it depends on the factors.
In fact, countries which have allowed the Chinese to bring their cars, the BYD and the Tesla, the market for Tesla has really gone down. It actually will only survive based on policy.
Let me give you another fact. So in London, the bus company, the double-decker buses, there's a British company that manufactures them. But equally, the most economical bus comes from China. So what the British did, the government said, we will not allow the Chinese company to come in, but we will fund you guys to go to China, see what you can learn about those buses, and come and do the same. So the double-decker company is still using the inconvenient bus as they learn how to make that. So when government wants to build a thriving country, they don't look at it from a point of profit and loss. They look at the long game. Okay? That is why if you looked at something last, let me finish. If you look at the last time, Elon Musk went to China for a month just to try and strike a deal with BYD on how they can share information about their cars. But let me allow some other guys to come in. Juliet, I'm still trying to get you on the request so that I give you the mic. Igundi, the mic is yours.
Habari zenu. You talked of, somebody talked of going to the taxi, hailing taxi, but there's no internet and whatnot. You can still do it using SSD, see? Something as *234 something to get you into the system. So internet you can still find ways of doing something. Hata kama wamekukazia internet, you can start your own app that you can just *144 hash, *23 something hash, and you access the platform. I know there was a time I had a problem with my internet banking system. My app had a problem. Then I used another one, I think it's *139 hash, and I was able to do my transactions properly. So we are the most intelligent creatures in the world. So kitu kama haifai kukupatia shida. Our main, what has been underlying for most of us in the third world country is what we call currency sovereignty. And they talk of, and somebody will probably, a leader will probably say, our dollar reserves are like this. So I was wondering, why would you be concerned about the currency of another country? Is your currency so useless that you have to hoard pieces of currency from another country? So my take is this. There are ways of sneaking in dominance. We live in a world where you even doubt the sovereignty of your own country. If you look at some of the decisions people in power are making, unashindwa what's going on. But they are what we call guerrilla tactics that you as citizens can use. Those who are like somebody used, there's a word here mtu alitumia, it's very good. It's called like-minded people. If you come together, you can do a very nice guerrilla coup. Not a coup, but you can offer a very huge dent. Let's start with the matatu industry. These are so far the biggest consumers of diesel. And diesel is an imported product. Now imagine if one particular circle, people sit down with a group of like-minded people, and they decided to convert, let's say, one matatu into a series hybrid. When I talk of hybrids, I am very particular. It has to be a series hybrid. The series hybrid, hainanga gearbox, haina propeller shaft, na ile diff yake, it uses something called an E-axle. Pretty much works like a locomotive, such that instead of a clutch and a gearbox and a propeller shaft, you simply have a suitably sized alternator. Then alternator in a push is cabled to an axle that is fitted with a motor. That's called a series hybrid. The beauty of a series hybrid, ikiran hivyo already, there's a 35% drop in fuel consumption. If you integrate recovery through I prefer hypercapacitor or supercapacitor, battery inachukua long to charge. If you add a supercapacitor, that means you are clocking over like 40-45% drop in diesel consumption. Now imagine one full sack of 70 vehicles consuming 35% less diesel. Then look, 5 circles consuming 35% diesel. Then all of a sudden, all circles in Nairobi consume 35% diesel. That means there's a 35% drop in volume consumption of diesel, which if it is pushed countrywide, it contributes to a 35% drop in diesel imports. That means you have strengthened your shilling to a very strong way. You don't need the government or anything. The system will just react. If the diesel you are consuming goes down by 40%, automatically the shilling will strengthen. And now you have just modified your vehicles. So this is what I call guerrilla tactics. You use to turn things around.
And in fact, in Goody, that's what I was saying. And when you come with that product in the market, everybody who is saying they are spending 35% more will likely abandon the old matatu and come to this matatu.
No, they'll bring your their matatu for you to convert it for them. Just convert 100%. Don't make things. You know very well we are in a country, we are in a system that seems to work against you. Then adapt. I call them guerrilla tactics. Now, the Uber people now complain, Uber in our Kazia, start your own SSD system, SSD 144 or something, so that you can access.
In Gundi, that is what me and James are saying. Let's have products. James used a word, capital. James, I unmute yourself and say the word. You used a very deep word, that it needs to be people, capital something.
But you see, like-minded people, who are on a course.
No, there's a word James used.
Patient capital. What? Are you talking about patient capital?
No. Good. Not necessarily patient capital. You see, how much does it take to convert, let's say, an old NQR matter to convert into diesel electric? I don't think it akupitisha more than 500,000, considering kuna matatu ambazo they are souped up with 2 million. So 500,000 to some people may be pocket change.
But you see, in Gundi, one of the things about the matatu culture in Kenya, it is Kenyan. It is our own product. Okay, there was a time here people City Hopper tried to bring in the metropolitan way of doing business. But the matatu guys said no. This is our product, it will remain this way, and the only people who can change this product is us.
Chief, what I'm saying is this. When you make...
No, it can be changed.
No, yes,
you know how?
Let me break it down for you. When you make a matatu into a diesel electric...
Exactly what Ngundi said.
Ausami badilishe sura. We're just changing the power plant. Kama ni ya mziki itakuwa na mziki, kama ni ya madoido itakuwa na madoido. It has gravity. Same matatu looks the same, but it consumes 35% less fuel.
Now, I'm very okay with you, Gundi. We're on the same line. You see, me and James are trying to tell Joe Maxi that a system to succeed and grow, it needs to protect itself.
No,
okay?
the protection comes from the fact that it is normal for business
not necessarily
to reduce.
Okay, just let me finish.
The moment
the matatu people know that you can go and have your car changed from gasoline to gas. And I agree with you on everything. What I'm trying to tell Joe Maxia here is the reason the matatu industry in Kenya has survived and will continue surviving is because they don't allow anything to come into that space. They protect their way of doing business. And they have protected it for so long, it has grown. Joe Maxi, do you know KRA has never...
No, are you talking about the operation? Are you talking about the way it operates? Like helter-skelter anywhere? Or are you talking about the matatu?
I'm talking about how they have protected their market.
I'm talking about fuel.
That's the only
market.
You see, that
you're
can be
different.
challenged.
Now, before Ingudi came in with the operational way of doing things, me and James were trying to tell you that Joe Maxi, that the only way Kenya will grow is if we stop looking at profit and loss first, and first of all, protect our market and grow our market.
Chief, I don't know.
That is exactly what the Matatu sector people have done. They have protected their market so much that even when KRA tries to tax them, it's impossible. When government tries to regulate them, it is impossible. And they have done it and they have grown in such a way that we cannot live without matatus. Now that is what James and I are telling you, that you can shield a market that is African.
That I agree.
Yeah, you can shield it and grow so much until it becomes impossible to live without what the solutions we've offered. Now, once we get to that critical mass, now we bring what Ingudi is saying. Can we now make this matatu more profitable, more efficient, more economy friendly? Are you getting?
Let me ask you something.
That is what me and James are saying.
I'm talking to Antonio. Who is this?
But also, it can be affected by government policy, basing on, you see, like when Mishuki came, there was a complete change.
So let me ask, if let's say I acquire an NQR matatu, make it hybrid, and present it to a circle for testing, what problem is there? Okay, realize kwamba it is working very well and they need more vehicles converted. Should I work?
I agree with you, Ngundi. I was just trying to illustrate a point about we can protect our market. The same way America protects its market so that it grows, Africa should adopt the same. Let's learn to protect our market.
Market protection is policy-based. What I'm saying is this.
Exactly.
I'm saying we are working in a system that most of the time seems to work against us. So when I talk of hybridizing some vehicles by modification, those are guerrilla tactics. Because those people are in power, because some of these ideas they are so policy. Some policies are so common sense, like market protection. It is common sense. I'm sure these government are very powerful. They are very intelligent people who know more than us, but they are not doing it. So rather than kukimbizana about policy, for now, guerrilla tactics are the best. Get one NQR, convert it, push it down, less fuel. If the entire industry changes like that, what happens? Automatically, the shilling will strengthen.
In fact, Igundi, what you're saying, if all matatu owners were actually given electric buses, do you know now that Kenya Power now is the one who owns that industry? No longer fuel.
Yeah, it will be something else. But
yes,
if you create a situation whereby you are consuming less fuel, now you have the upper hand. You are consuming less fuel and you are moving same distance.
And that electricity industry, which is providing charges, in fact, they will give them free buses, free matatus. And what will happen to the people who are still using fuel? They will start now saying, even me, I want one for free. Just let them operate the way they are operating. But then once you have them, you will change the way they operate.
So, as I said, is just use your intelligence. Come on, Gary, make your vehicle use less fuel. Now you are grabbing a foothold. If it is issue of ride hailing, use SSD.
Ngundi, let me request Kibe. I'm looking. There's a person looking to contribute. Her name is JNM1000. I'm trying to get her and I can't. If Kibe can see her, she can get the mic. Go ahead, Ngundi. Sorry.
Kibe, my name. I would like to appreciate your conversations here today, kings and queens, prince and princess. So, very great discussion. But I am going to take it as, how do I say? Let me start off by saying that Africa has everything, and I feel that we all want to believe so. But the question I think we should set is, how useful do we respect Africans and our people? And I think that is a question that we really need to start posing seriously, because the fact of the matter is, for far too long, have we enslaved our own people by not providing good infrastructure, such as good clean water for our people. We have great rivers, we have great oceans, we have great everything. Everything comes from raw material, it's known. We supply the greatest raw material to the rest of the world, but yet our own people are suffering. And that is why I call upon the issue of how useful do we respect our own people? How well do we want to improve our people? And let me use a horrible word right now. Allow me to call it some scavengers. Some scavengers come to Africa and exploit Africa. We know that for a fact. But the question as well is, why are these people able to do so? Because some of our leaders, as we know, who keep getting elected by the same people, right? We elect the same people who are exploiting us. We don't give a chance to new people, to leaders. We are sort of like, if I take an instance of our own country, Kenya, for example, with let me appreciate the Gen Zs. They're coming up, then they're saying, if our elders will not look after the country, they want to be able to be given a chance. So let's celebrate our young people and our youth. So let's use that as a good example, first of all. And I believe one person here earlier on was talking about Nigeria. Kay Santa, I believe earlier on was talking about Nigeria, and somebody talked about South Africa. So let's say, for instance, Kenya, what happens? The reality is, we know corruption is killing in Kenya. Yeah, it is a disease. It is terrible. And we know very well that it's in every space in our society. And let's even cut across that to Africa as well. So my question is, we know what the disease is, but we don't want to solve that disease. And then we want to think that we can think about the rest of the world. Yeah, so we are left with no other option than to go and be enslaved in other countries, because the root of the problem, we have also contributed to the root of the problem that we are not able to solve. Now, let me come back to the issue about taxes, for example. I mean, in every country there is taxes, but across Africa, there is no office that you will go across Africa. Let me put it that way. Travel, I'm a person, let me even speak for those who are Swahili, but I know there's other people from other countries, so I'm speaking English. But let me tell you, in all our African countries, you go to an office, you've got to pay. I don't care whether you want to call it it is a form of just a contribution. But at the end of the day, you have had, if you go, let's say you want to start a business in Kenya, you want to start Tumba, or you want to start a hotel business, or you want to start a transport business, you still have to get a license, you still have to contribute your taxes, you still have to contribute, and you contribute in every office that you go. What do you call that? Now, I'll give you a good example, because I'm talking from UK right now. I'm in London right now, and I've had a lot of criticism about UK and British, because every time we have to think about the British Empire. And me living in Britain, of course, it's great to hear the conversation. But why are people coming still today to UK? Why are people still wanting to go to China right now? Why is African people wanting to travel to the rest of the Europe? Yeah, why is it our children up till today right now as I speak? People are always calling me, please just give me an opportunity to come and see you where you are, as if here it's good. And let me tell you something, guys, right? the diaspora, because that's what we are here, or the Windrush or whatever, or, all the names that migrants or whatever they call us. It's not easy to be in this country. And why are we here? Because our countries have let us down, right? And let's understand that our countries across Africa, is letting us down. So if we are going to solve problems, the question is, are we even supporting those diasporans that have even traveled? And I can tell you, even talk to your own brothers and sisters here if they've traveled. Before you even, the first thing you call them, when you call them, and I'm playing devil's advocate here, the first thing you say, I want money, as if money grows from the trees. Money does not grow from the tree. You've got to work a 24-hour blue economy. You've got to work so hard. You've got to work extremely hard. And when you're in Britain, for example, sadly, especially as an African and especially as a community of Black, you're not treated as a first-class citizen. You're treated as a second-class citizen. Sorry, that's my opinion and that's my experience. So what I want to say, we have to work extremely hard. And do we have to do that? Right? Why are we being treated? Why is the rest of Africa being treated with disrespect? Because we don't respect our own people. We don't respect ourselves. So do we expect the rest of the world to respect us if we can't even treat our own people with good, clean water? Come on, guys. If we can't even
Juliet,
get the toilet. Yeah.
What took you to it? Are you in the UK?
I am actually in the UK. Who is speaking? I don't know who's speaking.
It's Joe Max here. What took you there?
Thank you. So when I came here, I came as a student.
Are you planning to come back to Kenya if you're from Kenya?
I always travel, and I've always looked for opportunity, right, left, and center. And let me speak to
No, are you
Mary
planning to
as
come
well.
back to Kenya?
Of course I would like to come to Kenya. Everybody who comes, who said,
like to return.
Of course. Everybody
Not to
wants
visit.
to return.
No,
Home
for you.
is home. Yes, home is home.
Do you know there are people
Every
who don't want to come back because they are
I
okay
know,
where they
but
are?
let me explain. That's what I want to come. I was just coming to that, Joe. Sorry, I don't know who was speaking. But let me just come to that. The question is, and that is why I started off by saying that many people will call me to say they want to find jobs across Europe, right? Or many people will call me to say they want to go. Even if you look at Kenya right now, look at the same president. Let's go to our own president. The latest news a few weeks back, you saw, we are recruiting. We are recruiting teachers who will be exported. Imagine, we export walimu. Yeah, you're exporting our own trained teachers from TSA, and you're also exporting our own doctors and nurses. Right? So let's even just take a break there for reflection for that kind of 1 minute, right? Of course, those who will get the opportunity might get excited. Why? Because there are no good tools in our own countries. Tools, I'm talking about tools. When you're an engineer, for example, right? And you all these young people who have come out of education and they have finished, and you cannot even be given proper tools to work on the good roads that we are always complaining about, the infrastructure. What do you expect those young people to do? To sit down there and be hungry, right? Let's talk about those teachers. They go to schools. Those in some countries till today, there's no electricity in some of those schools. I'm talking about rural Africa down somewhere, right? That Muzungu has to come down and help us to bring lighting because our own governments have failed. Governments who have MPs or whatever you want to call them, or leaders who have been elected to perform a task for the people so that they can provide. Yes, my dear.
What are you studying?
No, I'm just an active. I just love listening to your conversation. So I came here and I wanted to contribute. So I said, let me chip in because let me chip in issues of women as well. Do we respect our women, for example? You understand? How well do we look after our women in Africa? How well do we look after our youth in Africa? Look at China, for example. If you look at China, for example, the young people who are coming out right from the school, They're not just taught with, my back. If you were asking me earlier on my background, I'm from the trainers or teachers background, but I'm bringing this effort from a community side. Yeah, so we are talking about, somebody here earlier on was talking about transport, and it reminded me about my mom, for example. I bought a car for my mom when she was still alive so that she could have a business back in Kenya, for example, contributed to a matatu business so that they could have food on the table, right? So for me, it's not even me earning that money. Mimi niko huku UK sahi.
Did your mom tell you that she needed a matatu?
Yes, she did at that time. She did. She said to me, Juliet, I could do with a little business. She wanted to do a restaurant or cafe, we call it. She doesn't like big words. But anyway, that's besides the point.
Was she running a transport business before that she told you she wanted to advance to a matatu or a restaurant? Was she running like a kibanda? Or
that's what educated me, my dear. So I'm just.
No. Hold on. Was she doing any business before?
Of course, yeah. So
what business?
The business, a food business, matatu, all that transport.
No, was she doing that business before you sent her the money or bought the matatu for her? Was she in business?
She was. Yes, in one of them she was. Yeah. So we just
what business? What business was she doing?
The business is a hotel cafe business, just food and drink business.
So you funded her.
Sorry, I don't know who is talking. I can't say who is talking.
It's Joe Max here. So you funded her to advance her business, or she wanted to branch to that line of business of matatu and food?
I added value, or the family added value.
You added value. You boosted her.
Yes. You boosted her. So you add value to your parents, or you add value to your guardian.
To the point you're adding value, how much money was she making in her previous business for you to boost her with the matatu and
I wouldn't
restaurant?
go into detail. I wouldn't go into detail of her operational runnings. My point is the business was doing well. We thank God for that, right? But my I think the point here is how do we add value, right, to the rest of the society as Africans to Africans?
Yes, I understand that point. That's a very good point. Yeah. But now the other thing I want to ask you, what led to the collapse of the business, or how did the business go, the matatu one?
I'm here. My parents have died. So
the matatu is still there?
No, there's the matatu was sold eventually because of lack of responsibility from the society itself. If you
there was nobody to run it because your parents have died.
Let me explain to you, Joe Max, a typical day for a diasporan. Maybe I need to elaborate that a bit, right? A typical day for a person, and this is something that I want to speak for many, and I will say that on behalf of many because I speak to a lot of communities and I love building communities. So a typical Kenyan living in UK, some of the dilemmas that they face. You want somebody to add value to your, let's say, your little land that you have in Kenya, or even a matatu business. But when it comes, that person will add value because, maybe they've got the dollar or the pound, right? So the exchange rate might be a bit better than whatever. So you add a bit value. But if you're doing business with somebody, you expect some bit of profit. Lakini ikikuwa ni mmoja wenu, hata kurudisha hiyo pesa ndio huyo mtu hata afurahi, like the person can even at least contribute even more and you build each other, is a problem, right? And that is across many African states. You try and build a house. Ask how many Kenyans living abroad wamemaliza manyumba ama hawajamaliza. Ask them, and then you will begin to understand a collapsed state.
So why? And that's another part.
Right.
The thing is this. Hold on. You see, you are jumping into so many things. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah.
After that, you decided to fund your mom with a restaurant and a matatu business.
I decided to add value. Yeah.
You add value. Okay. So, was she the one who was overseeing that operation to the point that she died?
Of course. Who else do you give if it's a business, who else does she give the business to? So what?
So unfortunate
would that be?
circumstances before her. That's why the business collapsed.
I'm not going to say the business collapsed. What I'm saying to you, the business educated me. The business helped to bring me over here or paid my transport costs and stuff like that. What I am explaining, or the relevance of why I use that as a good example, is even if I was to think right now that I want to put up a good project in Africa, or we want to put, if I had a team of investors here right now, Kenyans, and I say to them, right, get about 20 Kenyans here, let's invest in, let's say, a small thing in Nairobi. Is it possible? Let me put the answer to you right now. We would struggle. Why? Because of the bureaucracy that is put upon diasporian. Okay? Not only that, we would struggle because it had even the multi-company. The relevance of those who are millionaires are running away from our own country, especially in Kenya, because Kenya has become very expensive. Okay? And I'm telling you from experience. Okay? So we have to really think about how well are we adding value, right? So that's a key question. And I remember my dad would say, we had a milk thing. And even just within yourself, let alone now going international, just within your own counties there, right? How well do you add value other than tribal, whatever? You can't even, I remember last year or the year before when I was looking at politics, you can't even go to, if you pay here, you have to pay this, you have to pay that. Imagine a very small country, Kenya, town.
Are you planning, by the way, interesting points. Are you planning to buy property in Kenya?
That is my own business. If I want to buy, I buy. If I don't want to buy, I don't buy. That's my own personal.
Why?
Yes. So
okay.
But
and,
I would. Yes.
Anyway, do you invest in Kenya?
I've just answered. Home is best, and I think that's also a personal question. We're talking about the relevance of Africa and issues about Europe. So I'm here to contribute towards issues of Europe, and I just happen to be living in UK. So and then earlier on, let me add to this. Somebody was talking about, because my hand was up a long time, so of course I'm addressing some of the issues that have also been spoken about. So I'm going to be a little bit trying to put points from whoever who had spoken earlier on. And Anthony was trying to add me, but he was struggling. So somebody else had spoken about issues about heritage or culture, what I call culture and heritage. And the issues was about how Europeans have taken like Luanda Magere spear or something along that side. And, it made me think. Usually, I don't live far from King's Cross, a place called King's Cross. And when you go to King's Cross, you see all the things that, it's called the British Library, basically. Na hizo vitu zote, beautiful. But as that person was speaking about that issue, I thought, and I'm again playing devil's advocate here, it made me wonder, in Kenya right now, Vasco da Gama, ile iko Mombasa, ama hata heritage places in Nanyuki or wherever we have them in Kenya, anywhere. Do we even look after those places in Nigeria itself? Or the only people I want to celebrate here is South Africa. At least South Africa, they put effort in their culture. When they are celebrating, I want to appreciate people like Joshua Maponga, who are always asking people to reserve and to put, effort in preserving our own stuff. But the rest of the Nigerians is beginning to do that. But when you really travel in those places, they've got a small stone or something. They don't even look after that place. And it makes me wonder sometimes, assuming all these things were given back to us in Africa, would we even look after them? Ama these things become important because Mzungu has now been looking after it. At least here, Mzungu is interested and he comes in and says, this is the thing that we did, blah, blah, blah. So my question is, are we ready to actually bring these bags across Africa. How well would, in Kenya, we have Bomas of Kenya, thank God, that's the only place, you know, dancing and everything. And if you ask some people there, they will tell you more needs to be done for our own people. I don't want to mention names here right now, but, you know, but I can tell you, we did a program, for example, in Kenya about kings and queens and princes and prince and princess and everything. Not Kenyans hata wataki kujua, nataka tu kujua. They just want to know about, oh, how much money has it got? You know, how much you going to pay me? How much are you going to do this? Everything is money, 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 as if money is everything. Let me tell you something, guys. Yeah? And I know somebody's laughing over there because... so let me say this, Joe, to you. You know, the person who was talking about, you know, bringing back the stuff. And sometimes I say, sometimes we ought to even be maybe thankful to the Mzungu, because at least Mzungu had preserved some of those things. If he had not preserved some of those things to us, we would not even know the value of those things. It is now that we come in and we see them, the way they polish them, the way they look after them. You go to their building, they regenerate the area, but that area becomes so beautiful, like it is, oh my God, is this what we have? You look at our own culture. They make Maasai man look like heaven. They make mu. You see, even my Wazungu here, people are laughing when I'm talking like that. You know, they make Anthony. They appreciate the folk songs. You know, they appreciate the world music that we ourselves. It's pull me down syndrome that we all have. Please, guys, we need to change, man. Please, please, guys. Anyway, back to you, Anthony.
The only thing that is left is storytelling. Can you tell us a story of maybe comics, like supernatural people you used to be narrated by your grandparents? Those are the only things left.
Thank you. Let me tell you, I love storytelling so much, and thanks for that question. You see, I'm going to tell you a story about my I didn't know what my name meant, but I won't say it here because I don't want it. I love it so much that I love it for myself. Let me put it that way. But my native name is. But when when I came to Kenya on one occasion, and I'll share that story with you, and I hope it gives you a good feeling. When I was young, I was like, people were struggling. You know, my name is not popular. Yeah. So people was, I'm from the Luya community. I'll tell you that. So my father, and I'm mixed as well. So I used to wonder, why is my name not so popular, guys? And I'm like, it's not so popular. But as I grew older, one day when I was a certain age, I come in and my grandee, they said, Julie, we want to, Juliet, come, buy a blanket. And I was like, me being from just coming to London, relocate, I love home. I just enjoy, I always come home anyway. That's me. I just will, nitapanda tu ndege na kuja tu home like that. So I'm like, my granddie then said to me, and my uncles, they had come to visit me. I had called upon them, come and visit me, because back home it can be very expensive when you have to travel from one state to another. So sometimes it's easier to say, niko town, kujeni nitawachukulia matatu nyinyi wote and whatever. So it's easier to come just and do a celebration, so you all meet up and the whole family is happy. So the story is, when I entered the compound that day, I'll sing you a song. And I woke up just being from London, as you can hear. And I'm like, your shosho needs a blanket, but you can't buy one blanket. You have to buy 2 blankets. Me being who I am, I went and bought 3 blankets. One for my mom, one for my shosho, and one for the other shosho. As I entered the compound to my mom's family, they all saw me coming, and they all started dancing. And I'm like, why are these people? So, to me, it's just a blanket. They are just, and they're like, Nesino Sina. And I'm like, I'm shying away and everything. And so they Lipala, they were singing all that kind of song, and my kuka was still alive by then. So they then called me and they said, Juliet, you don't know how special you are, but we've been waiting for the right time to tell you who you are. And I'm like, excuse me, in my head. That's what is going in my head, right? And I'm thinking, who you are? What does this mean? So anyway, to cut a long story short, it was like your name, you were named after your great grandmama, okay? And her role was this, she was a royal prince. And that as soon as you were born, this is what happened. So they told me the story of what happened. And so in Africa, we have people, you know, and hence the reason I'm sharing that story. We have people who have already been seen by their great grandees, like myself, who I didn't know until I was a certain age, and they were waiting for the right time for me to tell me. And I always knew I was unique, don't get me wrong, somehow in my head, because, you know, sometimes I would see when I'm going to Bungoma or places, people are saying, hello, hello, and all that. And, you know, it's not usual, but you can see people sort of like kneeling and all that kind of thing. But I didn't know the relevance of that. Hence the reason I'm sharing this beautiful story with you. So that's a story. We need to respect the people of Africa. We need to respect the traditional elders' principle of what they had set upon us. They had set
Were
upon
there
us.
supernatural people with
Let me tell you,
extraordinary powers from your community?
yes. Yeah, let me say, I want to believe that the elders had left us sovereignty. Why do I say that? I always believe that, you know, they told us a story about a giant. I don't know if you've been told a story about a giant, that if you go to the forest, you're going to be eaten by a giant. So I always relate to that story as they knew there were diamonds in our underneath. They knew there was minerals for us, and they took great care of that. They protected us because they knew that gold was within us. And then this kingdom comes, us now, and we want to sell all our lands to foreigners. We want to sell all our properties to everybody else. But those people did their best. Sadly, they are passing away. They've not left. They've spoken to us to look after our environment. They kept good forests. They were gatherers and hunters, and they kept good opportunity and accessibility to all of us. Some of the tradition might need maybe a bit upgrading, but at the end of the day, the foundations were there. And within that system, nobody went hungry at that time. And I don't believe in these issues that, oh, you know, we are too many and blah, blah. In fact, nowadays, mtu akifikisha hata miaka sijui ngapi saizi, you're sort of counting your blessing. In them days, my granddie lived like I don't know how. You know, he was actually riding a bicycle, kuka, anapeleka baiskeli mpaka hata watu wanasema, hey, you know, so these are real stories, whoever who asked me to tell you the story. And I want to appreciate the people of Africa and also Kenya, because that's where you start with home. But I think we could do better. There is room for improvement. There is room for improvement for the fact that we need to start respecting our women. Some of the countries in Africa, I don't want to mention the countries, we know them, they don't even give women chances to come to development, to leadership. They don't look after the vulnerable people. And I want us, you know, I will quote one Dr. Joseph Nyanchama, who is always reminding me even when I'm speaking. And he reminds me that if we can't look after the sanitation of a grandee or a grandmother, if you go to sometimes you go to rural and you see a kamba, you see a rope there, that a woman has got to go to the toilet or pit and try and lift herself up in those pit latrines. Shame on to all those political leaders who have not enabled our systems to have better infrastructure, such as utilities of good water and sanitations and good health for our women. So for me, until we are able and good lighting systems so that we are able to bring development in our part of the world.
Did you say you are Luya?
I said Bungo. Yeah, I said Bungoma, but that's irrelevant. My point, I was just telling you, asked me for a story, so I was telling you a story from that community. Okay. So I hope that answers your question.
You said you're Luya.
I love to be identified as an African. I'm an African. I'm a Pan-African. That's what I love to be identified as.
Do you know the name of the Luya god?
What do you mean? How would I not know? Why would I not know? Yeah.
Hey, Nothing you have said about any story about your people. The stories you're saying you're making them up. There is no story there.
I'm not making it up. Why would I make it up, Joseph? Joe? That is my story. It's not your story. It is my story. It's a personal story. So I'm not making it up. And that is also a story from my own granddie. So that is absolutely, I will not agree with you there. Yeah.
So which high school did you go or school did you go in Kenya before you left?
You want to know my high school? I went to St. Mary's Girls in Narok, and I also went to Nyakyambi Girls High School. Any other questions?
Which set book did you cover?
Sorry?
Which set book did you study?
Which set book did I cover? In what sense?
Yes. Which set book did you study?
The books, what I studied. Hello?
Yes.
What I studied? I studied the Kenyan systems up till Form 4 before I came here. Is that what you're asking me? But what's relevant to this discussion anyway?
I rest my case now.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to contribute to the African, solutions. Do we have solutions? The solutions. How do we add value to the people of Africa? And up till the time that Mwafrika to Mwafrika or the African to African will learn to respect each other. That is a strong thing that I'm calling upon. When we are ready to look after our women, when we are ready to look after our children, when we are ready to look after our men and persons with disability, when we are ready to improve our own neighbors in the economy, when you're ready to look after your diasporian and descendant, whichever part of the world they are in, that's what I'm talking about here. It's not about tribe, it's not about, it is about Africans as a whole, So when we are able to do that and be thoughtful,
Okay.
think about a time.
Juliet, hold on, Juliet.
Yeah.
Hold on. I've been listening to the two of you for long enough, and just mute your mic for a second.
Yeah. I don't know who it is speaking, so I can't say.
So yes, mute your mic. Mute your mic.
Okay.
Yeah. I was listening to you guys and I was trying to make out what you're saying. And I drifted and I got lost and I was like, if the host of the show can get lost, just imagine everybody else. If the host, who has capacity to enjoy even the worst stories or whichever, if they can get lost, then I must have really gotten lost. Joe Maxia, I don't know where you went with her, but that was a disaster. It was a train wreck. Completely. Hey, you guys have become...
Did you fall asleep like that guy who was called Eutychus? The one who was brought alive by, was it Paul or Peter?
If you found me, the cat was about to eat me. I was like, fucking hell.
I think there was a part in this when they were talking. I think the guy Joe was giving some sarcasm. Oh, we gotta just we might as well just tell a story now. And then she went and told the story. I was like, yo, what's going on here? He was sarcastic, but she got excited, and then the story came. I was like blown away. Like, whoa, this is like an Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole kind of thing.
And you know what happens when there's a man who worships women, he's unable to stop them. So someone like Joe Maxia is a woman worshipper, so he's unable to stop her from, taking us into her imagination.
And then she ran away from all questions. She ran away from all questions. You notice that too?
Bro, I was half dead at the time when she was running away from all the questions. Yeah, because if somebody doesn't want to have a conversation with you, why are we still talking? If somebody cannot answer one question, why would you ask another one?
And then there was, it's private. That's private. I was like, yo, huh? I was so lost.
No, but also, it tells me a lot about the kind of conversation she was here to have, or rather, the kind of conversation she was having with Joe Max here. Because sometimes, you come in and you have an agenda, you want to push a message. So when somebody comes in and tries to take you away from that message, you're like, oh, no, that's the only message that I have for you guys. Everything else, don't ask me where I'm coming from. Don't ask me if I have children. Don't ask me if I'm married. I'm just here to push a certain message. Beyond that message, I don't exist.
She needed to regurgitate herself out.
So Juliet, Juliet. So let me ask the question now. You can come back, Juliet.
Hello, hi. I don't know who I don't know who is talking. It's best if you say your name as well.
My name is Andrew Kibe. Do you know Andrew Kibe, the host?
Thank you, Andrew.
The host of the show,
the host,
yes.
Asante Sana. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
So why are you running away from personal questions, or does it not matter?
I think that when we are dealing with important things, we should stay away from personality and all those kind of things. I'm not running away. I want us to keep to, I'm not here to answer whether you have, as women, and that's another question that men ask women, we were talking about
which
good
question?
leadership.
Which question? And try to finish. Try to finish your sentences. Don't let your imagination lead you. So finish the sentence. So you don't like it when men do what? Ask you which question?
When men ask women personal questions to do with their family.
Why would you say? Why would you say when men ask women? It was just you and Joe Max here. There was no man-woman moment there.
There was a question. No, somebody earlier
And
here.
you're the one who brought up the question about the economic issues your mother was facing. So from an economic point of view, my questions were very economic centered.
Now, your question was, what was her? That's one of the questions you asked me, Joe. One of the questions you asked me, was she making money? And I thought that is not a question to ask in a group like this. I mean, would somebody be running a business? And I answered you. Hang on. I answered you, Joe.
Hold up, Juliet. Don't go back into that. So you're not talking.
But it's important for people to understand the conversation.
Juliet, you're not talking to Joe. You're now talking to me. Okay, so let me lead you with the questions that I want. I don't want you guys to go back into that nonsense. It was too much. That's what we're trying to tell you. It was not a real conversation.
Exactly.
Yes, because you're running away.
Exactly, because he asked me personal questions. That's what I'm saying.
What's wrong with a personal question? When you open the door about your mother.
Asking me. I'm asking me a question. Oh, how much money was your mom making? And I just had to answer. It educated me. No. And
you see the question that I followed.
I was just being polite.
Hold up.
Yeah, you can sit down. Thank you.
I followed the conversation when you said that you bought your mom a matatu and you were very annoyed because when she died, there was nobody to manage it.
I wasn't annoyed. I was actually, I wasn't annoyed. I was very happy. What I'm not happy about is if a diasporian, any diasporian, right, can invest in any of the African community living in Africa, any part of Africa, and that person you have invested, you want to do business, na pesa hairudi. That's what I was trying to express.
Yes, but you see what the conversation here is. You're in the diaspora, and you want to help people who don't need your help. So I think that's where Joe Maxia was taking you, because you're in the diaspora thinking that you're helping people, and these people actually don't need your help.
I'm in the diaspora, the same people. Let me tell you, this might help you maybe understand. Let me look at it this way. You leave home. Wengine hata waliuza shamba to come here. So you expect to go back home and even add value. I keep coming back to this thing, right? Because wengine hata waliuza mashamba kabla hawajakuja huko, you left a good job and you took all your saving to come to Europe. Some of them even cross the rivers. You see it all the time on TV. Yeah? Why am I talking about these stories to you the way I'm talking about it here? And I'm passionate about talking about these issues, by the way. Yeah, because I want to bring sense in what is happening around the world.
No, Juliet, don't waste my time with the skirting around the issue. Okay? Let's stick to the issue. Don't waste my time with the English and the skirting around the issue. I totally have no time for that. So I asked you a direct question. Why are you trying to help people who don't need your help? It is the imagination. Hold up. I'm not done with the question. Just mute your mic. It is the imagination. And maybe it's not even a question. Let me put it to you as a statement so that all of you who are out there can at least understand what I'm saying. Because there's something that gets into the head of an African when they leave their country and they suddenly think that they have become God. Okay, the reason you left your country was because you don't like that country in the first place. You're going to look for better. If you liked your country, you would stay. But you hate your country so much, you leave the country, go look for better, and then now look back at the people like you are trying to fix the problem that made you leave in the first place. If these people wanted to leave, wouldn't they leave? I mean, they would.
Let me answer your question.
So I'm not done with it. I told you it was not a question. I changed it from a question to a statement, so I'm still going. Okay? Okay. Yeah. So the people who are leaving are the people who want to leave. My advice to you and all the people who are out there, because I've seen this too many times, is do not go out there and create an imagination about what people need in Africa. This has been the main problem, where you think that you're helping people back home, or you want to build them a borehole, you want to do these things for them. All those things are useless. All the people want from you is money. Because now you have changed the relationship between you and them. So as long as they can give you all the problems that make you feel all good inside when you send a few pounds, then they'll give those problems to you. They will curate, they'll create a set for you if you need. They will even show you a photo of the cow dying, or if you want it. They'll create exactly what it is that you want to deal with. And then now you will be sending money into a black hole for the rest of your days. So whatever issue you have, like now when you left home and there was no house, and then now you want to build this big house for them because when you are growing up, there was no house and you want everybody to be happy. That is in your imagination. When you go and build somebody a business that they don't have, that is your imagination, right? Like, and I know maybe you didn't do this, but like buying somebody a matatu. Why would you buy somebody a matatu? And I'm not saying you. There are people who do this all the time. They buy these businesses thinking that this person who they love so much, of course, which is a lie, there's no love there, right? But this person whom they love so much will be able to run this business successfully. Africa has a problem of management. Everything you guys are talking about is a problem of management. We have not been trained to be managers, honest enough to run anything. We are not businessmen, that's why we are not exporting anything. So when you start a business for somebody, why would you do that? Why would you start a business for someone? Shouldn't you be adding to whatever business they already have? But so when you create all these things in your head, then you become that bitter diasporian who keeps complaining about how much money you've sunk back in dark Africa, shithole Africa, and now you become very resentful. So I don't want you to be resentful towards the people. The people are the people. You give them an opportunity to fuck you, they'll fuck you. In any country, but more so in Africa. So get out of your imagination, you diasporians. Stop thinking that you're helping people back in Africa. It's nothing like helping anyone. Go into disappear into diaspora. The day you come back, we shall meet you at the airport. Oh, 15 years, he didn't send us.
Was your mom the driver or the conductor?
Joe. We are done with that story. And you see, I'm trying to save us from your very useless conversation with her. I've even taken out the Mathri story from her, so she didn't come back. What are you saying, my guy? Because if I put the
and allow me to respond when you're ready. Yeah, I need to respond to what you said.
No.
There is some good points you've raised, but
I don't have to allow you to do anything. That's the problem. This is not one of those spaces that they are democratic, that we can all just get what we want. No. I was already dying from your conversation with this guy because it was a very superficial conversation. It is not edifying. It is sending us nowhere. It is the same complaining about what people do in Africa, and we have complained like that for too long. Let's talk about the reality. The reality is every amount of money you send to Kenya or to Africa is going to be misused. So do yourself a favor, stop sending the money. The people who are in your life are not businessmen. These are not people who want to come out of their own predicament. If they did, then you would be sending tickets back to Africa. I mean, why are you the only one who can leave that country? Why can't they leave the country? That would be the conversation. You'd be like, hey, listen, anybody who wants to leave that country, that's the only conversation I'm having. I can help you come here to the UK, set up, you fix your own problems. But me sending money back home to build you what for you, you are mad. So in fact, if your mom was like now, maybe for you, Juliet, if your mom was like making this illicit alcohol, illicit brews, then what you'd do, you'd go to the UK, study in the school of Johnny Walker, where they teach how to make Johnny Walker, you know, with those barrels, and then take that knowledge back home. Because this is what fed you, right? This is what fed you. Why would you run away from that? That should be the only focus, but it's not. So you know you've lived a very poor existence. Why are you adding to the poor, to the poverty? You give poor people money today, tomorrow they'll be poor. They'll still be poor. It has been known. Look at the blacks in America. It doesn't matter how much money you drop in that community. By evening, they'll find a way of putting it back in the white people, in the hands of the white people. Because white people are the ones who produce. So in Africa, we are producing nothing. Why are we talking? Why are we having conversations about business? There are no businessmen in Africa. Or business women, for that matter. Juliet has disappeared. Oh my God. She's going to report me. Oh, that guy just beat me for nothing. And now Mark Zuckerberg of X going to look for me. Say, oh, we got a report from the UK that you are not allowing Juliet to have her way in your space. Jay, are you there? Judy Achieng. We have to get rid of nonsense. Stop thinking that you're helping people back home. No, let people die. Yes, Jay, how are you?
I'm fine, Andrew Kibe. How are you?
I'm chilling. Talk to me. Are you still playing?
Oh, okay.
Are you still paying black tax as a grown up?
No, I'm in Kenya, but I've been listening to you, and I just wanted to chip in and tell you, some of those people abroad, they never want to help you to relocate. They feel safer when you're here begging for their money than helping you relocate. So that is also another thing you should talk about. They don't want to teach the people how to fish. They feel safer when giving them fish every day than wanting to help them fish. You see? So as much as you could blame the people in Africa.
So the people who are sending are happy sending because they have made slaves of all these people with all this worshipping of them.
Yes.
They want to be
I've
worshipped.
seen that. Yes, I've seen that, and that's a practical example. And they're so comfortable when you can be down begging for $50. Then when you tell them, like, okay, I found this, I applied for this scholarship and I need $70 for, the application process and maybe another extra $100 for this. They will not give you that. But the next time when you ask for $50 because you're going on an empty stomach, they will gladly give you. Why? Like in my community, me, I'm Luo. We have a very big problem of superiority complex. People are thinking like, I don't know, they feel like maybe if they help you out, you're going to be better than them. And, in our community, most of our people, you find, I don't want to be tribalistic here, but being somebody from the western part, you will agree with me that we have a tribe called the Kisi. The Kisis, the Kalenjins, they're more united than our community, the Luos. You find that it's so easy for them to help a brother relocate than help them with money every day. But our people, they would rather give you that money every day so that you will remain a slave to them and you'll be able to answer When they cough, you'll be there to answer. But when it comes to when you want to discuss something, let's say even it is something progressive, maybe you found a business you want to run, they will give you 1,000,001 excuses. But when you want a handout, maybe for just to solve a temporary problem, they're willing to do that. So that is also one very big problem. So as much as maybe you could say the sending money home, blah, 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 there are people, to them, that is what makes them remain superior. And that is what has kept them be who they are abroad there. And they wouldn't want to trade places.
But isn't Jay, isn't that a very female tactic? Men don't do that. Women are the ones who behave like that. So when you find a man behaving like that, isn't it peculiar?
No, most of them, even
and
men.
Also, the other thing is this. What about if you know that brother or that sister will will not make it? Basing on the way they're organized. Because you're bringing somebody to a country where organization skills really matter. They have to come and offer something. They really have to come and make it. Otherwise, it's failure. Have we not had people who have gone and come back worse off?
That is incorrect to the lady who is speaking. That is very incorrect. It's so bad to assume that diasporians feel superior and all that. It's a shame you would think like that. But anyway, that's my opinion.
So you want to take somebody to set someone for failure, because the thing is this. You know the environment you're taking that person. You are very much aware of the challenges you've handled. So, and I'm not saying you deny opportunity, but before that opportunity, you give them. I'm telling you, I can tell you somebody who will do way better than them quicker, basing on the current life they are living. Same setting, but I can tell you this one will perform way better than this one because of the way they've organized their life. So you have to show me before that opportunity comes.
Yeah.
Before I offer you something else, you have to show me where are you at the moment.
Yeah.
So the same thing. In fact, it reminded me of another story of a guy who bought his brother a matatu. The brother was drinking in the pub, saying, "Ikija, when it feels, call me." He was even drinking the fare. That matatu is sitting on stones.
Yeah, all these are scenarios. Even the lady who's disputing what I'm saying, if you just ask around and if you just do your research well, even the one I'm talking about is a scenario. I'm talking about what I have seen. I'm not even talking about hearsay. Even what the other guy has just talked about, all these are things that are happening. So when we are talking about this, we should look at all the factors that make this be a practice in Africa, And also another thing, there's this assumption that when you go abroad, there's a lot of money, So the minute you go abroad, everybody, they feel like all their financial problems are going to be answered. All their financial questions are going to be answered. And then, sorry to say, but when you're in Africa and somebody else is abroad sending you money every week or every month, then you can live so comfortably. And some people will not even want to go out, but some people also just enjoy getting that money. So all these are things that happen. And it all depends on individuals, it depends on families, it depends on a lot of things, because all this is now as per, people's character, people's upbringing and everything. Because say you're abroad and maybe you're sending somebody like even $300 or $500 every month. Let's put it at $500 every month. $500, that's I think roughly around 80,000 or 90 there, depending on the rate. $500 could be around 60 or 70,000, depending on the dollar rates. So when you look at 70,000 for a middle earning Kenyan, who maybe is also living in a house of maybe 5,000 or 10,000, that is quite a lot of money. And this person can live very comfortably. So some people enjoy that. And then you who is abroad, you're really toiling for that. You don't live as comfortable as this person is even living here. Because with that $500, this person could be paying maybe a rent of $50. And this person maybe does not even have serious children he or she is educating. But they enjoy that to the extent that now they don't even want to come abroad. They would rather you toil for them. So all these are case scenarios that happen, especially here in our country. But I was even
Juliet,
on
I
some.
don't mean to offend
I want to
you
respond to
basing on
Jay.
the story about your mother,
It's
but
okay.
I know a matatu business. Unless you run it yourself,
I understand, and I agree
you
with
will
you,
be
Joe.
subject to failure.
Joe, I agree.
Yeah.
But I want to respond to Jay because she raises some good points, and also I want to also help her understand certain situations about why behaviors would be happening from diasporans now to happen. And I love this discussion, by the way. A diasporan comes here, and we talk about the dollar or the pound or wherever you are, or the yen or whatever. So I'll talk about the pound because I'm in UK. So the pound exchange rate, whether anybody agrees, and let's talk about Kenya because there's also other countries. So I'll give a good example of Kenya. Currently, the remittance that is sent to Kenya through the diasporan almost equates the tourism business. And sadly, COVID has impacted hotel industry and stuff like that. So this continues to be a trend in most African countries whereby the remittance is sort of also helping create a good economy in our countries. Okay. Now, Jay has asked a question and or commented that she observes that certain diasporians might not want to help. Now, a typical day for a diasporian, mtu anaamka asubuhi, let's assume some have worked overnight. I talked about a blue economy earlier on, if some of you are listening. And that person hopefully is working overtime so that apate pesa ile ataweza kulipa nyumba yake hapa and all the things, you still have to pay your bills here and then also have extra surplus to help your family. Now, most of our money as diasporans, and we know that, goes into the welfare of our own very brothers and sisters back in the family home, to a point that many governments across Africa are suggesting to the diasporian, why not build a real estate or why not do whatever. Those conversations even prove more difficult, let me tell you guys. And why do I say this, Andrew? Because I know Andrew would be interested with something like this. Because governments have come in, the first person anaangalia ni mzungu. Angaliangi ule mtu wa kwenu pale home. Mnaona? Ataangalia the mzungu that comes in. We are going to Korea. Look at our own president. You guys, Gen Zs, you have calculated even the number of places he has visited trying to look for foreign investment. Has that president come to the Kenyans themselves in any part of the world? Yes or no? And if you go into those diasporians will tell you about a diasporian policy document that is talked to us. Inazungumziwa kutoka 2014. I can give you the dates, or 2012 or whatever. We fought. I was one of the people who fought for dual nationality ndio Mkenya aweze kuendelea. Ati ukikuja hapa utapatiwa shida. Ama ukae Kenya ama you whatever. So I'm talking about dual nationalities for Africans. So that whichever part of if you travel or you enjoy, look at a Chinese person coming to Britain or whatever, is given big respect. Anakuja, anasoma, goes back home and gives the attributes that is supposed to be doing the business and supports the rest of the economy, and because of the exposure they've probably got. So it's a win-win situation. Same thing with Japan, same thing with Singapore, same thing with wherever. Right? Now you come to this diasporian who has worked from asubuhi, and I can assure you, even in America, I'm not in America, but I have family in America, who has left Kenya, working all those extra hours. God bless every diasporian and God bless every African man and woman who has traveled abroad to help build their economy. I'm not talking just about family here. I'm talking about the real issues here. And I thank Andrew for having almost 300 people here so we can have a decent conversation, not a personal one. That's why I said I didn't want to answer personal, but it was a good question. So why am I saying this? Then now you come in and say, this is a typical day in some cases. Habari, hello. My father has, I want, who was telling me a story, they will show you all the horrible things that have happened. They've not even greeted you. But because your imagination from Africa is like, oh, we want problems. We actually want people to succeed, but the businesses are not working. Can you imagine a situation if both businesses were working? The person who has given you the £100 for you to set up your little business, and then you came in and you gave back some profit so that that person is able to sustain the business, grow from here, be able to invest and forth back. Lakini mzungu akikuja hapo, ama muhindi akikuja hapo in Africa, you look at that person as a goddess. Uyo mmemrespect hata kushinda nini. That is why I talked. We are our own worst enemies. I started off by that. And I gave you a story about that. Despite the fact that some of you said they looked at my conversation as, whatever. But my point is, we must, if we are going to add value to the conversation of Pan-Africanism to build our economy, it starts with me and you, like what Andrew has done here today, brought us together to look at the solutions. And what are the solutions? The solutions is we here today. Yeah? If I can give you that £10 and tomorrow you eat that £10, and the first thing is I don't want you to die. I live too far. Right now, if somebody called me and said, oh my goodness me, I don't have food. Even if I don't have, I'll probably pick up the call and say, Aki Mungu, help me to support a friend of mine. Staki akufe. Na home hakuna kazi sayo. Because our governments are letting us down. That is what I'm talking about here tonight. Or today, whichever part of the world you are right now. So my point is, why do those young people want to be exported from their own country? A survey was done in Kenya. Recently, I saw it a few wherever, and you can check this out. And when they did the survey in Kenya, so many youth said they didn't want to be in Kenya. So many youth, and you remember that, Andrew, if you were following Nation at that time, or NTV or whichever. Many youth said, hawataki kukua Kenya saizi. Kenya is bang, finished. Can you imagine how I would feel? I'm not a Gen Z at the moment, but I feel like a Gen Z because I advocate for their causes. Right? So can you imagine the shock when youths wanasema hawataki kukaa Kenya, wanataka waondoke because wamechoka na country yetu. And many Africans are feeling that way right now. Now, somebody asked me a question, do I want to come back home? Let me tell you, if I was given an opportunity right now, niambio rudi saizi, kuja saizi ubuild hapa. Na upatie and I can assure you, in fact, I will tell you a story. I went to Nigeria one time. And one of the ministers came here in UK. Na akasema, anybody that has got a PhD, I was in that meeting. He said, if you have, I'm trying to remember which state that was. Anyone mtu mwenye ako na PhD, and I laughed in my heart. Do you know why I laughed? Because I know that Mwafrika kupata hiyo PhD kama amefika UK, ama amefika Europe, ama amefika wapi, even back home right now, school fees is a problem. Kufika hapa sijui whatever, there's ups and downs, God, let alone ile problems uko nazo kutoka home, your own problems and economic problems and all those things. But I still admired that particular leader for the fact that he gave the Nigerians an opportunity to think about going home and extended the privileges and suggested to them, if you finish your PhD, come home and I will employ you and get you to get us in the development that we need. That's a good thing. Let's celebrate good things, right? So Andrew asked a question about me thinking about, or one of you, and Jay as well. The issue about, say for example, ati diaspora na najisikia na nini. That is not even in, to be honest, any African saying that something like that should be ashamed of themselves. Let me tell you that. And why do I say that? Because these men and women are working extremely hard. Hours. Mkijua vile watu wanafanyanga kazi ndio waweze, they end up. And then you just come in. Number one, when you're abroad, you're paid less money than the average sometimes Muzungu. That is why you will hear us campaigning for equal pay, so that Mwafrika and Muzungu are paid the same amount of money, and we have the relevance of equity. Now, I wrote a policy document here. Don't underestimate some of the things. And this is all volunteer, because hakuna mtu wa kukusaidia, hata hakuna mtu wa kukusaidia. Wengine even they will think you're stupid because of doing free work and volunteering, and they will call that, because Africans like to see you, big house, big big car.
Why are you working so hard?
You have to work hard. I think that it's a very good question. You have to work hard for yourself and to have self-care for yourself, but you also have to work hard for your people as well, right? And that is very important,
No,
right?
hold on. I understand working hard is good for self-care, yes, but how many hours do you do, or how many days in a week do you work? And what is this that you're paying for?
So usually you'll just pay everything. You'll pay whether it is you'll pay your bills. So the bills will be normal. Just like in Africa, you'll pay your bills like whether it is a house bills and all that. So it would be just almost the same.
Do you have a mortgage?
That comes under house bill.
So, like, let's say you're paying rent.
I said
and
bills
food and all that.
Yes, so house bills,
Utility
Joe.
bills.
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't want personal.
Yeah.
I'm trying to focus on the relevant. So the relevant issues, wherever you're staying as a diasporan or wherever, whether you're in Kenya, you still have to pay your house bills, right? Which would be rent, whatever, transport or whatever. So it's the same thing as anybody who would leave home and come. But my point to you is the person who is a diasporian sometimes even works extremely hard to be able to cover. Remember, they also have a home back home. Okay, so maybe these issues needs to be discussed more often, Andrew, so that people can understand.
Knowing what you're facing, would you have left Kenya, or let's say, would you want to come back?
Thank you. Thank you for that. There was somebody here earlier on who was talking about, the person who leaves Kenya or leaves Africa is a bad person. I want to disagree with that person. Maybe it was yourself. And I want to disagree on the bare fact that for someone like me, when I left Kenya because I wanted to do the extra additional studies and stuff like that. And I came to UK when I was a young girl. So the kind of discussion that person was saying, or relevant, that person hates home, it's not true. Because when I was home, I was watching good programs such as, the kind of programs when I was watching when I was young. I would see Britain, I would see America, I would see, places I had not seen. In fact, children would sit around our family TV. That time it was black and white. So children from the rest of the neighbors would come and we would watch this program. And I remember that the kind of books that we would read, whether it's Mills and Boons or whatever we would read, those little stories from whatever. And at that time, even the African writer, till today, how many Africans buy African books that are written by African people? Till today as we are talking. And why is the case that we don't even, somebody was asking me here earlier on, what school, which books did you read when you were in school? Of course, if you're asking me whether I did literature in English, and by the way, I was good in English, my stories would always be told. So my point is, and I used to tell a lot of shairis. I used to go I won cups and awards for that one. My point is, we need to respect the African literature. Those stories, kama ni Ngugi wa Thiong'o, kama ni huyu, in fact, I buy them. I remember I have some here. If I was at home, I would have read you some of the books that I buy, just to support huyo munini. We don't even effectively, thank God for Things Fall Apart, the writer, Okonkwo, Nigeria. Well done. Your books, that man, if you go to Kenya and other places, at least he translated his books into.
Do you pay black tax?
Juliet.
Do you pay black tax?
Yes, Jay, yeah.
Can I
Do you send money
Can I
home?
intervene a little bit here?
Yes, Jay, ask a question. Yeah.
I would like to intervene.
Yes, sure.
You did not go because you hated Kenya. Me, I left because I hated Kenya. So you see,
exactly.
I think people should be talking about their personality, their personal level.
Thank you.
I personally hated Kenya very much. I saw it coming from long time. I was like 22. I'd see Kenya going down the drain. I could not understand what was going in the government, why I'm out. I finished school and I can't get work. Why I have to do babysitting for kids of my sisters, and when I get work, I am paid very, very bad. So I'd see it coming. I saw it coming. So I left Kenya personally.
And that is why. And
That's
that
very
is
true.
why I spoke.
Good. Hannah, go on.
Let me
Hannah is
respond to
more.
her.
That is my personal.
Anna,
yes.
Anna, thank you. That is why earlier on I spoke about every day nakaanga hapa chini and people are asking me to come to Europe.
No, the thing is, let me say this. If whoever wants to come to Europe, and I'm not going to tell somebody do not go, but don't bring me your sheet of telling me help me to bring to bring you here, because here they want guarantors. They want guarantors. They will ask you either you're coming as a student or you're coming as a worker, and afterwards maybe you become better once you work, and they see they still need you. That's where and then with the age they know, oh, there's family coming in and blah 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 shit. So if the person wants to come to Europe and me I'm coming as a student, then ukimuuliza maswali anakuambia I'm going to this university, unamuuliza umelipa, anakuambia I will pay when I reach there and I get work. And I know very well in those papers they usually ask who is your guarantor, and they are still asking you to be their guarantor. So hapo ndio story inaishiaga kabisa. Unaangalia mtu, unaona mtu ni wazimu, hajafanya research yake, na bado anataka kukuingililia aseme tuwe you are not good enough for you do not want to make that person become better, so that's why you are giving them 50,000 or 5,000. That's why they are better if they are back home. No, it's not a matter of that. It's you who is calculating for yourself. You are living there for yourself. So if you are living in another person's country for yourself, and you know very well that you cannot be able to take another person's burden, then why are you taking it from the beginning? Just tell the person no. You have to learn to say no. It will hurt. It will really hurt the person. It will hurt you also, because you know very well you would love to help them, but you are limited also. So you have to do things according to your own way. Kenya needs to create economic ambience where anyone can launch a business and succeed. That's the only thing the government should be doing. It is not doing it. It's been years and years from Uhuru time, from Kibaki time. It's still the same issue. So once people say they want to leave Kenya, it's because they are tired. It's not because they don't love Kenya. We still love Kenya, but the problem is, even if we have the dual nationality, we still love Kenya. But the Kenya that we want in our minds.
Do you send money for funerals? Anna, do you send money for funerals?
I don't send money for funerals. I don't send money for funerals. I only send money when I feel like, okay, this one is good. But there's one thing, there's always a catch. If somebody wants me to give them money because of business, I always ask, give me the proposal. I want to see if it's a business which is able to to at least go on for some time. And then on top of that, I ask the person, how much do you have? How much do you contribute? Because I cannot be the one to contribute for you 100%. You give me 60%, I give you the rest. And if we are 10 of us in our family, everybody will participate, so that I also can remove the least amount also. just like the rest. So ukijua you are like you are only owing somebody, you're not owing just one person so that you can manipulate the person every time the business goes down. You will know everybody in the family is looking at you because ule ulimchukulia ngiri 2, ule ulimchukulia ngiri 3. And one thing I always say, pesa ikitoka diaspora, so long as haujaandika contract, hiyo ni pesa imepotea. So do not even bother asking yourself, na ile pesa yenye nilikupatia ulifanya nayo nini? No, hiyo imeisha, ilienda. Kama ulituma kwa sababu sijui nyanya yako ni mgonjwa, sawa, hiyo imeenda. Paf, hiyo usahau the minute umechukua.
So in other words,
yes.
Words, for you make very good calculations on where you put your money, and you understand the differences with the two economies.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. The first world countries and the Kenyan economy.
Exactly.
To the point that if people have to manage a funeral with only 20K, let them manage with that.
Exactly. Mimi yo mambo ya sijui disco matanga, sijui what.
You don't fund lifestyle.
Hiyo ni life. Everybody has their lifestyle. Mtu amesha kufa amekufa. Ameenda. Hiyo disco matanga and everything. Kama wewe unataka kufanya hiyo, basi fanya with your money. But do not calculate Hana in it. That is one thing. Niadhie. She's gone. He's gone. That's it. The person amekuenda si ati ataamuka mkisha dance. C'est fini. Kwa d'autre. So that is what I was saying. This story you hate. No, you do not hate the people that you that in your family. No, you do not. One thing I usually say, you are born together. But you are not you cannot I cannot rely on everybody in my family. That's one, because kila mtu ana nguvu yake, na si kila mtu, we are not all of us going on the same direction. At the end of the day, the only person I can say who is really important is my dad and my mom. That's it. They brought me in this world. The rest, kila mtu akanyanga njia yake, kila mtu akwende. Nini shida nyinyi? Me, I am living for me and myself. Nilizaliwa peke yangu, nitakufa peke yangu. In the middle, kama mtu aliniona, I need to help, I can help if I want.
Do you send them money? Do you send your parents money?
Them I send because they are 90 and 80 years. But it's not like I'm sending them because they need it. They are people who are well beyond. But I send them because maybe it's Christmas. Occasionally, I say, okay, nunulia hao vitu. Wakumbuke, kuna msichana anaitwa Hana, because they have 10 kids in the middle of the, voila.
Oh, you mean you are generous. You are generous just something for them they can have tea or...
No, we are 10 in our family. 10 kids. Imagine kila mtu, almost most of us are married. Then add to that their kids who are, hata wengine sijuagi wanaitogo nani, because they have 4, 5, 6 wajukus in each family. So what do they need more than that? They are well surrounded. So the thing is, wale watu wanataka kutoka, tokeni kama mnaweza. Gongeni hiyo mlango.
Have you boosted their businesses?
Sorry?
Have you boosted their businesses?
Why? Who? For who?
Or...
Why? Give me a reason why.
Between you and Juliet.
Why should I boost a business of somebody?
What I'm saying is, you've answered me very well. That's a difference between you and Juliet.
Why should I? People are saying, okay, you should have a family you should have a family that is together. I don't know what. Kama familia yenu, it is not that kind of a family. Do not even bother. Because you'll be so much heartbroken for no reason. Just stand your ground. You are a human being. You are an adult. You are born solo. You live solo. You'll die solo. Hata ukioa, hata upate watoto. That's it. This is stories in.
So, in other words, success is individual.
Success is individual. Once you are up there, you have the money like William Zuckerberg and everybody else. Now, if you want to distribute. But when you are struggling and you are going slowly, ndio ufike huko, alafu unaanza kunyang'anyo hapa, ati nipatie hapa, utajiweka, utajijenga lini na utafika pale lini. You will be always being taken behind by people. No, Just go, ukishafika huko juu. Sasa geuka. Kama unaweza patiana sasa. Chimbua patiana. But for the moment, even women, they should be like men. Mentality should be like men. Until you reach the success that you want, that's the time you start giving money out. And once it's gone, it's gone. If it's not in a contract, don't even bother. I yield my mic.
Are you planning to come back to Kenya?
Me? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I do not know when.
You said you don't
because
like it.
I need to have that. That's why I'm so passionate that Kenya should have an economic liberation. Once we have that, no one, even I have met Ethiopians, I've met Somalis, I've met Rwandese. They love Kenya. They know Kenya. Muzungu, even the French, they love Kenya so much because there's something in Kenyans' air. There's something in Kenyans' people that we ourselves, we don't even recognize it. Once the work that the Kenyans do, it's the utmost of it. And they do it always with a smile on their faces.
So now, hold on. Yes, I understand all that. The climate is different.
Not even the climate. It has nothing to do with the climate.
Now, I know everything. Yes. Now, what I want to ask you, are you investing in Kenya?
Why should I invest in Kenya? Well, I know very well Sakaja is there to eat
so
me.
you return as a visitor?
No, for the moment, yes, I'll come as a visitor, yes. I'll pop in, look, because I always before I say like I want to invest, let me keep my money in my account. The minute I know now the time is the best, I will invest. But for the moment, I can't even invest in Kenya. Not in bonds, unless if it's in gold, but not even in bonds, not in anything, because everything will crumble one time at a. Everything will crumble because manyumba hazijengwi vizuri, the economy ukiangalia vizuri haikai vizuri. Then on top of that, ukiangalia the towns are just being popped up like towns, but what is in those towns? What are they offering to the people? It's not non-existent. So at the end of the day, you're just there asking yourself, maybe nitajenga nyumba. And then all of a sudden, niambiwa ati hiyo nyumba mali nimejenga ni barabara ama nimeuziwa na hasla mwenye alikuwa amefanya vitu huko nyuma. Kenya, you do not know where.
Or even you have built a house worth maybe 10 million, only to find you are renting it for 30,000 a month.
What? So we need a very, very good economical liberation. That time we are going to come.
Wambi, exactly. I didn't want to come to the details, but exactly the examples I was going to come to. Endelea. Endelea, Anna. Wapatie your story. Because this man seems to be asking personal questions, which I don't know where they are taking us. Will you buy? I don't know why somebody will ask you such a question. It's supposed to be.
No, it is.
Anakuuliza hiyo ya nini hapa? Kama unataka kununua utanunua hata ukitaka kununua Spain. I once told somebody, if I come to Mombasa today, I can get the same holiday package in Spain and enjoy even more at a cheaper price. Nikikuja Mombasa na kuwa exploited like nobody. Before long, everybody will go and retire in Spain. A better place and whatever. When I say things like this, people look at me, Anna.
So we can agree that you guys moved away because you hated Kenya.
I did not hate Kenya.
I hated Kenya very much.
Exactly. And Hannah has
why Juliet? Why aren't you being honest enough to say, I hate Kenya, I hate my family?
Me, I don't hate Kenya.
I hate my family.
Kenya.
I hate those thieves. I hate this black skin.
Hang on. Apana, let's come to Joe. Don't say I hate Kenya because nobody hates where they come from. I've told you that.
Everybody does. Why you making it sound like we don't?
Nobody hates Africa. Everybody loves Africa.
Everybody hates where they come from. That's why they live.
No, even everybody comes to Africa to take our raw material. So we ourselves cannot hate Kenya. What we don't like is poor governance.
No, Juliet is wounded.
Very, very wounded. You have not healed yet. Heal, Juliet. Let me pray for you.
She has
Juliet.
been scarred for life.
Juliet, can I
No,
pray for you?
I love Kenya. I love Kenya so
You do
much.
not love
Otherwise,
Kenya,
I would-
Juliet. You hate Kenya and you hate Kenyans. And you hate
Why are you saying that, Andrew?
Starting and hold up. You see, Juliet, what you should do every now and then when you meet somebody who sees something in you, you should at least interrogate that. So don't just go shouting, "Oh, keep it up." No, you hate the country, you hate the people in the country, and beginning with your family who exploited you, who misused.
No, that is incorrect.
So the people who stole. No, hold up. Even you, Hannah, just mute your mic, both of you, because I've been listening to you. Yeah. So mute, both of you, just mute. And Hannah was very clear. She said she hates the country. That's why she left. I appreciate that. That's some honesty. Because sometimes that clarity only comes when you leave the country. You think that these people love you. When you leave the country, you realize, oh shit, they don't love me. They love what I can provide for them. When you take that away from them, even the phone calls will dry up. If today all these diasporians were to decide to stop giving money back home, who the fuck will call you? You think they care about you? Oh, Juliet, go on out there. They'll only call you when there's something at the end of that conversation. There's a guy I call every now and then. He's one of the people I've known the longest, and he is very interesting. But every time we have a conversation, at the end of that conversation, I know what's going to happen. I know it. So when I make the phone call, I'm not oblivious to that fact. I know that Lazma Ataniokota, he's going to have to, hey, by the way, before I let you go, because you came here for to help somebody who is poor, let me make it worth your while. Send me something. So I know the spirit you're talking about, Juliet. I am with you 100%. Everybody who leaves the country hates the country because they have not been able to make it in that country. Yet they have the
I
spirit to make
personally
it.
don't hate Africa or Kenya. I don't. So don't speak for yourself. But what I could say, I don't like some of
and that's I was not done yet. And that's why when you leave the country, you want to try and fix things back home because things are not working according to you. But in Africa, things are working. The only people who see things not working are people from outside. The only people who are having issues with Africa are people from outside, but the Africans don't have an issue with with the status quo. So the day you accept that is the day you live and stop sending money back home, Juliet. You'll be very happy. You just accept, oh, you know what? I actually hated these guys, and that's why I left. Otherwise, if you are making it in Kenya, would you leave? No, you wouldn't. The people who are making it, do you think they leave? No, they go on holiday and come back. Or they go for these things they call fact-finding mission. Now, Juliet, for you, you had to go survive. Probably had to sell yourself every Tuesday, working at McDonald's, or the version of McDonald's in the UK, and had to struggle and struggle and struggle. So every now and then when you send money back home, it gives you some satisfaction. And then you realized that all they want to do is screw you. They don't really need your business ideas, your business acumen, your judgment. They don't need all that. They just need your money. So next time you're sending money, don't send money thinking that you're helping them. Send money knowing that you're helping yourself. This is for you. I am doing this for me. I am helping myself. This is my ego that I am satisfying. I don't care what they do with the money on the other side. This is just me. Now, the day you mature and you grow beyond your ego, then you will not even need to send anybody anything. You will not, because that manipulation will end. So if they cannot come straight up, you'll be like, no, what are we doing? But once you grow up, the only way you can do that is after you've grown up. So then the diaspora people will stop feeling like they're doing such a big thing for Africa. Because every time you have that conversation, they tell you, oh, if you look at the figures, diaspora is really giving, remitting just below tourism. Think about that for a second. The remittances get more and more every year. It means that poverty is getting more and more every year. Could it be correlated? Or could it be that poverty is in the I mean, you now get what I'm trying to say, Juliet, right? And I want us to have a real conversation, not like that one of yours and Joe. So you'll need to listen a little bit more. So Juliet, are you there?
Kibe, you had to give me credit. I had to steer in the boat.
In this case, the matatu. Yeah.
I was muted. I'm there. Andrew Kibe, I'm there. You've unmuted me now. I was muted.
Yes. I muted you.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying, and you are bringing in the engagement of, the mentality where diasporas need to self-care, which is fantastic, right? And I said that earlier on. But my point was, depending on when you traveled, as Anna has identified earlier on, and I can again come back to the issues of the kind of economic a push for Africans. I'm not just talking about Kenya. I'm talking about the whole of Africa, right? And the issues of good respecting good governance and respecting what we have, right? Somebody asked me to tell a story. I gave you our stories, and I said, I feel that our grandees and our grandparents respected our environments of Africans more than we do today. Okay, so that was my comment, and I feel that passionately, right? So I'm not just speaking about if we don't like Africa, and I also want to speak for many. Many people want to go back, and I will give you a good example, Andrew.
No.
Caribbeans, hear me out.
No. I don't want you to go into that direction. So I'm trying to stop you from that because it's not interesting to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I like to when I'm with you here. I want to talk to you. I don't want you to tell me about other people.
Okay, let me talk to me then. But I was just going to say many people.
No. Don't. If I have stopped you from saying it,
in particular,
if I stop you from saying it, why force to say it, Juliet? I stopped you from saying it because you are about to say some nonsense. Because you're talking about other people. Where is the list of those people? Where do you guys meet and then talk and say, I want to go back home and this is the evidence? Get out of your imagination. Stop talking about other people. Talk about yourself. And now, if you cannot do that, why would we have that conversation? I want to know about you. You're in the diaspora. I want to know about how you've been handling your family. Those are the questions I'm interested in. So stop running away like you're a saint. And now you cannot answer anything personal, but it's personal. The only way this story makes sense, it has to be personalized. We have to know what really is happening on the ground. Somebody here, what's her name? There's a lady who came in here and said, she knows exactly. She knows exactly what is going on. It is egos. So it's personal. It's always been personal. So don't tell me about other people and don't force a point, Juliet. Niko rido na wewe sana mbaya sana mno. Hizo tricks nazijua sana, hizo tricks mnatumianga na kuongea vitu mingi haziko. Stick to the points. Don't tell me, many people have the same problem. No. This is a problem of this satellite. These people who look like they're watching everything from a distance. So you have solutions to problems that don't exist. They only exist when you look from a distance. Like now, going to a village somewhere and drilling a borehole, is that something good? No, it is not. It's the worst thing you can do to those people.
No, it's not. I agree with you with that one, Andrew. And I will say to you why. I actually told somebody the same thing a few weeks back. I said some of those leaders praise themselves as if it's something else. But like you want me to talk about me, and I want to also say I can talk about me. But like you now, for example, you wear many hats, I believe, or I would wish to believe. You're probably a father. You're probably a community leader. You're probably a presenter here or whatever you do. I don't know. But so I want to present to you that if somebody is speaking, so you're asking me a question, oh, where are those people? My evidence to you is I am a community leader as well. So I would be listening to be able to respond to you right now and be saying, I want to speak on behalf of many people in London because I'm in London and their issues are this. So that you're able to compile that effort and be able to bring it out. And Hannah has picked some of those examples because that the kind of examples that Hannah, and I thank God she brought some of those issues, and Jay, and if you can listen to Jay, where Jay explained mtu wa diaspora anajisikia pedho, indirectly that's what she was saying, that ukimuuliza pesa ya kukula anakupatia, lakini pesa ya kufanya biashara anakataa. And those two discussions, between Hannah and Jay,
why do those stories make you bitter?
They're not making me bitter.
Because there has to be you must be scarred somewhere or have an experience somewhere.
You know, Hannah. Let me give you Hannah. Hannah,
why would I? We are here to talk.
Hannah, mute your mic
to discuss. Nobody is big. You know, I was talking to Andrew. Andrew asked me the evidence, and I was responding to that. So I was trying to explain. Andrew wears many hats. Today, I don't know what he does, but assuming he's probably a father, he's probably educating us. Even here, he's giving us a space so you can hear different viewpoints. That in itself is community change makers' position and role. And he might not feel like that, but I would suggest that that is what it is, right? So in terms of looking at the engagement and the reason why Andrew would want to perhaps do this kind of program today, I don't know what, but it would be a conversation about Africa. And comparing that with Europe, we just happen to be in Europe, hence the reason I joined the conversation. And I was open to you where I was right now. But that doesn't mean that I live here every time.
Do you know some of the poorest countries are where people are most happiest?
Okay, hold up on that.
Because the more developed,
Joe, hold up on that one.
People are lonely.
Hold up on that. I've noticed something about you, Juliet. When you communicate in English, there's a lot of bullshit. But when it's Swahili, you hit the point on very quickly. When it's Swahili, you're very. You don't have bullshit words in Swahili, but you have all this bullshit in English that you can never get to your point. It is just bullshit, and your point is like 1% of the conversation. Situonge Kiswahili. I'm willing. No. I'm willing to go there.
No. There's many people from different countries. That's
I mean, ndafanya translation. Wewe usio na wasiwasi.
Sawa.
I'll do the translation.
Sawa.
So
that is very good.
Yeah, so that you can save me the.
Ulikuwa umeuliza swali? Yeah, ulikuwa umeuliza swali. So ile swali ulikuwa umeuliza I think it was let me respond to evidence because you say, Juliet, I'm interested with the
evidence iko wapi? Because unasema watu wengi sana wanataka kutoka wanasemaje? What did you say? Many people in UK.
Nilisema research ile hata nitakutafutia. Nilisema a few months ago ukiangalia kwa Nation ama NTV kuna research ambayo ilifanywa how many youths wanataka kutoka Kenya. And the research was almost every youth. Assuming 16 whatever million ndio Kenya wa youth. Now what 16 million wanasema wanataka kutoka Kenya. To me that is disheartening. As a diasporian.
Why is it disheartening?
Because of the reasons Anna gave. Anamwambia hapo anapata pesa sijui kumekwenda nini, amewapatia hizo reasons. I don't even need to respond to those reasons. Okay?
Let me ask a question.
But you know that data may not be actual.
You guys cannot be interrupting me when I'm having a conversation. You, Anthony, and Joe Maxia. Wacheni msiwache nyegezi wapande. Relaxini. You guys can create your own nyegezi. Sasa nyinyi mtaka kuchukua nyegezi zangu. Let me ask you a question. Where were these questions before I started talking? Shut the fuck up. What's wrong with you people? Hey, I'm not going to say I've finished the bong na damn. You guys manyege zimewashika, tulizeni. Juliet, let's go back. We were just about to make love, not war. So, what is the problem with people wanting to leave the country? People hate the country based on the people who've gone there before. Because in the country, there's nobody who sends money to their children in Europe unless they come from a rich or a wealthy family. They don't send money there. There is where you go get money and you come back. So that's a superior life, according to the people who want money on that level. So when you ask the youth right now, what do you want? They have access to superior knowledge. The old people never wanted to go to America because they didn't have the knowledge of America. But now these people have knowledge and they're like, hey, we want to leave the country because this country of yours does not have the opportunity for us to become whatever it is that we want to be. What is wrong with that? Just like the lady who left the other day and went and became a citizen of Bahrain. And she won a gold medal for Bahrain. I think the only gold medal in the Olympics for them. Right? So what is wrong with that? Everybody seems to be using that route. So you can say that this country doesn't work for me and be honest enough at least and say this country doesn't work for me and now I'm leaving, and when I leave, I'm not going to look back. Instead of you guys trying to fix things from there, it cannot work. So because right now, when you leave this country, you change in our very eyes. And Juliet, you need to understand that. From the moment you walk away out of this country, you change in our eyes. You stop being that person that we knew, and now you just become like an ATM. So every time I'm talking to you, I'm looking for a way to make sure I get the money from your pocket. And if you don't understand that dynamic, that relationship between the two of us, then you are always going to be bitter. You will always be bitter. That's why people will send loads and loads of money saying, oh, I'm building a house because one day I want to go back. No, that's not true. It has nothing to do with you wanting to go back. You know very well, 99.9% of all the people who go to diaspora never come back. Did you know that, Juliet? 99.9% of all the people who go to diaspora never come back. The only time they come back is in a body bag or in a casket. So the shamba they bought becomes the place they're going to be buried in. Get out of your own imagination. For me, jump in here so that we can close this up.
Andrew, you know, you said it all. And that, so we are in the same, you're in the same...
Juliet, I'm listening to Femi now.
I understand. I said it is sad. Okay.
You know the same concept. You are playing the same concept to go back in rural areas now. We guys in Nairobi shine on our way.
We can't hear. Andrew Atumski.
For me, somehow you got into your mind that the Bluetooth will work. It won't work. We can't hear you at all. You sound like you're very far. And then, are you driving? What important message is this that you have to give us when you're driving? We care for you, unlike Juliet here, who doesn't care for her family. We care for you. We don't want you to have an accident. So, Juliet, if you had a chance, would you kill your whole family? Like if, Yanni, they were given a chance, you're told, just take these people out. The ones who have died, just go pour paraffin in their graves. You know, these people who fucked you up and took your money.
Hey, Cube. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Femi.
So the concept Juliet has, I understand, and it's coming from a point where they feel wasted. But the question is, how will these people stop asking for money yet they make life in the UK seem like it is interesting? It's people from Nairobi to Shags. People in Shags are always looking forward to come to Nairobi because we have shown this image where Nairobi is way cozy and sweet and it has money. But people forget that we shine on you when you are going back. And everyone, if you go to Gishagi and you ask someone, do you want to go to Nairobi? They will tell you, yes, I want to go to Nairobi. But once they step in Nairobi and they realize how life hard is, they start questioning and they want to go back. So people in diaspora, if you're giving money, just give money. If you don't want to give money, don't give money. But don't pressure people in delivering your projects if they don't have finances. You cannot send someone money to invest and they don't have anything.
Number one, I don't feel wasted. In fact, I feel useful. So anybody coming to think like that is really wrong. And I don't feel that. And I don't feel that I'm a loving person, and that's the whole essence of living, right? And if there's one thing that I could say to anyone is east or west, wherever, haijalishi kama uko America, bado your country where you came from, your root. And it is very, very important for people to understand that. Uko ndo ulitoka.
Femi, there's a problem with your mic. So just mute yourself.
Julian.
Femi, you cannot have a conversation with anyone. There's a real problem with your mic. So mute it and then drop off and come back. Disconnect the Bluetooth, disconnect everything. Disconnect even the car. Park on the side of the road. So Juliet, get out of your imagination. You're stuck in your imagination because you want to help Africa. You have to remember where you came from. Isn't this the same scene that got Lot turned into a pillar of salt? Because you guys should go out there, especially for women. I don't know why women keep looking back. Men are the problem here. Women, when you're taken, you've been taken by those people. They've taken you. Women are a prize. Think about it. Many of you have 0.5 children. You're married to the white person. When do you ever think you're going to come back here to the country? Who lied to you that one day things will be so good that you'll come back and find the country has been built the way you want? No, you went to a country where it was built the way you want. So look at Kenya as a holiday destination. I'm trying to close this up as quickly as possible. Look at Kenya as a holiday destination. Look at Africa as a holiday destination. Go back home every now and then, have your holiday, then go back to your real life, which is in the diaspora. And while on holiday, you can splurge and spend money, buy kegs and do whatever. There's a guy here who told me he even helped his uncle build a wall. Do such stupid shit. Not shit that is going to keep you bitter while you're trying to take people out of the block. No, they don't want to come out of the block. It's a very personal decision for someone to decide, I want to stop being the way I am. You cannot buy them out of that stupidity. And once you go out of the country, immediately you start seeing people out there like stupid. Because, hey, what do you mean you're not able to access this type of money? You want the money from me? Oh, you stupid motherfucker. Jump a few hoops while at it. That should be a very honest conversation. It's like the conversation between a prostitute and the guy who's buying. Very client customer. Very quick, very easy. No feelings whatsoever. All right, Epic Brian, are you here? Hannah, go ahead.
I think Juliet is a little bit over and above because maybe it's because of the PhD. You know, when you're writing a PhD, you need to use lots of words. So the thing is, you should, when you're out of the diaspora, you should not be a loving person to Kenyans. Should not. On the contrary, you should be a business person. Me, I'm a businesswoman. Mtu yoyote anakuja kutoka Kenya, asking for money, asking for help, I will have to kuchambua everything anasema. Because one, most of them, they are liars. Secondly, they are cheating. Yani kuna kitu, bora apate pesa. Na watu wote wanakupigia simu wanakuuliza, atikana, mimi ni aunti yako, unamuuliza aunti gani? Aunti yako ule wa upande ya dada yako ya aunti yako sijuna. Okay, hujaimuona? Anakwambia, yeah, I know you're in Paris, so do me a favor, buy me a Chanel bag. Nakwambia nitakununulia, yes, lakini si bag ya Chanel. Nitakununulia ile ya shilingi 10 yenye nitapata barabarani. Who are you to ask me about that? Why? Because I know if I take the initiative, I call my mom or my dad and I tell them, oh, as you know, Auntie Fulani has called me and wants a bag. My mom will tell me, obvious. But my budget does not even allow me to buy that bag because Chanel is almost my salary. So why should I use my salary to buy a bag to a man who I do not know? So what I will do, I will buy a bag. And I will even send it, but with a 10 euro bag. Because that's the only thing. Ulichukua initiative ya kumpigia simu. But once you receive your bag, will you call me afterwards? The person doesn't call. Doesn't even say thank you. So that's when you have to integrate in your mind and know what wengine watakuchezea. So be a businesswoman, be a businessman. Once you are out of the country, you are a businessman, you are a businesswoman. You are not a loving person. You're nothing like loving person. Whatever.
Anna, there's a question I'm going to ask. So when you're out of the country, you are either two things. You are either an observer or an investor. An observer is the one who does what you're saying. Buy me a Chanel bag. Buy me the cow. Our cow died. Buy me another cow. That's an observer. You're doing things that don't really have a meaningful impact going forward. An investor is like the guy is like Michael Olunga, the footballer. I saw he's building an office block somewhere in Nairobi. Huge thing. Now that's an investor. He has a plan of coming back, but he wants to come back and still be a baller, still be rich. Or the guy who built the hotel in Machakos. So there are two kinds of people in the diaspora. Now, actually, there are three. Those who go and will never come back. They went, got married, got kids, they are never coming back. There are those who go as observers, like for instance, Juliet. Juliet is an observer. She only does very little that cannot do much change. Now, because if I listen to Juliet, she went when she was a kid. Meaning if she loved Kenya like she's saying, she would have by now said, I want to go back to Kenya in the next 15 years, so I want to do some investments. So that when I go to Kenya, I'm comfortable. So she's an observer. Now there's the investor, the guy who goes out, says, I'm working here for maximum of 20 years, I do my investments, and I go back to Kenya and live a comfortable life. There's only those three categories. But you can't say you love Kenya, but you don't want to come back. So what is making you stay away?
And that's why
from this love of your life.
And that is why when we have these visitors coming from Kenya, like Rosalind Jogo. That one is the representative of the ambassador of the diaspora. She comes with ideas which are not normal, which are okay. To them, they are, to her and the office, it is very normal. But to us, it is not normal. Because most of the diasporans, in my knowledge, most would want to invest in something in Kenya, a project which will be noticed or even may be known by the Kenyans as that project was handed to the government by the diaspora in a good way. It is not because we want to, show ourselves, but in a way it will show ourselves, but it's to help and even give a way to the ideas that most of us want to install in Kenya. But the things that they want us to invest in are in banks. And banks, with the high rate and the low rate, if you are a business person, you will know in Kenya it's not the right place to invest the money for the moment. But for example, I will give an example of the dam that was built in Ethiopia. The Ethiopians were asked by the president by then that there will be this big dam that will provide water and electricity in the whole of Ethiopia. And the government said we do not have the exact amount of number, but we want this dam to be built by us with our money. But the taxes are not enough that are inside the country. So they called upon the diasporians. I was inside with them and with one of my Ethiopian friends, and she sent her a whole check. And I'm telling you, it is not the only person who sent a whole check to build that dam. That dam belongs to them. Personally, it's a government diasporian issue. And it was well done. Now, if you come to Kenya, ask us, where have we done such a thing? And it's not the first time that we are asking for such a thing. But we are afraid because if we send the money, the problem is itakuliwa huko, no maana hizi vitu zote zinatokea na Morara tunaona.
But Hannah, before you go to Morara's, yeah, why would you expect to have any honest people in Kenya?
That's why I say hapo ndio tunakuwa na problem na watu wa Kenya.
Because watu honest hawezi survive Kenya. Watu honest ndio utoka, watu honest ndio utafuta njia ya kutoka waenda wakaishi maisha. Place anaambiwa in 30 days atalipwa na analipwa, akifanya kazi analipwa. So the honest people have all left the country. You left the country to the thugs and the criminals. So what's this obsession with Dani Juliet is in stains. Mbona mwezi saidia watu wa huko muassimilate huko musahau pale mmetoka? Wouldn't that be a better outcome? Because now you're complaining about something you cannot help. The people here don't need your help. Everybody is living the life that they have created for themselves. So when you leave the country and this person is not coming like on a business trip, what are you guys discussing? This person has no evidence of ever having run a business. There's no evidence of this person ever being faithful with money. And then you want to send them money and complain. How does that work? Because now we sound like losers. If I was you guys, I would stop sending money back home. Completely. Stop sending. If people are dying, let them die. But unless we take because we cannot be the slaves to the West. It makes so much sense when everybody now wants to go there, because every time when somebody lives here, they want to dominate their whole family with those small, with those dollars or pounds. So now leaving the country has become the best possible thing for anyone to do.
You know, sending money is like prolonging their misery. You want them to suffer for longer.
No, but
cut short their life.
but Jomaxia,
they just want to exercise some authority. It's authority they are buying. You know, when you come, people say, "Oh, Anto is coming," and you know, when I come, you slaughter chicken, you sing for me songs from the gate until I get to my bedroom. It's just authority you exercise.
But you know, you
so be honest with that, so that be like those guys who disappear. When he's coming to visit and coming to Bomoa Chiles, he comes after a few couple of years, and he comes and he does a good job and he buys everybody keg, and they'll remember him for that small moment when he was there. But once he leaves, you will hear about him next when he lands at the airport. Where go?
But Andrew Kibe, you are
that guy is never bitter. Oh no, he's never bitter because his money has not been wasted.
But Andrew, you are talking about on a personal level, one-to-one person, one person to one family. What I'm talking about is not about one person to one family or one person to one person. I'm talking about one person to not the government. It is a project. I'm talking about a project. We need.
But you see, Hannah, if you are doing a project like what you're saying, then when you people in diaspora contribute money to build that dam, you equally have the right to also send one of yourselves to say that is the person who will look at our money. Because you know it will get stolen. So just send your money plus an observer and pay him to make sure that the dam is built. You know, you have identified the problem. Give us the solution. Send the same way when America is sending money here for something, they send an observer. That's why if you're given money to build the Wake Dam, they say we know Kenyans will eat our money, so the Wake Dam will be built by the Chinese. We will give 70% of our money to the Chinese, Kenya will contribute 40%. End of story. So stop giving us a story we know.
Do you know about? Do you know what TDJX did?
Without the government giving us enough.
Do you remember when TDJX bought that borehole?
Let Anna answer me.
In my Mahiu?
Let Anna answer me. Why don't you send your money with an observer? Say, we've given you our money, this guy here is jobless.
The problem is not sending the money, the problem is not sending the observer. The problem is without the approval of the government, there is nothing that can happen on the ground. That is one thing you have to know.
But you guys are the second highest remitters. You give this government, you are like a donor to this government. If you put your act together as people in diaspora and say, we as the diasporians have opened a diaspora bank or a SACCO or whatever, all our money will be going through here. Not through Forex and I don't know who, sorry, I don't want to go there. Our money will be going through here if you're investing in bonds. The government will take you seriously. But now you are sending money as Hannah, money as Anthony. It will get eaten.
Let me give you a story. Anthony, let me give you a story about TDJX.
Am I making some sense to you?
There was a time TDJX.
If you are giving anything to a responsible person, you have also the right to oversee so that you make sure your investment is well taken care of.
Anthony, you know the pastor called TDJX. There is a time he sent money for boreholes to be dug in my Mahiu. He had not done even a geological test. The drilling was going on. It was only gas that was coming out. Then another guy bought caterpillars to scoop sand so that people can stop shoveling. You know, the community banned those caterpillars.
Which community?
Because they were going to be jobless.
Which community is that?
It's my Mahiu.
My Mahiu people.
Yeah, it's my Mahiu.
TDJX has also did
because you're coming to change people's lifestyle and they are not used to that.
When you want to drill water, this is your money. Even TDJX, when he's building a church in Ontario, in whatever, in Texas, California, and wherever, he goes and does a visibility study. Do I have enough members in this area? Is the black black folk well represented here? Because that's my primary audience. He's told yes. So he knows. So TDJX was playing PR with Kenyans. TDJX is not stupid.
And that's the issue with also other people coming to invest without knowing what's the lifestyle of people.
Okay? Oh, we are drilling. That is PR, public relations activity for TDJX. So he can find a good lake and dive inside. We need to stop complaining. If money is coming, if diaspora feel they are contributing money, three things. Either you to the diaspora, tourists living the Livaloka, go and don't come back. 2, go and send enough tokens so that when you come, you are still relevant in your village and in your home. 3, go and actually say, I'm changing the environment I left for the better. Build some things, build a big hotel, build a factory, because you've seen the future, you've seen possibilities that we have not seen. So bring what you've learned from the diaspora you are in and help change where you left, because you don't want more people to go to the diaspora and suffer like you did.
And you know, Anthony, Anthony, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Kibe.
Like now, how did China get out of poverty? How did they get their people out of poverty? How did Japan do it? How did Germany do it? How did America do it? Because we need to be looking at those countries and we see how they did it for us to emulate that. Because this for us is not working. We've been sending people out. Bro, this diaspora movement has been happening since the 60s or 50s. As soon as we got our even before we got our independence. The diaspora has never helped Kenya. Why? Because once you leave Kenya, you are no longer Kenyan. You go and they put some crazy shit in your head, and then you start seeing superficial problems that don't exist. But really, what do people want? People want to be able to take themselves out of poverty. So you don't go build for them anything. It's a mentality. It's a real mentality. So it doesn't matter how much money you get from out there, that money is never going to help Africa, because it's not an initiative that is coming from the people who are there on the ground. It's not real. This is a con. It's all a con. You've seen like now Murara, this is a con. It's all a con. You've seen like now Murara, the way he's been exposing the projects. Most of these projects that you're seeing, Hannah, that Murara is exposing, some money has come from outside. Somebody was told, oh, well, it's doing very well. We are just about to finish, and they were even given a report and everything. But on the ground, things are not like that. So nobody needs help. Because even the people in that community, the day they were paid 200 bob, to them, the contract with the person who came was done. They don't need the stadium. They don't need the dam. They don't need anything. But as long as we have it in our psyche that they do, then you'll be thinking about that shit. And every time they call you because you're feeling guilty because you're living a better life than your poor mother in the village who has to go outside and use the latrine. So you feel guilt, the same guilt that parents feel when they're not living with their kids. And now you have to be kissing your kids' ass all the time because you're not living with them, or you overgive them things. Have you seen that stupid shit where you overgive to kids because you think your presence is very necessary?
Tumepush for some time.
So this is the curse of going out of the country and wanting to help people back. People back home don't need to be helped. You, when you wanted to leave, you left. If they want to leave, they leave. If they want to die, they die.
Yeah. Sana pata na
who died and made you Jesus?
Nyewe bana, wewe unajua kuimba. Mimi najua kuimba. Wewe unajua kuimba.
So I'll give everybody a minute.
Fanya aje.
I have another meeting.
Tukae chini tuunde.
Give me your last submissions. Everybody who's here. Starting with you, Dagush.
Mkono itaje?
Trigo.
Dagush.
Inaitwa Trigo Gang. Jituko watatu. Sa Trigo.
Yes,
Trigo. It's a group of 3 members.
My submission is that
we did like 2.
If you've been in Kenya and you decide to go, please go in peace. When you fly out, don't think
moja bado kwa YouTube, I'm sure. Ingine to release but ilikuwa na copyright claims.
Invest in yourself elsewhere.
Yeah, beat na
just wear one coat.
Some words tulikuwa tumetumia kwa lyrics.
Focus on what you went there to do. Leave us alone.
But ya pili tulikuwa tumefanya yenyewe. Hadi Kisumu nakumbuka like mafans wetu kitambo tu wenye tusikie yenyewe wanajua.
Now you're back.
Yeah.
Because now the parent is dead.
By the time
these parents up to the last minute, when you come, you want them to kiss your ass. Go. Remain there. In fact, even if possible, don't come. Because there's no way you're helping us. You're just sending money for us to adore you. So that now when you'll come here, we'll see you as real gods and goddesses. No, that's not what we want from you. When you go there, just forget about us. Give us peace and you carry yours and remain with it elsewhere. Because now this is just colonialism translated. That now we had, even right now, the whites here, we are treating them like God. places. And now when you go there, you come back here, that's what we have to treat you because now you're from Canada. Oh, unajua huyo anakaanga Germany. Yeah? We have to even tune from the typical Kiswahili tunaongea to now fit what you've been used to hearing. You're just coming to disturb our heads. If you're in diaspora, be contented. Don't buy our royalty with money. Do whatever you have to do. If you decide to invest in Kenya, finish, come, invest. But now you want to wear 2 coats. You are there investing here. And then unaanza kulia, oh, I have lived to send that person money. No project ilifanyika. That's what should have happened. In fact, it went as it should be. Wewe uko huko, umeshatuma pesa. It's us now to use this money the way we decide. Ni sisi tuko nayo, si wewe. So don't wear 2 coats that you are there, you want to be here. Kaa huko. Wacha kuja hapa kutusumbua ati sasa because now somebody is dead. You can now use hundreds of thousands to fly to just come and put 3 spades of soil in that graveyard. 3 spades. That's what made you fly from all the way there to here. And now when you are here, you're very special. You are given the mic. You're talking there. You are delaying the ceremony. Be contented where you are. Usishinde hapa.
Kwani yako ni personal.
These people wanakuja kutusumbua tu kichwa. Unasikia mtu hapa amekuja, this Juliet anaongea kizungu very many gunias, but ukijaribu kutafuta the point she's driving at, Sisi tuko afadhali wenye hatuna hiyo maneno, wameenda kusoma huko. So Kibe amewambia vizuri, when you go, just go. If you fly out, fly out. If you want to come back, come back. But sasa si ati you are there, you want to micromanage. No. I won't keep on being bitter here forever. The fact that those whites that when umeenda kukiss they have colonized us here and there. Religion is here, there you're being called niggers. Whatever is happening to us, we all have problems. Our country is not working. So if you left here because you hated Kenya or you hated the country, the state it was at that time, it's not looking like it's changing anytime soon. So be contented there and stay there. Kenya, Africa might change in centuries. So do you think you'll be alive all that time? Weka tu hapo. Be amend in Kenya who is existing in diaspora. That's it.
For me,
I'll say this. If you're in diaspora and someone sends you a project, you should be open enough to let that person learn the project and implement it. If not, come up with your project, hire people, and you implement it. Otherwise, you'll always end up being disappointed because someone cannot execute your idea. The only person who can execute your idea is you yourself. If you're sending money, send the money and give it freedom for it to be used how they feel fit for it. Otherwise, you keep saying you hate Kenya and you associate yourself with Kenya. You have a brand in your hand saying Kenya. You cannot hate a place and you want to associate with it. Anyway, US was not built on one day. Kenya is still building. Me, I want to see someone saying, I brought this project on the ground, it was misused. That one we can be able to negotiate and we can take law. But if you keep saying you're sending money and it's not being used, it is being used the way that someone sees fit to use it. Otherwise, you want us to implement what you guys you have in US, bring the US in us, stick here, server in it, develop it, and we see if it's going to work. Otherwise, keeping criticizing people that you're sending them money and they're not implementing it as your own views of how it should be implemented, that is your problem. Another thing, reduce your expectation. Reduce your expectation. Home is where your heart is. It's not Ndaka village in Kenya.